Is DQ... No, there's no memory manip like 1 to 3. This game recalculates the RNG on every single frame. There's pretty much nothing you can do to manipulate it. So this one is notoriously the most random of the other games. I'll talk about that more as we're going here. There's a lot of run to cover, so I'm just going to get started in 3, 2, 1, we're off. So we named our hero Apostrophe, but we're starting out playing as a soldier named Ragnar. No, not the guy from Vikings. It's like a pink guy. I always thought Ragnar's NES sprite looks rather badass. In the other games, looks much more pink. His Japanese name is Ryan. But, the North American scripts... The North American scripts for the Dragon Warrior games were, much more gothic and frightful. You know, they carried themselves with much more seriousness and gravity. Try to make the setting seem badass, even though enemies have the cutesy Akira Toriyama designs. So the first thing we're going to do is sell our standard issue weapon and get a wooden hat. We're going to put that on in town because I use a music cue as soon as I step outside. So I'm just capturing off a Dazzle DVC 100. So we can walk on the roof of the castle without getting in any encounters, and we need it to be nighttime by the time we get to the next village of Ismet. So we're going to walk on here for about 70 steps, which is the second flute phrase and the second measure of the second phrase here. There we go, this is where you walk off. This run just started. The marathon's been going since yesterday. Anyway, we're going to walk through this cave and we're going to start seeing some encounters. And this game has a really high encounter rate, like the highest of any JRPG I've played. And that includes Paladin's Quest for the Super Nintendo and Phantasy Star 2 for the Genesis. This game released in 1993, I believe, so very late in the NES life cycle, and I believe it went for $80 US retail at the time, because it's a huge game. It's got, it's 1 megabyte. It's the biggest NES cartridge. And I guess by giving it such a monstrous encounter rate also pads out the length of the game and makes it feel more long and epic than it really is. Except I think this game is still long and epic, even the speedrun is 8 hours. Okay, so day and night cycles are actually random amount of steps. There's like a little bit of variance, so it might not be dark the second we get there. Alright. Nice, so we can either talk to this guy in jail, or we can talk to this kid running around on the playground at night. Oh, nice catch. So yeah, you need to find out that his name is Alex. And then we're gonna take off our armor, because we're gonna do a death warp. Oops. No, not like that. Okay, no. There we go. And yes, you can attack your own party members in this game, so we're gonna have Ragnar punch himself out to speed up this death warp a little bit. We're gonna lose half of our 5 gold we're carrying, so not a big deal. We don't really spend any money in Chapter 1. Yeah, so we created a male hero named Apostrophe, but we're playing as Ragnar. So that's kind of, they pulled a Kingdom Hearts 2 on us, or a Metal Gear Solid 2. There are 5 chapters in this game, and we'll eventually meet all the other characters and join up to form a supergroup. So we're going to talk to this lady Flora, and she's going to join us even though we're naked. We're going to put our armor back on and hit the road. So your chance to run away from encounters is not based on any stat. I think it's just 50% or some percentage likelihood. If you're a sufficiently higher level than the monsters you're fighting, you'll get away for free first try. If you fail to run away, you can escape fail up to 3 times, and then your 4th one is guaranteed. So, if I get 3 escape fails, you might see me get up and hit the reset button. Is DQ4 not 4 to 3? Well, you're probably seeing... I'm capturing, like, the full Dazzle display. Like, there's those colored bands on the sides. I can't actually see those on my CRT. So I guess it's just some extra stuff that the Dazzle just puts out, I guess. But yeah, it's an NES game. It should be 4:3, right? I believe NES native native resolution is NES native resolution is what, like 256 by 224 or something? Although that's not a 4:3 ratio. Anyway, we're gonna pick up this chest this time. Because it has 40 gold in it, which we're just gonna use to get some of that medicinal herbal. Because it turns out most of my characters in this game are stoners, and rely on that stuff to stay healthy. Yeah, that resets in a marathon. There'll be safety saves, and if I wipe out, I lose half my money, and then I have to talk to the priest to revive my characters, and it costs a lot of gold. It's faster to just hit reset and go back to the save in some circumstances. Oh, there you go. So I guess it is 256 by 224. Drugs are bad, okay. Right, I never figured out what... You remember this? Smack! I always figured, comedians in the 90s were like, oh, my wife and I hate each other, we slap each other around. Like, they normalized that kind of behavior. So I thought that Flora was smacking Alex through, like, just slapping him through the bars of his cell to jog his memory. But in Chapter 3, we'll see Tulun's wife, Nada, also committing some smacks. So I think it's supposed to be onomatopoeia for being kissed on the cheek. Alright, so now that we've brought Flora to Alex, jogged his memory, told us there's this secret area in the forest, 4 signs south, and 4 steps south and 4 steps east of the signpost. And these come this way dialogue boxes come up even though they don't tell you which way to go. If you go the wrong way, another box will come up and say, not that way. GBA is 5-3? I did not know that. So we're gonna go grab the flying shoes first, which we need to go to the last area of Chapter 1. Because there's another thing in this cave we need to get. Well, 2 things, actually. So if we want to get the shoes first, because that makes the not this way dialogue boxes go away. Alright, so here's the contingency we're gonna go for. In this cave, there's a party member we can recruit, named Healy. Healy's level is a question mark, and Healy cannot gain experience or hold any items or equip any items. But we can't control what Healy does, but Healy is a healer, or also known as a heal slime in more current versions of Dragon Quest. Yeah, one of these. So, we're gonna go recruit Healy. That's pretty important for actually being able to finish Chapter 1. And then what we're gonna do is, we're gonna go all the way back around and pick up a chest with 600 gold and walk out of here. Ideally, if I die before I get there, it's not a big deal, I just won't go back for it. We're gonna, if we can get the money, we're gonna use it to buy a bronze armor, which should make the boss battle of Chapter 1 a little safer. See, a lot of things in this game are just really random. You just kinda... See, there you go, we got 3 escape fails, but luckily we took barely any damage. I think I'm gonna use my herbal here, actually. Because I want to go all the way for that chest right there. That's the chest we have to get to. Like I said, super high encounter rate in this game. So yeah, a lot of things in this game are just random. You follow the route and you hope it works out. I was practicing this game a fair bit for the past week or 2, just to try and learn consistency and contingency strats. Love this party join-up music. Oddly enough, it was actually in Dragon Warrior 2 before this game. Yeah, so to get out of here, normally we'd have to Death Warp, but that's actually easier said than done, because if you fight, Healy is going to heal you. So you have to run away and get escape fails in order to take damage. The nice thing, though, is that only Ragnar needs to die in order to wipe out. If Healy dies, you'll have to revive Healy, but that only costs 10 gold. So yeah, we're gonna get this bronze armor once we get back to town, which will boost Ragnar's defense power quite a bit, upgrading from leather armor to bronze armor. So the bronze armor costs 700, but our leather armor sells for 135, so we're gonna be good for costs there. The best torso piece you can buy in Chapter 1 is half-plate armor, but it costs 1200. It's really good. If you're gonna play this chapter casually, I recommend saving up for that. Don't bother upgrading your weapon, because you find the best weapon in the chapter in the last tower that we're going to. Now we get to hear this lovely cave music. This game has a great soundtrack. I think it's probably one of the best soundtracks in the whole series. Makes some good use of timbre on the NES sound chip as well. One of these has an herb in it? Yeah, this one. Right on. I'm gonna walk on the flowers here to reduce lag. I don't want to see people walking around in school. Okay, we're just gonna put that on, and we're not even gonna safety save, because dying will not be a big deal. Alright, so this is probably the first time in a Dragon Quest game where you start at the top of a tower and climb your way down. They were trying really hard to do original stuff, since this is Chapter 1 of the new game. Oh, we got juked by the soldier. Have to go around. Okay, I'm gonna parry here, so Healy will heal me. Healy's AI is set up that Healy will heal a friendly target if they're below 50% HP. And Healy will also prioritize healing Ragnar over himself. Again, super high encounter rate. These enemies are... I mean, we're level 1, we don't have a weapon, so we're quite helpless. We have to run from everything. But once we get to the bottom of this tower, that'll all change. Now, these Oswargs only have enough MP to cast Ice Bolt once. Again, just gonna accept the heal from Healy here. I'm gonna walk into this gateway on the right side. Yeah, this is kind of like Ultima, I guess, where you have limited visibility in dungeons. It's a little weird to try to imagine how it looks, but you can think of like, oh, this is like a little garage, some area with low ceiling, or the next room is dark. Okay, so we're on the bottom floor. We're almost at the thing I want to get here. There we go, the Sword of Malice. Translated as the Cautery Sword in other Dragon Quest games. So you can equip and swing it all in a single action in a fight, so we're not going to bother opening the equip menu, we'll just do that. Ooh, our first fight is the MMO group, as I call it. We got this tanky DPS and a giant Bantam. Oh, and who has a sleep on hit, that's why they're the tank. Lilipa is a support who can cast Upper, or Buff, to increase the defense of a single ally. There's 2 healers as well. We're gonna start by flinging the Sword of Malice, which casts Fireball. And we got 2 Don't Works. Alright. No, I don't want to use it. Equip it and swing it at Lilipa. I should be able to one-shot Lilliput even at level 1. The Cautery Sword is just that powerful. Yep. Lilliput can actually do damage, whereas the healers won't. They'll just spam heals. So yeah, enemies have a... Magic in this whole series is really weird. It was very... Well, broken isn't quite the right word to use. I would just say poorly designed. All the way up till Dragon Quest IX. Even Dragon Quest VIII was guilty of perpetuating the old design of, oh, this spell, it just does this flat range of damage. It just does 18 to 25. And always hits. Well, I guess the always hits part wasn't really a thing until Dragon Quest V, I think? Or maybe 6? Anyway. So yeah, your spells do a set amount of damage. But some enemies have a magic resistance, where magic will just whiff. It'll just say doesn't work and do 0. Enemies have different resists to different elements. So like the single target fire spells and the group target fire spells, I believe, are considered separate elements. Infernos, Inframor, Inframost are wind elements. I don't know why they got translated that way, but... there's also ice spells. You got Ice Bolt, Snowstorm, Blizzard, and Ice Spears. I'm gonna walk on the heal pad, actually, before I go upstairs. I'm gonna attack Lilliput first for the guaranteed one-shot. That'll just reduce the number of times Dex comes up in this fight. So we gotta grind until level 6. Although I'm gonna say grind in scare quotes. What most people do is they just walk around on the bottom floor here. But I thought of something brilliant. Oh, I'm level 4 already. So on the top floor, there's a Wing of Wyvern. So, actually I think what I'm gonna do, instead of walking up to the top floor, I'm gonna walk out the front door, use the flying shoes, walk all the way back down with the wing. That should get me in just enough fights to hit level 6, maybe even level 7. Level 6 is pretty much universally considered the minimum for winning the boss fight of this chapter. It doesn't take that much longer to level up to 7 if you want, but as I found out from practice, getting more levels on Ragnar doesn't actually make the fight much easier. It kind of just doesn't matter. It all just depends on how Healy behaves. It just comes down to whether Healy is clutch or not. Actually, let's try flinging the sword. I don't know if it'll kill either of them though. Healy getting that 1 in. Oh, nice. Efficient. So yes, our gold is piling up, but we're not going to spend it on anything. Your gold is not transferred between chapters, it just gets reset to 0. So if you want to, quote-unquote, give money to your other party members as they collectivize throughout the rest of the run... Whoa! I think I got hit by sap and built up power from the lethal gopher there. Okay, Ragnar's a soldier, so he's got low agility. Nice, I still outturned the gopher, though. And now we're level 5 already. +1 in everything. Most useless level up I've ever seen. I mean, your early level ups in these games are always weak, but come on, that was pathetic. So yeah, we can one-shot the Duxbill. It's gonna take 2 hits to kill Oswarg no matter what, and Oswarg is fast. It's impossible. You're gonna get hit by Oswarg's Ice Bolt no matter what you do. I actually really like this tower music. We gotta use an herb here to make room in inventory. There we go. Yeah, I like doing it this way rather than, you know, kill the boss, walk out, walk back into the tower, get the wing. We have to walk around in the tower anyway to get into fights. And actually we get easier fights on the higher floors of the tower as well. At least it's a nice change of pace. It's scenic. You get to see more of the tower while slightly more. Wait, you see the same amount overall. You get to see the Wing of Wyvern either way. So I guess I'll start talking about what we're going to see later in the run as well. You're probably saying, Shiner, there's 5 chapters worth of characters, but you can only have 4 characters at once, because it's a Dragon Quest game. So who are the good characters? And I'll let you know that Ragnar is one of the good characters. Ragnar is, we use Ragnar... Ragnar's the last character to get added to your team, but I think we use him in every area, like every boss fight, and in every area except for one, until the game is over. And there is an obligatory metal babble grind, metal grind, later on in the run, so if Ragnar gets more experience, it won't really matter in the long run, because, you know, oh, I got an extra 250 experience, or whatever, in Chapter 1. Well, you can kill one metal babble and get 10,500, right? Okay, so I hit level 6 a little ahead of schedule. I'm actually going to take a few more fights, just because if I lose to Sorrow Shadow, the boss of this chapter, then I have to go back to the tower, and I'll fight my way down again so I can hit level 7. 2 bad times would take at least 4 turns, that's too long. You know, I might as well actually get a bit stronger every time I have to fight Sorrow Shadow, just to try to make it a little more reliable. As you can see, Ragnar's got enough attack power to win most of these fights in 2, 3, or 4 turns, whereas if I'm spamming run, I'm going to be in there for 1, 2, or 3 turns. So fighting isn't that much slower than running away sometimes. I mean, this is Chapter 1, it's designed for 1 character, so the encounters are not super large. Okay, so we're going to walk on the heal pad, and then we're going to go into the basement and take on Sorrow Shadow. See if we can get the sub-half-hour Chapter 1. My splits say I do it in 2309, which is very good. I mean, I'm behind that because I got the bronze armor. But because this is a marathon and I really want to finish Underestimate, I wanted that bronze armor for contingency. Yeah, there we go. Run blocked. Twice. And sleep on hit. This is annoying. Oh, 3 escape fails. And we're not close enough to... Not close enough to half HP to try to trick Healy into healing one of us. Probably gonna use my medical herb on Healy. I mean, I'm carrying the herbs to theoretically use in fights, or in this fight. But I'm usually too busy attacking. And because Ragnar's so slow, you're basically going to use it on Healy if you're both low, because Healy's going to heal you. I've got 1 herb I can use during the fight if something goes awry. So there's 2 enemies in this fight. There's Sorrow Shadow, who has a lot of HP, something like 220 or 250. I like to think that Ragnar's the one saying, "Help! Help me!" to the kid, because this is a hard boss fight, and I wish the kid would help, so we could have a, 3v2 at least. We're gonna attack the giant eyeball first, which is a risky strat, because the giant eyeball is not that dangerous. Ah, I lost Healy already. I can't hit reset. Okay, we took out the eyeball, but there's no way I can solo Sorrow Shadow. Alright, so that was unfortunate. Healy ate a basic attack from Sorrow Shadow, and that'll basically kill Healy every time. This is what I mean. It's level 6, theoretically, should give you good stats for the fight, but whether you actually win is just a matter of luck. can maybe buy one more herb, but that'll take too long. Like I said, we don't actually need them. But we'll take some fights on the way down, hit level 7. That level 5 was such an abysmally bad level up. It really doesn't take long to hit level 7 in here. I mean, if you're playing this chapter casually, you're gonna be level 7 or 8 just going in here. If you're taking every fight in this game's absurdly high encounter rate. Now, for those wondering about the fate of Healy, Healy actually does make a cameo in Chapter 5. There's a minstrel you can talk to, who's got one of those blue and purple minstrels, who's carrying a flute around. It's a recycled spray quite a bit, but I realize it's kind of amusing because it's the same colors Ragnar is wearing, so I guess Healy was inspired. Healy does become human. He says when he joins Ragnar, "I'm a healer, but I wish to become human. Maybe if I hang around humans, I'll be more like them." And I guess that idea has really stuck with me. I should have attacked the Duxbill first. Duxbill, much more dangerous. This tower music would be a really good gent piece. Like, just picture a version of like animals as leaders or Meshuggah. I mean, I guess you don't really get to hear the tower music because all the towers have absurdly high encounter rates. You don't really get to hear the music. It's actually kind of a long piece that just has a really strange ending where it just kind of destabilizes and comes apart and does silly stuff for a while. There it is. Told you level 7 would be easy. More HP is more helpful than more strength, I'd say. Because the danger of a giant eyeball, like I said, normally giant eyeball is rather placid. It'll just block every other turn, maybe attack for a small amount of damage. But if you get the eyeball's HP low, its expression will change and it'll become bloodshot red, and then attack twice per turn with the Monty Mole rules, or what are those moles called? Those moles with hammers in the other games who either miss or land a critical on you. And that's what the eyeball does. It attacks twice and it'll either hit you for 1 or for 15. 15 true damage. It doesn't matter how good your defense is. Critical hits in this game are just based on your raw attack power and ignore defense. 3 escape fails on the big fight. Oof. Three steps, we got another fight. Oh wow, I got the one-shot on the chicken. Okay, taking another shot at Sorrow's Shadow. If chicken will let me. Chicken, please. No, leave Healy alone. Do I use my herb before going in? I think I do. No. I don't know, I need to give Healy something to do. Alright, there it is. Getting Healy barely below half. Maybe I should have blocked with Ragnar. Oh, yikes. I'm gonna block here, actually. Because Healy's gonna have to heal himself. Oh no, Healy healed me. Nice. Healy has very high agility, so Healy will usually get the clutch heal in. Giant Eyeball might turn red. Uh-oh. Someone's taking 15. Okay, Ragnar took 15. Let's just block. Nice. Okay, I think we've stabilized. I'm even carrying an herb to use on Healy if I really need to. So yeah, now we just gotta beat up Sorrow Shadow successfully. Healy's probably gonna run out of MP. Healy at that awkward 17 HP. It looks like, yeah, NES has, you know, the registers are only so big. They don't always, they sometimes have rounding errors. So yeah, Healy's at 17 out of 35 HP. Oh, good block! Healy's just gonna heal himself. Yeah. I think that's Healy. Yep, Healy's last 3 MP. Alright, it's a race to the bottom now. Nice, Healy just absorbed an entire attack for us, and we got it. Nice. Second try. I will definitely take that, especially in a marathon. Oh right, so that soldier on the ground that we didn't talk to on the way in here just kind of gives us the gist of the game. The ruler of evil has heard that the Chosen One is going to be born soon, and so they're rounding up kids, hoping to call the Chosen One before he can grow up and become a problem. So that's why Chapter 1 is all about rescue these kids, because they're just looking for the Chosen One. So we're going to use the flying shoes to go up to the tower and take the kids' advice, jump off the top. Drop off the kids in Izmit village. They're not from Berlin, they're from Izmit. They tell you that right at the start of Chapter 1. And we're going to use that Wing of Wyvern we picked up to go back to Berlin. There's no more encounters in Chapter 1, but, you know, if we had to spend a bunch of steps walking around in the tower, might as well use them to go get a Wing of Wyvern. Is it Wyvern or Wyvern? I've heard it both ways. Anyway, so we just talk to the king and we'll be done with Chapter 1. On a decent pace. So this is a nice touch. Ragnar asks the king for a wish, and the king decides to give Ragnar a scholarship. This is the only time I've heard of a king just being able to give experience points, or open your status menu and stuff. So because Ragnar's the last character to get added in Chapter 5, it was necessary to give him this burst of experience for balance purposes, so Ragnar's not horribly underleveled. In the speedrun, he actually starts out at just the right level. Well, I guess we're going through the game fast, so our other characters who are also doing the game fast are also an appropriate level. So I guess the game is self-balancing like that. I love these little interludes between chapters, too. Alright, Princess Alina's Adventure. Yes, her name's pronounced Alina. Someone found her Japanese name for me, and it is spelled Arina. It was kind of funny because I pulled this weird kind of anachronism where I kept pronouncing her name like Elena, thinking, you know, reading it in Japanese like Arena. But no, the way it looks in English is also just the way it's supposed to sound. There's a fairy water in the back of this chapel here. but we're not going to get it. It's probably too long. And Fairy Waters are only 20 gold. So in this chapter we control 3 characters, Alina, Christo, and Bray. So we have to talk to Left Guard and Christo and Bray, and that will advance the plot to get the maid that's in our room out of the way. So yeah, Alina's a tomboy who apparently has tantrums a lot and is known for kicking out the wall of her room. Maid was busy repairing it, but when you talk to the right people, she goes away finally. And we can just flying dragon kick this door down again. Door? Oh, it's a door now. Alina's such a badass. Just jumps out the back and does some parkour off the roof. So Ray and Christo have joined. Yeah! So to use Dragon Warrior 3 terminology, Alina's a fighter, as in like a barehanded martial artist type. Christo's a priest, Bray is a wizard. Oh wait, we don't sell anything. I keep forgetting. I'm just gonna buy a copper sword for Christo. Alright, and then we're gonna hand me down Christo's club to Alina so she can have a weapon. And we're gonna do our equips. Get that feather hat on, very nice defense boost. Alright, and that's the only time we're ever going to see this town again in the speedrun, even though there's a magic key door and a secret shop and all this stuff. So now we gotta do some grinding. There's another boss fight immediately, and we need to get to 343 levels as a bare minimum. We're gonna end up with 443 because Alina's experience point level ups, or experience point thresholds are lower than Christo's. So we're gonna go to this other area where the encounters are a little tougher, and I know in Dragon Warrior 1, the different terrain has different encounter rates. Desert and hills are 1 in 8, forest is 1 in 16, grass is 1 in 24. Or it's actually a checkerboard of 1 in 32 versus 1 in 16. I'm not sure if the other games in this series have that, but I have the impression they do. So I'm gonna superstitiously walk around on these hills, as in everywhere. Rabbit Hound's a good fight. You get a nice experience. Nice, 3 strength at the first level. The early level ups are always really weak, usually. Well, Christo's level ups are always low stats. I mean, Christo's just a wimpy priest. Oh, I was about to open my menu and heal. And we're fine. These red slimes are pretty harmless. I think these are the only times you see red slimes in the game, actually. Oh wait, they might appear in Chapter 5. Oh. Bray not getting the stick for one. Give him the stick! Don't give him the stick! Actually, I'm not even going to open the menu to heal, because Bray is just about out of MP and just got a level up, so we're just going to use the inn. I mean, like, we need some money for after the boss fight, but it's not a lot. I'll just take a couple fights after the boss fight, and that should be good. Oh, the evasion. This is awkward. So yeah, this game, I guess it never came up in Chapter 1 because it's a one-character chapter, and Healy and the other AI-controlled party members have Dragon Quest XI level speed and precision. As in, if an enemy dies, they can switch targets, or they can decide they're going to heal someone immediately when it's their turn. They don't have to commit to what they're going to do ahead of time, the way human actors do in these games. So this game has the Final Fantasy 1 / Lufia 2, or, oh no, Lufia 2 didn't have it, did it? Lufia 1 had, you know, if you can attack the air. You know, if you just mash A and have everyone commit to attacking the same enemy, but once that enemy's gone, they're all just wasting their turn swinging at air. This game definitely has that. Unfortunately, our damage values are slightly too low for Alina. Alina can almost one-shot pretty much all of these monsters. An Ice Bolt can usually one-shot them. I'm not going to bother fighting Minun. Minun has high defense and ice resist. It's just too hard to kill. It doesn't do any damage, but it's just a waste of time to do anything involving Minun. Yeah, there we go. Now that Alina's level 3, we are getting some one-shots. And Christo's doing decent damage as well. Unfortunately, Bray needed the Ice Bolt for the Crank Gopher that Christo already softened up. Oh, nice crit by Critsto there. Yeah, critical hit rate in this game is 1 in 64 with every character, except for Alina, who's the martial artist. Alina's critical hit rate is her level divided by 256. So she's only going to catch up to the rest of the cast around, what, level 12? And we're going to finish the game with her around level 28, so... Alina starts out weak, but becomes an absolute killing machine before long. Alina and Christo are also used throughout the game. In the old route of the game, we kill Bray after this boss fight that's coming up, and would leave him dead for the whole game. Because after boss fights, your characters who are in the wagon and weren't in the fight just still get the experience anyway. So you would have to sit through level ups on useless characters you weren't going to use anyway. Well, we still kill Bray after the boss fight. He stays dead for almost all of Chapter 2, if not all of it. However, we will leave him up for Chapter 5. Due to some research, I actually don't know who came up with it, but we found out a way to manipulate Bray's AI, to put it simply. Oh, and did I say AI? Here's a weird thing about this game. In all the chapters, you have full control over all of your main cast party members. I can decide what Alina, Christo, and Bray do every turn. When you get to Chapter 5, the only character you can control is the hero, and the entire rest of your team is on the most heinous, bumbling, useless AI. I'm just kidding. They're actually they're pretty good most of the time. Most of the time. The funny thing is, though, there's a Game Genie code you can put in, and it does let you control everyone on your team. The functionality just exists in the game, and all it takes to access it is changing a single value in memory. But for some reason, it was not in the shipped version of the game. Yeah, we get stiletto earrings later on, too. Interesting thing about the tasks. Stiletto earrings can be had as a rare drop from... I forget if it's Plesiosaur or Plesiodon. It's a 1 in 512 chance of dropping, though. And the task gets it. That's how they get stiletto earrings instead of coming up with, what, 8,500 gold? Yeah, I think they're 8,500 gold. And yeah, you can actually get stiletto earrings as soon as you get a boat in Chapter 5. It's just that it's not worth it because Alina's attack power is really low when you first add her to the team, like fresh out of her Chapter 2 level. Once you get some experience, though, yeah. It's kind of nutty. Like, when you can see her strength start shooting up when you're doing the Metal Babble grind. And you'll see Alina going from doing 15 damage twice with stiletto earrings to 35 in just a few levels. It's really insane. This has been kind of a dismal grind. Lots of easy encounters. Metal Slime RNG minute. Oh, yep. You can find Metal Slimes at the end of Chapter 2. So yeah, Chapter 2 is probably the worst part of the speedrun by far. The problem with Chapter 2 is that in order to complete it, you have to win a tournament with Alina, which is a 1v1 gauntlet of 5 opponents, back-to-back. So look at this, 3 escape fails with Minons, and as you can see, they can't do damage even when building up power. So, we spend most of Chapter 2 being underleveled and running away from everything. And then we finally unlock everything. We're finally able to go to the last area, and then we go, okay, great, I have this level 5 Alina, who I have to get to level 11 to be strong enough to win the tournament. So you have to grind. There's 2 approaches. You can go to the Birdsong Tower, which is the second hardest area you can be in, and do your grinding there. Or you can revive Bray and hope you meet a metal slime and kill a metal slime. Which is, you know, obviously faster, but requires some truly stupendous luck, especially when you remember that Alina's crit rate is less than Christo and Bray's. Also, you can't buy a poison needle. Have fun. Okay. Oh, I got upper on Christo, which is what we need for this boss fight. I don't want to take this fight. Yeah, nothing's been found for RNG manip in this game. Just fire it up on an emulator sometime. And, just get into a fight, or, like, even be on the overworld map and just experiment with save state and loading state, and you'll find that waiting by 1 frame will give you a completely different outcome. This game's RNG is insanely complicated. Alright, so the dilemma in this town is there's the old monster on an altar. And they do a good job of making it seem much scarier than the Chapter 1 boss, even as the same sprite. But this is a very easy fight. I don't think I've ever lost this fight. So what we gotta do here is cast Upper on Alina to boost her defense. And we gotta focus down these rabbit hounds. Hopefully it'll work. Because Chameleon Humanoid can cast Heal. Well, luckily Chameleon Humanoid only has 10 MP, so can only cast Heal 3 times. And you have to kill the rabbit hounds first. Oh, right, Chameleon Humanoid has sleep on hit. I forgot about that. Oh, this is very bad news. Oh, Krista wakes up. Oh, we lost Christo. That's kind of annoying. I mean, we need Sap to stick. Oh, right, Bray... I don't think Bray can get attacked, because he's in the back row. So the reason why we kill Bray is because you want 1 corpse on your team in this chapter. I'm not kidding. Enemies have their targeting algorithm is a little weird, where if your middle character is dead, they might target the middle character, and then, oh wow, that rare 4 and 256 crit. Right, you have to kill the rabbit hounds first, because the last enemy you kill determines what item will drop, and Chameleon Humanoid has a 100% chance to drop these life force nuts. So you gotta kill the rabbit hounds first, or else you'll get a medical herb for your drop. Alright, I think this fight is coded for a guaranteed drop. Well, I guess this will save time for not going through Christo's level ups. Oh no, I just have to go revive him. Oh right, you can't save here. Yeah, I didn't finish explaining that. Yeah, if the middle character is dead, the monsters might pick the second one, but then they go, oh, that character's dead, I'll round up to the next closest one. And it always aims to the front row. So basically, when I stick Bray's corpse in the middle, all these enemies are going to always attack Alina, except for orcs, which can just attack anything for some reason. Oh no, Minstrel, please. Life Force nuts. Well, No Nut November just ended. Let's get those Life Force nuts. And this bread. I'm not gonna bother with this fight. We have to do a bit more fighting. We need a little more money. for the next town. We also need to get Bray killed. I guess I should put Bray in front for that. Then we can move him to position 2 after. He doesn't have to be in position 2 when he dies, he just needs to get moved to position 2. Yeah, the RNG here is really bad. Because you gotta win the tournament with Alina. It requires a fair bit of luck. Not just in, like, actually fighting in the tournament, but even... I even take safety saves before... right before Alina hits level 10 and 11. So I can hope for good stat rolls. Poison. Convenient method for killing Bray, yes. Only one ice bowl. Thanks. I'm really hoping to see a carnivorous plant. That's a really good fight to farm. Ah, here we go. Suddenly I feel kind of silly, because this trick won't really work now. Oh, they all changed targets already. Well, Christo cast Upper on himself. I'm not sure if this will work. Okay. This fight may take a long time, because carnivorous plants can summon healers as adds. They can call reinforcements. So we might be stuck in this fight for a long time. But at least we'll get a ton of experience and cash, if so. Ah, here they are. And yes, it requires both of my pitiful characters to take out one healer. Yeah, so every healer that arrives delays me by 1 turn. I just love the way the carnivorous plants look. You know, they kind of look like they're wearing a suit. Like it kind of looks like the main one is their head and the 2 on the side are their arms. Looks like they got the big 80s shoulders. Really, really long Thon's presents carnivore plant fight. Get to hear this awesome battle music a little longer. I love the battle music in this game. It's the best in the series. It's got odd meter. It has probably the first ever crescendo sequenced on the NES sound chip. Okay. Now we stick Bray's coffin in the middle, and we have Immortal Alina, basically. So we gotta do some stuff. We gotta go up here to advance the plot. There's a hostage situation going on, but then they just run away. We are gonna use the inn, but not quite yet. We're gonna do some save scumming first. We're gonna use those life force nuts to boost Alina's max HP. We're also gonna buy chainmail for Alina, sell her silk robe, undress princess briefly, dude, and we're gonna get 5 wings for Christo. So there's a lot of jumping around, a lot of transporting going on in this chapter. Alright, and we're just gonna spend a couple more on healing supplies. Walking into a masquerade and beating people up. We're gonna leave some money just in case I need to pay revive costs and stuff. Okay, so we're gonna take a save here. So we're gonna use these Life Force Nuts, which will boost Alina's max HP by 4, 5, or 6. And Chapter 2 is so punishing and so scary that I actually do want to roll 6 from these, ideally. I won't take a 5. Actually, no. Whenever I see 5, I'm just gonna use the other one. If I get 5, 6, I'll keep that. 5. Alright, I said it. We're gonna safety save. Because we do need that money to revive Christo. We're gonna... half of our 67. Probably can't afford to die more than that. More than once. Okay, so now we have Alina's new max HP. So we're gonna use the inn. Oops. Go up. Alright, so you can meet the thieves at night, and they explain their demands. We want the golden bracelet. Why? I don't know. But the golden bracelet is conveniently in this cave, but they can't get it themselves for some reason, probably because they're cowardly hostage takers, rather than fighters, like us heroes. It's less damage than casting heal, I guess. I kind of thought about taking the fight for a second. Right, while I was running... I was doing a practice run before this marathon, and in one of them I encountered a fight that was a vampire bat and a somna beetle. The vampire bat started out confused, so I got 3 escape fails, but the vampire bat was constantly attacking the somna beetle. The somna beetle put my party to sleep, so I'm just watching this vampire bat fight for me and kill the somna beetle all by itself. And then I just joined in and finished the fight off and helped the vampire bat kill itself. And I was just cackling, laughing the whole time. Dragon Warrior just shows me the strangest stuff, the strangest behavior in JRPGs. Like, if you just think about the context of it, and, like, all the weird stuff that's happening. The other greatest thing I've seen in a Dragon Quest game was when I was speedrunning Dragon Warrior 1, and I was going to Charlock, going to the final castle to finish the game. And I step onto the sandy island, and a warlock surprises me. I'm level 19. Like, this thing would be a fair fight for me at level 9 or 10, but level 19, this warlock steps up to me, gets the surprise round, puts me to sleep, casts hurt 5 times, and then runs away. And the longest you can be asleep is 6 turns in a row. So I was stuck asleep the whole time, watching this warlock cast hurt, which is way better than physical attacking, by the way. And then he runs away, and I just thought, that guy really wants his holiday bonus from his boss. Really, working really hard. Yeah. Brave Sir Robin ran away. No! Yeah, I mean, being a hero is a hazardous job. You gotta do what it takes to make it to the next workday, get that next paycheck. Oh, okay. Should've played around it. 3 escape fails. Okay, we're almost there. We just gotta make it to the golden bracelet and then death warp out of here. I don't know what the deal with the golden bracelet is. It's mentioned again in the script. We're gonna see it mentioned again in the speedrun, but at the same time, it's like, why? It's kind of like the secret of evolution, or it's more like the apple of enlightenment being brought up in Earthbound. It's like, wait, what's the Apple of Enlightenment? You just kind of mention it and expect us to think it's important? Alright, got that bracelet. We're gonna strip down again. Don't you mug monsters for money? Yeah, sometimes, but we're a little underleveled for that. It's like something I read somewhere. This libertarian was like, the non-aggression pact is not about non-aggression. It just means do not start a fight unless you know you will win. How awful. Okay, I gotta squint at my notes here. Okay. I should probably safety save, actually, because I have no money. So if I die, that means I gotta get into a fight to pay to revive Christo. Yes, we're continuing. Okay, walk to Bazaar. Right, so we got the golden bracelet, but like I said, the thieves only show up at night. So we gotta do some stuff to kill time until nighttime. We gotta walk to the next place that we're gonna warp to a couple times. Ooh, poison. Yeah, there's definitely poison in Chapter 2. It's very annoying. Christo does learn the antidote spell, but we're not going to be getting any more experience on Christo, so... Well, I mean, we might. No, wait, we definitely will. We're going to need Christo's help to do some grinding with Alina later on in this chapter. We just got to take care of all the plot stuff first. And yes, it's faster to save it all till the end, rather than, why don't we just play the game, play Chapter 2 casually, and just level while you walk around? I mean, I'm not just gonna dismissively say, how about no, but all the good experiences at the end of this chapter. Oh yeah, we have to talk to Beardyguard. Wing to Santeem. So we're gonna do the same thing we did in Chapter 1 and just walk on the roof until it's dark. Because you won't get encounters. Should be 27 times. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. Not quite. Okay, now back to Freenor. Oh yeah, that's definitely a thing, Whiskcake. It's just that money has been routed rather well now. We don't need to bring a ton of stuff on Tulun, so that cuts down on Chapter 3 time now. Here's the princess! Bye! Chapter 2 of this game has some interesting social commentary, for sure. Turn your bracelet, in, save, use seeds. Do I need to end? No, I don't. I actually don't. I do, however, need to save. We gotta do more saves coming for good seeds for Alina. So yeah, like I said, you can't transfer gold from chapter to chapter, but you can buy stuff, and then vendor that stuff. Things sell for 75% of retail in this game. I might accept a 2 for the agility seed here. Just like Dragon Warrior 1, agility actually affects your defense power. If I get a 3 from the strength seed, I'll keep it. Two. I don't like. I'll accept a 2-3. You gotta get 3 on the strength seed. That's non-negotiable. 1. Yeah, 2 points of agility increases your defense power by 1. Although having good agility means Alina will be more likely to outturn Rorik in round 2 of the tournament, which can save you an herb. It helps. It definitely helps. Oh. Samson laughs at your low strength. It's true. Samson's got way too much defense. I think I'm gonna save again, because I have a feeling I'll be transferring that strength seed a lot of times otherwise. Two. No can do. One. There we go. Okay. I am gonna save again, actually. Again, because, oh, right. We're doing some dangerous walking. Got an empty spot in Alina's inventory, that's all good. Well, I'm gonna give the Thief's Key to Christo, because we need that out of, and we need this out of Alina's inventory eventually as well. Okay, now we're gonna wing to the bazaar and walk to a new area, finally. We're gonna walk to my most hated area of this entire run, known as Birdsong Tower. So that guy in the bazaar who said, Alina, return to Santine Castle, your dad's in trouble. The trouble is, he can't speak. Became mute all of a sudden. And you learn that you can restore his voice with something called Birdsong Nectar, which can be found in this tower. But there's a Thief's Key door in front of the tower, keeping it locked, so you need to give the golden bracelet to the bandits, and they'll give you a Thief's Key in exchange for the golden bracelet. So, yeah, that's why we had to give them the golden bracelet. Oops. Persona 5 fusions. That sounds more like SMT Nocturne fusions. Or maybe SMT 4 fusions. I've actually started a playthrough of SMT Nocturne on hard mode, and that game's brutal. How goes the run? I don't know, it's about average. This is our first try on Birdsong Tower. Sorrow Shadow took 2 tries. So if this is the first try Birdsong Tower, I'm on a great pace. Although I am fully prepared for just horrible misery, bad luck in Chapter 2. Like 3 escape fails. Luckily the Grizzly Sabers didn't cut down Alina in time, but whew. Even like 32 out of 48 is already playing it dangerously. But I mean, Christo only has so much MP. I guess we're carrying some herbs. I should have more herbs, actually. Yeah, all the enemies in Birdsong Tower are super dangerous. Like, Pteranodons can cast Fireball, these butterfly dragons can cast Heal and emit fireballs. Yeah, like the Pteranodon will either peck you for no damage, or cast Fireball, and, like, that's enough to two-shot your whole team. And Spectet is harmless and will just cast Iron Eyes and sit there and watch while invincible. The world needs more Spectets. Don't be like Pteranodon, be like Spectet. Peck. Okay, well now I can justify casting Heal on Alina. And yeah, Birdsong Tower is made a little more dangerous because we do go to that little side room there to get a Strength Seed for Alina, very important. You gotta have lots of strength on Alina to stand a chance at the tournament. But we also need the 1200 gold, which we need to buy the Iron Claw, the best in slot weapon for Alina for Chapter 2. The Iron Claw costs 1500. There's actually a chest in the Golden Bracelet Cave with 360 gold, so we'll be good there. Christo is bolted. Uh-oh. Two-shot the whole team, like I said. Yeah, they can't afford to lose half of 1200. It's an instant reset. Oops. I'll worry about cleaning up Alina's inventory later. Birdsong Tower, everybody. Seeing Grizzly Sabers is always so bittersweet for me. Because if you're not going to grind Alina using Metal Slimes, the other way to do it is to come back to Birdsong Tower and fight Grizzly Sabers. Because Grizzly Sabers can call reinforcements for more Grizzly Sabers. And all they can do is basic attack, so you just cast upper on Alina and just watch them whiff, maybe do 1 damage. However, they can perform terrible blows, so you might see Alina get crit for 35 or 40 damage, so you have to be careful while grinding on Grizzly Sabers. So I want to see them when I come back here the second time. I guess they're not bad on the first time either, because they're not very dangerous. At least this game is merciful enough to not have every enemy attack if you fail to escape. Uh-oh. Alright, no Christo. I mean, Christo has made it to the top on his own. We'll see if Alina can get there alone. I'm not defeatist enough to reset right now, just because I lost 1 character. Honestly, the encounter rate gets a lot lower once you get to the top 2 floors. So if you can get past the early part, you might get all the way. Flythrope is a reference to lycanthrope, which is another word for a werewolf. A human who changes into a wolfman. So all them flythropes are just basically Baxter Stockman. The fly. I can't imagine how you even do most of these fights, even casually. Like, I'm just trying to picture, like, alright, Alina, Christo, and Bray come in here, they're all level 7, fully geared up. And then a bunch of Pteranodons... Oh yeah, these Razorwinds can cast Infernos, by the way. Also do about 10 damage, 10 to 15 damage to everyone in your party. Or maybe more like 8 to 13. Uh-oh. Oh no, not like this, we're almost there. Oh! Uh-oh. We got no more healing. Just get there on 2 HP. One more staircase. One more step! Oh, we made it! We made it with Solo Alina! Second try Birdsong, I will definitely take that. Just gotta take this wing from Christo. So yeah, you don't want to talk to the king, you want to use the Birdsong Nectar on him, and he goes un. Finally, your boomer daddy is grateful for something, instead of just being mad and controlling all the time. You place Alina's safety in Christo's hands? Well, I'm gonna place... Alright, we got a wing to Freenor now, right? Yeah. I guess we'll use the end just for Alina. Okay, boomer. Alright, so let's revive Christo. I believe that reviving Christo will restore his MP. You should go from 16 to 19 MP. We'll find out after I save. So my next split just says, Chapter 2 done, and is 54 minutes away. Got a bit of a grind ahead of us. Yeah, it did restore Christo's MP. Perfect. So I didn't have to revive Christo, then go to the inn. Alright. Now I can fix Alina's inventory. These enemies are actually appropriate for my level. I think I have that one antidote herb. Okay, do I need the wing from here? Probably not. Yeah, there's a wing in this cave, but it'll take so long to get. Walking on a seam for like a new dark area almost always gets you in an encounter. Alright, now we got enough money for the Iron Claw. I forgot that these things had poison on hit. Why did I take this fight? My journey to Endor just became a lot more stressful. Unless Christo learns Antidote right now. Nope. Whatever. Okay, poison only does 1 damage every 5 steps. It's not a lot. However, the encounters on the way to Endor are even scarier than Birdsong Tower. Well, I guess the enemies themselves aren't. You can find Razor Winds there. But I think the only thing that can actually kill you fast would be skeletons. Well, actually, they don't kill you fast. They always cast defense and then attack, and that's their attack pattern. They just alternate lower defense, swing, every turn. Unfortunately, I think that's the only time we go in a transporter in the run. Oh, hello. A keeper? What you got? What?! That was a 6 in 256 chance! Now if I die on the way and lose half my money, I'm gonna be really conflicted. Because I need that money for the Iron Claw, but I got a Metal Slime in. Wow! Well, suddenly I'm on pace to PB. 3 strength? Vitality seems to influence how much HP you get on that level up. Wow, so I got what? I got a level 9 Alina already? Level 10 is at 1500. Or no, 1800. 1870, according to my notes. It's 1870X. I don't know what the ones digit needs to be precisely. Oh, High Spirits, thank you for the lore. I actually kept 5-6 for Life Force Nuts on Alina. I'm 1 HP lower than where I should be, based on usual speedrunning standards. And Crystal learned Antidote. Yoink! You got 61 HP at level 6? That seems a bit low. You should be in the 80s by level 11. Level 11 is when we take on the tournament. Oh, another one, why not? Oh, I ran away. Still, that's a lot less dangerous than every other encounter I could get. Okay, press up, thank you. So we gotta use the inn to make it daytime. Gotta deal with that. Alright, we gotta talk to the king. Sell plus other stuff, buy 2 things. Yeah, this chapter has a weird premise at the end. Something that kind of bothered me as a kid. It's like, hey, I said the winner of this tournament can marry my daughter, the princess. I regret what I promised. So, Alina, I need you to win the tournament. It's like, wait, you mean the princess can't marry the princess? And it just seems more and more quaint as the years go by. But like I said, it's social commentary from the early 90s. And from Dragon Quest, of all things, which is about as normie as it gets in terms of culture. This is a series that is not trying to push the envelope in terms of narrative or commentary, usually. It's just bad guy, which is analog for the forces of hell, wants to do a thing. Let's buy some herbs, I guess. And yes, we have to walk out of here, because I think you hit your head on the ceiling if you use wings. We're gonna go out to the right, actually, so we can hit up the item shop. Let's fix up people's inventories. We can load up Bray with fairy water, because, well, you need someone to bring fairy water to Chapter 5. Let's not sell Christo's sword yet. Yes, I did change my mind. I need more wings, actually. We'll save the fairy water for the end. Can't afford fairy water. Leah has 1717 experience. Okay. So we're gonna save and do more saves coming. Eat good nuts and good strength seed for Alina. Oh, I see. Yeah, I am gonna have 67 after I roll 6 on this Life Force Nuts. Champ. Yeah, I got 2 levels to go. So 1870. Should I just do a fight outside of Endor? Because if a big fight outside of Endor can get 100 experience. Yeah, it might just be easier to grind in Endor right now, rather than do Grizzly Sabers. Because, like, my notes say kill 28 Grizzly Sabers, but that's assuming starting from level 6. Starting from level 9, how many would I need to kill for about 200 experience? Yeah, I'm gonna go fight outside of Endor anyway. Because I want to be close to here so I can save. And yes, we're gonna save again. Because we're gonna do some saves coming for this level 10. Make sure this level 10 has a good strength roll. Oh yeah, what's Alina's strength right now? 34. Oh yikes. I want 44 ideally at level 11. My strength seems very low, actually. Alina is just on fire here. And I even forgot to equip the Iron Claw. There we go. Yeah, I hope the grind here goes well, because I want to buy a Morning Star for Christo to... Oh, there we go. +4 strength. I will take that. Okay, so the next level 11 is at 2800 experience. Oh, I'll just take this surprise round on a Metal Slime. 2 damage already? Oh, I escaped. What? This is crazy. Another Metal Slime. And it escaped. This is some marathon teasing. I don't think I saw very few Metal Slimes when I was doing my practice runs. I should still cast Upper on Alina, I think. Unless... no way, Christo's gonna outturn Alina. Well, it seems like 1 Alina and 2 Christo hits is enough to kill a Razorwind. Oh, I was wrong. Razorwind is super tanky. That was 4 strength I got, right? Yeah, okay, so I just need a really good strength roll for level 11. I think we'll be okay. We got decent HP as well. Armor Scorpions. This is a good fight. These things give good experience. Yeah, the other thing about killing Grizzly Sabers is you get a lot of money from killing them too. So you get level 9 on Alina, you come back, and then you can buy a Morning Star on Christo right away. Although now that I got a Metal Slime, I'm gonna have a lot less money. I'm gonna buy an Iron Shield for Christo instead. Something I've learned, you want to get an Iron Shield on Christo right away in Chapter 5. You also want to get an Iron Shield on Tulun, or on Ragnar right away. So what I usually do is, at the end of Chapter 2, I'll take my leftover money, and I'll buy an Iron Shield for Christo, and, well, Tulun carries an Iron Shield at the end of Chapter 5 as well, to safely walk to the cave to exit Chapter 3. We'll see if we can also afford the Morning Star, but I think because I got the Metal Slime, and that's a lot less money. Yeah, thanks for explaining, High Spirits. Yeah, basically, enemy targeting for most enemies, they'll see the dead character in the middle and get confused and just round up to the nearest available position, and it always rounds up to Alina in the front. So I don't have to worry about any defensive gear for Christo. Christo just casts Upper on Alina and she's invincible. Only have to worry about spells at that point. Uh-oh. Surprise round! Nice agility there, Christo. Hope I don't get terrible blowed. Yeah, when Christo has a Morningstar, these Armor Scorpion fights go a lot faster. Because you got Alina doing... Like, Crystal would be doing about... he does at least 12. Yeah, I think he does like 12 to 20 with Morningstar. It's a really good weapon. Costs $12.50 though. I'm trying to think if I can sell the Iron Claw and pay for Iron Shield. I'm trying to remember like how much of Chapter 5. Alina doesn't really use the Iron Claw that much. Like, you give her a Staff of Punishment to toss around for damage. I don't even know if, like, would she basic attack with her fists, or would she just always fling the Staff of Punishment? This might be something fun to try out on this run in particular. What's Alina's experience? 2338. No, Christo's out of MP. Let's go heal. I'm just gonna buy the Iron Shield for Christo right now. Because by the time we hit 1250 gold, the grind will be over. We're gonna spend our excess cash on Fairy Waters for Bray. Mule some Fairy Water into Chapter 5 for the big metal power-up to her. And I don't mean, like, metal slimes. This is referring to, small metals. Mini-metals, I guess they're called in other games. Morningstar Christo is also pretty effective at taking out healers. Turns out Copper Sword Christo at this level can barely do it. Rogue Knights can also do terrible blows. It's funny, it's like the devs knew about the glitch, about rounding up with a coffin in the middle. So they just said, oh, let's just make half the enemies in Chapter 2 able to do terrible blows and inflict poison on hit and cast damage spells. Like, it's helpful to have Dead Bray in the middle, but it's not a cure-all. Doesn't make the whole chapter free. Dead Bray won't help Alina win a tournament. Good old bonking sound in these games. Ooh. Does surround work on these? I think it's like 50%. Doesn't work, doesn't work. Great. Oof. This is Christo's party now. Look, I'm wearing blue and green. I'm the hero, right? Christo's awesome. He kind of is like a smaller version of the hero. I should probably equip that Iron Shield on Christo just in case something like that happens again. Let's save while we're here, actually. Because we're kind of close to level 11. Might come save again once we get closer. $25.51. How about we completely overshoot it? 1 damage. Two damage. Oh, waste of time! That's 2 metal slimes that have gotten away with 1 HP so far. Christo being clutch. Okay, we're about 200 experience away. Oh, these scorpions are just slow. Christo always outturns them, I guess. Now, if Christo had Morningstar, like, Alina plus Christo with Morningstar always is enough to kill the Scorpion. These fights are going to take twice as many turns, but hey, we're still way ahead because of that Metal Slime kill. If I can get through the tournament in 1 or 2 tries, I'm definitely on PB pace. Ooh. Hey, definitely softened up for Alina here. Or not? I guess Scorpions have regen? Yeah, enemies in the early Dragon Warrior games have an invisible HP regen. Well, not all of them do, but bosses have regen taking place behind the scenes. It's something I learned when I did a solo hero challenge in Dragon Warrior 3. I took on the Orochi once I learned Heal All, and the fight took probably half an hour, and I had the No Mask equipped for 400 defense. I must have done over 30,000 damage to the Orochi before it finally went down. Then I got to boss troll, and I couldn't kill it at all, so I leveled up more until I learned Lightning. Then I cast Lightning on it 3 times, and it died. So that's when I learned the enemies either have a shield or some kind of passive regen going on. Or steadily attacking for a small amount of damage might look impressive, but doesn't actually work. You gotta get in there and cleave through to overcome their regen. Alright, so hopefully I gained at least 4 strength on Alina with this level up. Oof. I was hoping Christo would roll a little higher. Oh, this is 2800 flat. 4 strength. 4 agility. Yeah, not great gains for HP. Well, we'll try the tournament a couple times. It probably won't be good enough, though. Oh, I think I have to use the inn. The tournament's not going on at nighttime. I guess I could reset the console and then copy my save game. Well, it's too late for that, but like next time I reset, copy the save file. So we've only got 42 strength. HP is on the low side as well. I think I have a maxed out inventory now. That is correct. Alright, here we go. Let's just casual first try tournament. I'm 29 minutes ahead of my splits right now. 77 HP. That's low. Should have above 80. Okay, I guess it would be 78 if I took the better nuts. Hun, the classic jobber. Now we're gonna see if that +3 on the agility seed was worth for Rorik. If I can outturn Rorik at the right time, that should save me an herb. Because yeah, having to stop to heal versus Rorik really sucks. Because it's kind of like the herb you gotta use is only half effective. Yeah, it looks like he's outturning me every turn. And my strength is too low that I don't think I can get it in one more attack. Ooh! Alright, up next is Vivian, who's a caster, and I have super secret tech versus Vivian. So I'm pretty sure Vivian always uses Ice Bolt on round 1. However, Vivian has a chance to use Fireball on turn 2. So I'm gonna block on turn 2. Ooh, okay. Because yeah, if she uses Fireball, that costs a lot of MP for her, so if I block her Fireball, then I'm wasting a lot of her MP. Yeah, still took damage. Trying to read this emote. I can't read Hiragana, though. Alright, so here's the true beefgate of the tournament, Samson. I think our stats are too low to stand a chance against Samson. I think we'll need a crit to prevail against Samson. Samson can also use herbs sometimes, and sometimes outturn you, by the way. So you kind of want to get him to half, and then just try to Zerg Rush till the end. Because if you have to stop to heal, he might heal. Yeah, I gotta outturn him to stand a chance. No. Okay, we'll try the tournament one more time, and then I'm gonna hit reset and hope for a better level 11. I didn't save, so it costs a lot of time to buy all these herbs again and try the tournament again that way rather than just hitting reset. Oh yeah, it would say nice Kaishin, right? I recognize the last letter was N. Yeah, Alina got a 6 in 256 crit chance on a metal slime as soon as we stepped onto the continent of Endor. Oh. Forgot you respawn at 1 HP. I'm so sad that if I had to get a crit, it had to be on myself. Yeah, I can't read that. Fastest tournament run ever! Alina walks out with a sprained ankle, trips on a rock and dies. I like how this tournament music got brought back in Dragon Quest XI. Actually, this battle music was used in that part of the game, too. Yeah, I got better damage rolls this time. Yeah, that's... Glass Joe got 1 win. It was probably on Hun. Fireball on turn 1. Oh, that can happen, eh? Well, she's not going to use Fireball more than once, that's for sure. Vivian took my idea. Blocked. Okay, well if I attack, she's gonna try to heal more, not have enough MP. Do a basic attack. I've never seen Vivian use Fireball on turn 1. She usually goes for that on turn 2. Yeah, I think I've got 1 more herb. I don't know if it's gonna help me beat Samson, though. In my last practice run, I got a crit on Samson and just first tried the tournament. No big deal. Heard me talking about the super secret tech. Ah! Samson healed! It's over. It's so over. Oh, I've got 1 more herb. I'm gonna have to use it. Samson drops 1 more herb, which is what I'm gonna have to rely on for Lingwar. And I gotta outturn Samson. Nope. Yeah, screw these stats. Let's pray for a better level 11. Yep, this is at 2773. This is 1 fight away from level 11. So we got 4 strength last time. I don't think I've ever seen gaining 5 strength from a single level, though. You gotta think quickly in all these fights. Speedrunning this game is more about the macro than the micro decisions, I think. It was 3 points. 5 agility. Better vitality roll. 1 less strength doesn't feel good, but we got way better vitality. Let's try it out, I guess. Strength. I don't know how far away level 12 is. I might have to do level 12. Yeah, we'll give this Alina 1 or 2 chances at the tournament, and if that doesn't work out, I think we'll just go straight to level 12. It sucks. It's gonna eat up a lot of time. But I guess we're ahead because of the metal slime. I don't know how long it'll take to get to level 12, honestly. But I mean, it's a marathon. We gotta finish within estimate. You gotta do whatever it takes. This is why speedrunning this game is so awful. To get a nice PB, you have to get a first try chapter 1, and you have to try to get through chapter 2 really quick. Which means you gotta get a crit on Samson, not on Hunt. Yeah, 2 more HP is not gonna matter. Well, I got 5 agility instead of 4, so maybe that gives me 1 more point of defense? Well, does that even help, though? Maybe the extra agility will help me outturn Samson when he's about to kill me. But apparently I can't even outturn Rorik most of the time. Oh, I outturned him there. YOLO! Oh, Xaxes! That doesn't count. This is slower than using the inn facility. Need to be careful. I'm going for really greedy strats on Rorik because I know how unlikely it is for me to... Like, I need to get through Rorik with 1 herb, not 2. It's the only way I'm gonna get through Samson. So of course I have to go for a really risky, try to outturn Rorik strategy right there. Hun's the other martial artist and he's the worst combatant. I think they're trying to send a message. Don't enter a tournament if you're martial artist class. And that's exactly what Alina is doing. Juke. Well, gonna have to use an herb during this fight now. Princesses on the other end. Princess is a winning class, I hear. I don't know if there's a reason to parry Vivian. She's gonna cost me 1 herb no matter what I do. She's gonna have enough to heal more? Oh, ouch. She didn't use Firebell, so she had enough to heal more. But now she has 0 MP. So now I just get basic attacks. I like how Vivian blocks. Makes you feel bad for beating up Vivian. So I guess that Ice Bolt I blocked was the 5 damage off max that I didn't have. Yeah, see, like, oh, I got 2 more max HP this time, and then I'm at 75 out of 79, so it just literally doesn't matter. I just have 1 less strength. It's the same Samson gatekeeping me out of here, but now I have 1 less strength. Oh, the crit! We have a chance! We have a chance. 11 in 256 chance. Okay. So now we have Lingwar, which is not a conventional opponent. You can get the Mirror of Ra in the casino to see which Lingwar is the real one. The real one. And then the Lingwar splits again. Alright, so my personal superstition for Lingwar here. There's 1 real Lingwar and 3 fake ones. My superstition is to attack the previous Lingwar. So it was Lingwar C last time, so I'm going to attack C. So it was B this time. We're going to attack B again. Oh, that was Lingwar A, so I guess I'll just attack Lingwar A for the rest of the fight. Oh no. Maybe go for D? Nope, it was actually A this time. I think High Spirits has a, Lingwar command. So yeah, Lingwar does very low damage and only has 60 HP. So you should kill it in only 3 swings. It's just a matter of actually getting those hits in. If Lingwar builds up power, you want to... Well, they say you want to attack the same one. If Lingwar moves position, it won't keep the power boost. You can think of it as, like, delivering punishment to Lingwar for successfully landing a charged-up hit on you. Oh, there's our 2 hits on Lingwar. We just need 1 more, and we're through the tournament. Oh, I've got another herb. I can still save time here. I'm still 12 minutes ahead of my splits. Just need to hit Lingwar 1 more time. 1 more time. Oh no. No, I'm gonna be heartbroken if I lose. I've only got 2 more chances. We did it! Oh, we did it! We got through the tournaments! We got through sub 2 hours! I'm so happy. Oh. It's never explained why Necrosaro left early. There's a lot of plot holes in this game. I like this game a lot, but the plot is just awful. My superstition of attacking the same Lingwar every time did not work out. Okay, so there's a strange force that prevents us from using wings inside Endor, so we actually do have to go by this place. We're gonna fill Bray's inventory up with holy water, or it's called holy water in the Japanese version. It actually functions differently. You can throw it at enemies to deal 5 points of true damage to them, which makes grinding metal babbles really easy in the Japanese version, but it doesn't work in the North American version. Yeah, fairy water is like your repels in Pokemon, prevents you from getting in encounters with weak monsters. The neat thing is if you have an NPC like Healy, who, you know, an NPC with a question mark for a level up, the game does take that into calculations for what your level is. And I guess we'll just sink our money into this chainmail. It says right in my notes, always attack previous Lingwar. Oh, right, he was busy kidnapping Santeem. But there was no reply, and then Chapter 2 ended. These questions are never answered, as far as the speedrun script is concerned. Someone told me there's a monster in Dire Palace who says, "Oh, I feel bad for what happened to the people of Santeem." But that still doesn't explain what happened to them. Alright, here comes the part where NESCAR's viewers get really hype. It's time for capitalism! They scream and shout, jumping up and down. But I have a different interpretation of this chapter. Sure, the chapter begins with Taloon waking up, but he doesn't just wake up. On his way to work, Taloon decides today is the day to get woke. Just turns away from his boss. Alright, everybody, sing with me. Sing Taloon's theme. Breakable union. Oh no, I got into an encounter right away. Way to ruin the mood, giant worm. World record profiteer. Capitalism ho! Yeah, that's Reciteer. Much cuter than this game, right? So yeah, we grab that herb for safety, because all we got is basic clothes for armor. And I've never had such awful run luck. Normally Chapter 3 is not this dangerous, I assure you. Normally I just get to sing the USSR anthem the whole way to this, yeah, you can walk up to there and it's like, there's a switch, do you want to press it? And then the waterfall carries you all the way to the stairs at the same speed as walking. So really it's just eating 2 seconds to get through the dialogue box. There's no encounters on these floors either. Alright, so on this faithful day, Taloon opens this chest and finds his first piece of starting capital, the chain sickle. Alright, we're just gonna patrol up here. We need to get an encounter. We're gonna death warp out of here. So, the purpose of this cave is to get the iron safe. Oh, nice crit, Taloon! Damn! That's exactly what I needed. I actually typed the English translation of the lyrics of the USSR anthem in my speedrun notes, and I didn't even get to sing them. I'm so livid. So the chain sickle's a good weapon in its own right, but Taloon's not a warrior, he's a merchant. He's not about fighting. Taloon, this is a completely pacifist chapter, the way we do it in the speedrun. Going out there getting injured, this stuff's for chumps. That's for the 9-to-5ers. That ain't me. Taloon decides to break the system and become an anarcho-capitalist. He's gonna take this chain sickle, which is oddly enough shaped like a GTX 1080, and decides to just start printing money in his backyard, you know, filling Ethereum smart contracts and all this stuff. Oh my goodness. I used the herb and the lunch and I might get wiped out before I even make it to Von Malmo. Malmo is a real place in Sweden, I believe. Okay, we made it. So to show our commitment to pacifism, we're gonna sell our chain sickle. We're gonna buy 5 wings and 1 herb. I believe that's 125 plus 8. Yep. Okay, so if we do this right, we should get the merge. Oh, I did get a merge. Right on. These purple sprites, they just want to combine all the time. We can't stop it. Okay, now we got some Metal Gear type stuff. Now we're gonna wing to Von Malmo. Again, walk on the roof till night. This is the last time we do this in the run. The next time we need darkness, well, it'll either be dark when we get there, or we'll have the lamp of darkness so we can make it nighttime. Oh, that would have been a good time to sing the Yoshi's Island theme, I mean. No, I'm not radicalized and talking about this on Twitch. Not me, no sir. Okay. I gotta heal at some point. I guess that's what it's for. Now we're gonna wing back to Lakanaba, to the hometown. I wonder if being the weapon shop guy over the counter influenced me as a kid. Sitting behind there is comparatively a lot more boring than cleaving monsters, right? Alright, here's our companion for Chapter 3. We got this dog. You're supposed to return the dog, but you really don't have to. You can hire mercenaries in Endor. You can hire, what's his name? Laurent? Yeah, Laurent the Troubadour, who's a well-rounded caster. And you can hire Strom, who has an iron spear. But Strom says, "Get rid of that dog. I hate dogs." Oh, oops. How come the only options are buy, sell, and exit? Where's Toke? Why won't he give me a hit of that big bagpipe he's carrying? Yeah, Tulun is about to seize the means of gold piece production. About halfway through this chapter. Through rather illicit means. So yeah, you hear rumors about a fox village and people getting lost in it, and if you go here, that path at the south there just wraps around left to right forever, so you have to go into the village, stay at the end, you wake up, everything's gone. So you need to bring this dog to solve the conundrum. Yeah, full plate armor. There's our GTX 2080 now. Now we're really printing money. And the real reason is so we can rescue this architect from the Lotus Eaters so he can repair a bridge. Although in a stunning moment of the violation of causality, the bridge is only fixed once I talk to the king about the bridge being fixed. Oh, I'm supposed to wing to Von Malmo. Lol, got an extra wing now. Alright. Supposed to buy herbs too. That seems like a waste of inventory space though. Alright, so we're gonna sell the clothes off our back because I just love having naked characters. Now, this guy buys armor for well over retail. I keep getting nice rolls on the full plate. My notes just say get 2300 plus, but I seem to get 25 or more every time. We are going to save here, though. This is a safety save. Can't afford to die and lose half our money on this short walk to Endor. Oh, oops. I pressed B. I didn't have fairy water going, so it's fine. If I had fairy water on, resetting would turn off the fairy water flag. Crypto mining and Dragon Quest log. Good start. Maybe I should have bought that herb. I can't believe I walked to Von Malmo. That's like rookie mistake. Now my inventory is gonna have too many wings in it. I think? Well... That's one charming thing about this game is they brought back a lot of the Chapter 1 enemies for Chapter 3. So you can get a sense of, oh, I'm as strong as these enemies. And then Chapter 4 has completely different enemies. Okay, so I gotta go to the inn to make it daytime. We gotta buy some armor for Tulun, because we're gonna go into a cave, and we're gonna need defense. Oh, I can almost afford that bronze armor. I guess I could sell one of my wings? Oh, one short! Fine, I'll sell my herb. Anything else? Oh, I'm supposed to have... Oops, I'm supposed to get a wooden hat. Oh well. I think I forgot the wooden hat in one of my test runs, and I found that it didn't actually matter for defense in most cases. I think chat is behaving. I'm making chat behave. We're just causing geopolitical strife, no big deal. Like a true capitalist. I mean, it's not like I'm causing a coup or anything. Oh wait. Use my wing here?
So cute!
Use letter on princess, wing to Von Malmo.
Sorry.
And I'm not gonna have another wing to wing back to Endor, but that's fine. We'll just get suited up, and the enemies shouldn't bother us at all, pretty much. Oh, oops. No, don't talk to him. We gotta use the Royal Scroll on him. So yeah, we're just arranging a political marriage here. This King of Von Malmo is a very, very warlike, very mean guy. But in terms of Dragon Quest, he really doesn't affect us very much. You're the cute dog? Tov. Tov is a pretty cute dog, I guess. I forgot to point out, like, when Tom gives you his dog, Tov, and he says, Tov, always obey Tulun. And I just thought, wow, okay, so the writers do know how to address plot holes. That's the only plot hole in this game that's sealed up. Turns out something called the Secret of Evolution is involved in this game's plot, and it's something the bad guys use. Which, you know, given the way creationism being taught in schools was a hot topic in the early 2000s, and that this game has very overt Christian heaven versus hell overtones. That's kind of a weird feeling. And these sandmasters are glass cannons. I guess they can cleave through my defense if I don't have a wooden hat. There is one herb in this cave that I can pick up halfway through, though. Right, so we're going in this cave. What you're supposed to do is hire mercenaries to make this cave much more manageable for fighting all these enemies and stuff, but as you saw, we just used that starting capital of full plate armor and got, you know, we got best in slot, other than me forgetting to buy a wooden hat. Got the best armor Tulun can have, and even at level 1, these enemies can't even scratch me. So I can just kind of run from everything. I think I want to get this wing. It'll be useful somewhere. Oh, yeah. Two metal slimes, but Tulun is a pacifist. Honestly, the metal slimes would just kill me. Yeah, the Secret of Evolution is like the apple of enlightenment of this game. It's like, where did that come from? Actually, it does come from somewhere. It's mentioned in Chapter 4, which will be upon us before we know it. I probably won't have time to explain it during Chapter 4, so I guess I'll just talk about it while I'm wandering around in this cave that's full of items. In Chapter 4, you play as the twin sisters, Nara and Mara, known as Minya and Minya, I think, in Japanese? Or Mania. Minya and Mania. I always forget which is which. I'll never forget which is Nara and which is Mara, but I can always forget which of those. The Metal Slimes feel being ran from. Metal Babbles in Dragon Warrior 2 get fled from all the time. One of the most dangerous enemies in the game, right there. Anyway, Nara and Mara are twin spellcasters. One's a healer and one's a black mage. And yeah, just think how much experience the Metal Slimes get if they actually defeat heroes. Put yourself in their non-existent shoes. Anyway, Nara and Mara are spellcasters, and in Chapter 4, I was... Like, growing up, I thought, I don't want to play a beefcake hero with a sword and every spell at my disposal. I want to play as wizards. And Chapter 4 will tell you why that's a horrible idea. So you start as two squishy sisters, whose dad was an alchemist who apparently discovered the Secret of Evolution. And his apprentice, Balzac, was evil and wanted to exploit it. And so the Secret of Evolution is something that is exploited by the bad guys in this game. Although, again, it's all pretty vague. I mentioned how, like, the golden bracelet comes up later. And in Chapter 5, some little minion teleports in and says, "It said the golden bracelet amplifies the evil force!" Like, what? So these random bandits end up giving it to monsters somewhere along the way? What do you mean? This game's trying to insinuate that criminals are monsters? Criminality is just merely the opposite of the law, and law is not necessarily moral, pro tip. Slavery was illegal. Well, it's illegal now. Slavery was legal at one point, just saying. Alina couldn't marry the princess in 1993, just saying. Uh-oh. That Let me through! Oh no! I gotta... Actually, this isn't a big loss, because I'm not carrying any money. I don't need money, I'm one character, so I just come back to life. And I hit the switch, so I can just take the shortcut from the entrance of that there cave. Actually, it kind of sucks, because I lost 380 gold, and now I'm gonna have 190 gold less. Because that 760 gold chest I picked up, it's like, yeah, I pick it up knowing that I'm gonna die and only get to keep half of it. But now I'm only gonna get to keep a quarter of it. Yes, that's correct. The series used to be called Dragon Warrior because TSR had an RPG book called Dragon Quest, I think. Like, the name was taken by something in the US at the time. And then TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast, and they don't really exist anymore. So yeah, we're gonna leave that chest alone. If you walk into this cave in Chapter 5, it loads the same cave from memory, and all the same chests will still be closed. Well, 5 and 6 got re-released on DS, eventually. Yeah, people still really like Dragon Quest III. I don't like it as much as most people, but it's awesome. It's still a solid game. 4, 5, and 9 are my favorite in the series. 8 and 11 are great, too. Ah, they got the sap off! Why didn't I save? I should have banked my gold. Should have invested it in something. Yeah, I've got room in my inventory. Oh, this is shameful. 191? What can I even buy? I can't even buy a Thorn Whip. Right, no armor shop. Gotta go to the weapon shop. Yeah, I got room in my inventory. I can just buy that copper sword. I could have bought the boomerang, rip. Yeah, 11's a little weird, because it has a SMT-style combat where your character's turn comes up and they can decide what to do immediately. But in the rest of the games, you have to queue up what all 4 characters of you do and then watch how it unfolds. So I have no idea what agility even does in Dragon Quest XI. I mean, I guess it affects turn order, but everyone is getting their turn eventually, right? Like, oh, my agility goes up, so I'm gonna jump ahead in the turn order, but everyone's still getting their turn. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe if you have a big enough agility differential, you'll get, like, you know, you have 4 guys on your team versus 1 boss, you might get 6 actions before the boss gets theirs. I don't really know. Three escape fails. Good thing it's only a worthless Elifrover. Elifrover is a great name. There's so many great enemy names in this game. Now that I'm stuck in this cave for a while longer, I should just, like, gush about why I love this game so much. I actually haven't played the DS version, but I've seen parts of it. I've seen enough of it, I'll say that. Wait, I did get the Iron Spear. I don't need to go up there. Yeah, like I said when I started the run out, the script in this game is very gothic and serious. You know, it doesn't have, like, the thou and thee of Dragon Warrior 1 and 2. Dragon Warrior 3 only had one king who talked like that, who was just a big goofball. They were kind of making fun of themselves at that point. But this game still has a very serious tone to it. You know, you really... Like, I played this game in the dark as a kid, and I would get scared, like, all the time. Oh, I was about to say, oh, look at this nice painless trip to the statuette. Then we get one more encounter with a Sandmaster, which is a little bit... Oh, Flythropes can clear through me without a wooden hat, too. That's scary. Okay, we got there. Alright, it's time to do the usual thing and strip down. Dragon Quest IV for nudists. Five is great if you want to be depressed. More like if you want to be moved, you know? Okay, no weapon. Oh wait, I don't need to equip anything. Okay. Alright, it's time to haggle all armor. And Wing to Endor. No, I gotta turn a profit. So this guy will just offer a random amount for everything. It's not perfectly random, because like I said, the NES has rounding errors. So I guess it's like vaguely multiplying by some percentage-ish. Nope, I'm aiming for 17 or 1800 off this Iron Apron. Nice. You also sometimes get crit offers that are like 200%-ish. Oh, that's very profitable. Take that. And I think I can do better than that. 110, 111%. That was like a 108. Oh, I should have taken that 770. Oh, 7 is probably my least favorite in the series. It's so brutal. It's like 2 and 7 are the worst ones. Oh, there's one of those crit offers. Nice. Do I have one more offer? No, I don't. I just have weapons. Okay. They're gonna Wing to Endor. Dragon Warrior 4 is sex positive because my characters are getting naked all the time. There's that herb I picked up but never got to use before the Sandmaster killed me. Probably gonna lose time in Chapter 3 for all those deaths in the cave, but now the rest of it is just menuing. And menuing and menuing and menuing. Okay. Let's get some of these. So this is kind of gonna be suboptimal. But I guess we're gonna do like 2.3 trips now. So for those who can't see where this is going, we're just gonna do the classic capitalist tactic of buying something in one place and selling it somewhere else. When your transport costs are 25 gold and you instantly and harmlessly get to your destination, seems like a pretty good racket. I'm gonna buy 2 wings here since I have the room in my inventory. So I can wing back to Endor, and then as soon as I have my 7 Iron Aprons again, I can just wing back here immediately. Buddy in Varial made a spreadsheet for me. He said that if you take 1750 or 1800 on all these Iron Aprons times 7 for 2 trips in a row, then you should get to 36,600 gold, which is what you need to have nice starting capital for the next phase of Chapter 3. So yeah, Chapter 3 is just going to be a bunch of menuing where I just say yes or no to people over and over until I have enough money to finish it. Those are very nice offers. Iron Apron is the most expensive piece of armor you can buy in Chapter 3. Also, the casino is closed until you do everything, and I mean everything. And also, the exchange rate is awful. Normally, coins are 1 coin for 20 gold, but in Chapter 3 it's 1 coin for 200 because of Tulun's ability to print money whenever he wants. So I want to get to 36,600. Or 36,200, I believe? Wait, is this 7 aprons? It should be. Nice. So we need 35,000 gold to buy the shop, which prints money even faster. And we also want 3,200 after buying it. Oh yeah, I guess we need 38,200 ideally. So 36,600 minimum, or 38,200 is even better. So we can then buy 1 or 2 Abacus of Virtue to stick in the shop, and then just start flipping those, and make money so fast it'll make your head spin. What you're supposed to do in that part of the game is, oh, nice crit Iron Apron. The king will say, "Hey, my soldiers are poorly equipped and I want to get them better gear. Go bring me 7 broadswords and 7 half-plates." So because I never killed any monsters and you never got to see it, in Chapter 3, enemies have a much higher drop rate in general, and they can drop any, weapon or armor that you can buy in Chapter 3. Well, except the Sword of Malice, I guess, which only appears in the shop in Lakanaba. Sometimes an adventurer will sell it to you, and then it appears in the shop as something you can buy for 4,500, I believe. It's Tulun's best in slot weapon. I think it's the best weapon you can use in, like, the entire game, other than the Metal Battle Sword. I can't get a good offer out of this guy. Haggle more! Haggle harder, damn you, Tulun! Tulun is one of the chosen ones. A crazy backyard anarcho-socialist who has a mining rig going on in the Fox Village. Very important part of the mission of the Chosen Ones. He provides them with all the money they need. Actually, he kind of doesn't anymore. I don't really do, like, a big racket. Like, I don't do a big muling thing where I bring a ton of gear on Tulun. We just don't need that much money in Chapter 5. Like, we need some, but... Again, the important thing is just bringing an Iron Shield to give to Ragnar. Clearly, the best weapon is the Abacus! I can't read chat because I have to read everything this guy says all the time. One more Hagelag. Nice, okay. So that was some decent profit. Being able to destroy the economy. Has anybody read the Malazan Book of the Fallen series? Tulun just reminds me of a character from that now. Wait, I bought the wrong thing. I want this. It's surprising the economy doesn't get destroyed. Like, I go here and I can still buy Iron Aprons in infinite quantities for 1,500. Because I've seen what happens in real life. I worked at a computer retail store about 2 years ago, and when the big Ethereum craze hit again and everybody got back into cryptocurrency. Oh, mining Bitcoin! And graphics cards jumped up by $100. Because they just couldn't be found anywhere. Like, there was a shortage at the supplier level. It was a global shortage of graphics cards. It was a terrible time to be a gamer. We wanted to make a new machine. Mansa Musa? Isn't that a guy in Civilization 5? Okay, so we generated 3,000 profit on that trip, so I guess this is our last trip. We got, like, this is our second full trip, right? Yeah. Hail arbitrage. Is arbitrage a term that refers to the artificial scarcity that capitalism creates? Like, an iron apron's a piece of sheet metal. This is all I'm doing. Like, I walk up to this guy with a bundle full of metal rectangles. I should point out that the Iron Apron is... Taloon is the only character in the game who can wear the Iron Apron. So we're selling this guy, like, 25 pieces of sheet metal that the soldiers in this castle can't even wear. The soldiers of a very warlike kingdom. Well, I guess there's a merchant walking around in the halls here. I guess he can have one. We saw a bunch of merchants wandering around outside. We had those random encounters with those guys with just bagpipes full of medicinal herb, just smoking up all the way. The guy who had so much money, he went to the Western world and bought a bunch of stuff. Deflating everyone's economy. That's a really good Wikipedia article. I gotta read Black Bart's Wikipedia article again. Whoa! 2906! Critical mercantilism! Take this! My stock, my dividends, and all my capital! IPO! So I'm going full anime here. And okay, 37 is a lot. So now we gotta go talk to the king. Oh, someone in my chat's getting me the definition. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's not what I was asking. That's arbitration, right. So we have to talk to the king to get permission to own a shop. Otherwise this guy will say, "Isn't there someone who has permission from the king to own a shop?" Alright, so I never used the shop, playing casually. I did not know the horrible potential this facility held. So in a true simulation of a healthy, functioning economy, we're gonna go across the street, buy their stuff, and then give it to our wife, and she's gonna sell it at 150% markup or more. And all we gotta do, like any proper capitalist, is just sleep for 2 days, and it's going to sell. Oh, look at all the work Taloon has to do. Just sleep twice, and magically it's all gone. I think it was the Countess explained to me that there's about a 75% chance for each item in the store to sell, so 2 sleeps should guaranteed get rid of these. Cool, look at that. I just turned 2,400 gold into 41 in less than a minute. And this is, you can see this is gonna blow up real quick. I'll throw an iron spear in there too. And then I guess we'll do 2 sleeps and 2 abacus. Poor implementation of trade. How about poor implementation of an economy? If there are any unrepentant capitalists in chat, I'd like to see their take on this sort of economy. Everybody watching always gets hyped and they're like, "Oh my god, capitalism! Whee!" As if capitalism is a good thing all by itself. as if that's something to be celebrated. But is what's taking place in this chapter even a definition of capitalism? This really is more like just having a mining rig and printing money in your backyard. The poor implementation of trade would be more like what you gotta do in Bon Malmo, where you just, oh, you have armor, I'll offer this much, and you just have to say yes or no over and over again. Oh, looks like the spear sold as well. Alright, now I can get 4 abacus, and we're gonna rinse and repeat until we have 24,600 gold. And yes, I know that's less than the 35,000 we needed for the shop, but it also advances the plot, because the king won't give you the commission for the better equipment for his soldiers until after you've bought the shop. And the king recognizes you as a legitimate arms merchant. Legitimate war profiteer, I mean arms merchant. Well, this is probably another interesting thing to examine in Dragon Warrior, or any JRPG in general. How, the arms trade is seen as perfectly benevolent because, oh, we're selling weapons and armor to adventurers who kill monsters. But isn't the... Let's unpack that a little bit. What exactly is a monster? A monster is just conveniently some hostile other force. Other with a capital O. If you're into social sciences, I guess. Just this other force that always attacks unprovoked, sometimes in a surprise round. I guess there are cases of friendly monsters that show up in RPGs, like the capsule monsters in Lufia 2. Yeah, that's true, there's... Supply and demand does not fluctuate at all in this game. Okay, we're gonna do 3 sleeps, because there's 3 items in the shop. Oh, look at that, so then we have 13k. Isn't that enough for full inventory of abacus? I think so. It's time to eat the week-old lunch. Yeah, I guess Dragon Warrior Monsters is all about friendly monsters. You train them up like Pokemon. There's a friendly monster in this game too, you meet Healy. But Healy looks like any other healer, except being visible on the map. Huh, this is... Oh, I just saw a video about this. Which philosopher was about the politics of recognition? It was Hegel, right? It's kind of morbidly fascinating. Like, Healy has achieved the politics of recognition as being a sprite that appears on the world map. Not a random encounter that is invisible and could be on any tile. Healy is somehow larger than these monsters that don't take up any space in the visible game world. Every encounter in Dragon Warrior games is random until Dragon Quest IX for DS, where you can actually see the monsters in the area, Lufia 2 style, and you have a chance of avoiding them. Oh yeah, you also get games like Nier. Nier's great. It's great music, very artistically ambitious. I gotta say the gameplay was a little underwhelming, but everything else is great. This is just basically like edgy Zelda with lots of fetch quests. Alright, oh, a hard day at work, walking across the street and carrying a couple of pieces of wood with beads on them. I'm ill-equipped to teach people about political science. But I'm trying. Yeah, murder hobos. The real career path. 23 out of 6. Oh, Don't have anything for sale. Dang, I need a little more money. Okay. I think just 2 more abacus should get us there, then. Abacus also the optimal buy because it's a weapon Taloon can use, so you don't have to sit through another yes-no dialogue of like, wait, Taloon can't use that, are you sure you want it? Oh no, Strom, don't do it. No, the feds! The feds are onto me. We gotta go lie down. Lay low until the heat goes down there. Uh-oh, my 9-minute lead on my PB is starting to dwindle away, but we're almost done! Oh wait, we gotta give these to Nada first. Actually, don't sell the lunch. I don't think this use of the shop was envisioned by the devs. I think they figured you'd go out and kill monsters and you just give your excess gear to Nada vendor for outrageous amounts. There's no way this game is a self-aware critique. That nothing could ever be more true of any Dragon Quest games. Puff Puff is not in this game, nor is there anything resembling the usual Puff Puff gag. Oh, huh, my stuff didn't sell. Oh, because I only slept for 1 day. I think I gotta do another sleep. Nope, Nada does not commentate on selling the lunch. You could be running a weapon shop, armor shop, luncheon combination place. Taloon's Weapon and Armor and Catering. Taloon Arms and Catering? Oh, that's like a sweet name for the business. TAC for short. Oh, the TAC Collective. Alright. Wait. Let's buy the... Let's eat our week-old lunch first. Let's do this properly. We're gonna buy 7 half plates and a wing. Yeah, Puff Puff is in 3. I was gonna mention that. It's done as a fortune-telling thing instead. Highly censored. However, it's also what allows you to do the Dream Ruby glitch and finish the game in less than an hour, so it's definitely blessed. Sell it, please. I mean, that's why these are called RPGs. You can roleplay as a miserable, cantankerous husband. Okay, is that 7 half plates? It might be 6. Oh, there we go, 7. Perfect. I'm gonna use this wing to go straight to Bud Malmo next. Buy 7 half plates and wing. Talk to King. Ah, yes, my updated notes. Lunch before he goes out monster hunting. I mean, what else can you do if you can't fight monsters? You might as well make a hearty lunch. Monster Hunter seems to have made an efficient economy out of it. They have a thriving colonialist society. I mean, what? Getting these 7 broadswords and half plates feels like such an ordeal if you don't do it this way. Like, you go out and kill things, oh, I hope a broadsword or a half plate armor drops. You can find 1 broadsword and 1 half plate armor in that watery cave I was in earlier. But it's way cleaner to do it this way. There's another reason for that, actually. I think I gotta buy 1 more of these. What? I've never heard the big vibrant squeal like that before. What? What even caused that? Just some really shiny broadswords. I think 2 of them scraped together in my bag when I rose into the air. It went like, wee wee! Scree! Great, you filled the order. Okay, so this is all the money we need to finish the chapter. Now we just have to talk to a bunch of people and menus to finish the game. But first, we're gonna get Taloon suited up. I guess we can spend the rest on a half plate. Oh, and some wings? 1 wing, okay. We're also gonna safety save, because there's a very small chance that we could run into a Duck's Bill. The Duck's Bill can cast Sap to reduce our defense to 0, and then kill us. Wait, oh yeah, don't talk to Nada yet. We gotta talk to Tunnel Man twice, then come back and talk to Nada. Oh, I've only got 2 minutes of time save left. I think we're gonna be in the red at the end of Chapter 3, unfortunately. In spite of that miraculous time save in Chapter 2. Well, I started 11 minutes behind because of the way Chapter 1 went, getting the bronze armor, instead of doing Death Warp with Healy. Oh wait, don't go up. I remember I've seen some interesting commentary from people on Twitch about, like, what's going on? How come there's this angel investor who just gives some old guy 60,000 gold to make a tunnel? Because Taloon wants to be the greatest weapons dealer in the whole world. Oh, nice, we got a clip of the Wing of Wyvern SFX. Okay. Talk to Tunnel Man again, wing back to Endor. Oof. I know I get a pee break in Chapter 4, but I'm just gonna go at the end of Chapter 3 real fast while Taloon's little musical interlude is playing. It's a marathon. Well, okay, I guess I have potential for PB, but it's slim. Yes, I am. Well, I spent all my money, so I can just walk there, no need to safety save. And we're gonna take Tov with us. Tom just keeps him in a swamp anyway, we'll give this dog a better life. The tunnel's finished. Now we just walk through it. Okay, I'm gonna hit the split and then go prancing out of here. I'll be right back. Okay. You get an official break at the end of Chapter 4, because there's a 45-second cutscene of a boat going somewhere. But I didn't even want to wait that long. Wow, I'm 3 seconds behind! Well, okay, make that, how long was that? Probably 25? I guess we're 25 seconds behind PB. What a great feeling it would be if I get a PB in a marathon, with marathon strats. Bronze armor in Chapter 1. Alright, they even give you 100 gold starting capital, just like in Chapter 2. They do everything they can to get you off to a good start. They even give you good defensive gear, and Chapter 4 is still quite scary and brutal. So here's like some secret money that nobody knows about. 80 gold is a lot. Like, 80 gold could almost buy you a copper sword. That ain't no, like, workers' wages in this game's universe, is it? Like, clearly people can't even afford the Wing of Wyvern to do the kind of racket that Taloon was doing. Because being able to, like, wing back and forth from one town to another... What do you think a day's wages are in Dragon Warrior 4? If the low-level monsters give you, I think, like, 4 or 5 gold apiece? The sisters also get their own battle music. In 3/4 time. Didn't capitalism hard enough. Well, I capitalism plenty hard. We got the IPO special attack. Got some nice critical offers on sheet metal. We'll hit the inn after we do Life Force Nuts. Okay, we're gonna sell Mara's dancer's costume, because of course that's worth a lot. And again, we have naked people in my speedrun. Mara's gonna get a career change, gonna get a leather dress, gonna go from, oh, oops, gotta sell, what did I sell here again? Sell copper sword, and strength seed. Funny how, oh, we need all these strength seeds for Alina, but she'll get enough strength just from all the levels we'll get in Chapter 5. We need this 90 gold way more right now. Feather hat for Mara. Yes, so Mara has gone from being a dancer to being a therapist, let's call it, yes. That's probably what we can call it on Twitch. Oh, I need 2 wings. Let's fill Nara's inventory here. The nuts on Mara, yes. Lumpy dog. Lumpy dorg, get out of my way. So this is the sister's hometown. Yeah, specialization in Hey, there's this tweet I saw that puts it pretty well. Most guys that need sex workers need a therapist. Most girls that see sex workers... Wait, no, it's backwards. Most guys that see a therapist need a sex worker. Most girls that see sex workers need a therapist. If you think about it, is that line of work not just a subset of the field of mental health? Oh, wait, I gotta equip Mara. Mara is still naked. Mara versus Angel Head. Oh, no. Can't have Mara naked versus Angel Head. Okay. Oh wait, I want to put Mara in front. Mara's got better defense. Yeah, look, the sisters have very low max HP as well. Most sane people would not even set foot in this cave until level 4 or 5. But we're just going straight in. I always wondered how to say this enemy's name. I always go with, Jemime? That's what I get for knowing Japanese, somewhat. I'm just wanting to pronounce every consonant-vowel combination as a single phonetic. Examime? I love these crazy enemy names, but I'm sure in the DS version it's just like... Cute little demonette! Or some kind of pun. Oh, I have the best meme images up on my overlay when I speedrun this game. I got that, like, Super Mario Bros. Comic with the kid from Persona 4. Oof, that's why we get 2 antidotes. Triple escape fail. And both antidotes. Who do I want the Sphere of Silence on? I always forget. No! Poisoned again! I got poisoned again before I even got off the elevator. And then got in an encounter 1 step later because it's threshold to a new room. We're almost out of healing already. Oh, if we don't make it there, that's very bad news. Because I spent all my money on healing items, and now they're all gone. I won't even have enough money to revive Nara. I'll have to win a fight solo with Mara, revive Nara, maybe consider taking more fights to hit level 2, buy some more medical herbs, try it again. It's okay if one of the sisters dies, we just need to talk to Orin. We're almost there. We need to just walk up to this guy and interact with him. Oh no. Mara's gone due to poison. And now I got a 3 HP Nara left. Oh, we made it! 8 seconds behind my PB. I don't know if I want... Mara's not gonna get any of this experience. I need some experience on Mara. I mean, I guess we'll get it, but... Orin's got an Iron Spear and outrageously high agility, and 95 max HP, and huge defense. Auron is just the messiah for the sisters. Yeah, I rather would want Mara to be getting this experience. Because if she hits level 10 or 11 in Chapter 5, she'll learn Bang in time for the Lighthouse fight, and that makes it a lot easier. Minimum life force nuts. Okay, we're almost done in this cave. Oh, good. I mean, you could fight Balzac with the sisters at level 1, I guess. I don't think that would go too well, though. My notes say you're supposed to walk on the swamp to kill Mara before you go into the mines in Actemto. And I'm kind of thinking about that. I'm like, why? I think I could do it the other way around. I'll use the swamp to kill Nara, and then use her as a corpse in the middle to keep the other sister alive. Just like we did in Chapter 2. That way Mara can get some experience in the mines. I realize now with my pee break that we actually saved time on this Auron split. I think we want the sphere on Nara anyway. Okay. We're gonna have another naked sister. I need Nara to be able to punch herself out so we can death warp out of here. Nice exact seize. Oh, how convenient, actually. Huh, I don't have to do anything. How bad is it to be pacifist this chapter? What, and let Auron do all the killing? I mean, Auron's strong, but he can't solo Balzac. Balzac has too much HP. And you would need to use the Sphere of Silence on him. Well, if both sisters die, then you wipe out. You can't just, like, watch Auron kill everything. I gotta take some fights. How's this enemy's name pronounced? Weister? Or Visiter? I've always said Weister. Well, not always. I think I said Visiter when I was younger. All that casting blaze didn't do anything. Look how good the experience is. Yeah, this chapter has serious Beefgate issues as well. Like, if you go further north without Orin, you get wiped out real fast. When all you have is a healer with a crappy copper sword and a squishy black mage who can only cast Blaze. Yeah, it'll turn out great. So yeah, we're just visiting Kelion to add it to our return list. So we can go there at the end of the chapter. Dark Dooryard. I believe there's a Yu-Gi-Oh card named after this thing, except it's a cute girl, not a green tree. And it's also called Dark Doriado, because you can't really do that sound very effectively. What? Orin, why? Why didn't you attack the Zapper Saber? You attacked a sleeping enemy? Orin didn't gain any HP on her level ups. Only MP. They were gonna use the Inn because, you know, Nara's dead, so I can't heal Orin. This town always made me sad when I was younger. This is a mining town, and poison gas keeps coming out of the mine, but they keep digging anyway. Here's another more evidence that this game is a completely uncritical mess. Like, why do they keep digging? Should I talk to this guy and try to find out why? Like, what's it all for, man? Triple escape fail. Yeah, I'm going back upstairs and hitting up the inn. Also talking to this guy. Oh. Good advice. Are they getting hazard pay for all these monsters? Like... I don't need to save. Talking to the wrong dude. Almost got blockaded. Like, why is anybody still here? Just place yourself in this situation. Even if you're a worker. And I don't see anyone here given wages. I don't see anyone paying out. Like, is there something valuable in this mine? No one's ever said it's a gold mine. It's just a mine. With poison gas in it. Maybe they're harvesting whatever you need to make barrier tiles for castle treasuries. That's probably what it is. I mean, it's probably the same stuff, right? You walk on Poison Swamp, you take 2 damage. You walk on Barrier Tile, you take 15 damage. There's gotta be something you can refine in poison tiles and poison gas mines. I imagine kingdoms must pay pretty handsomely for that sort of stuff. Look how many treasuries have barrier tiles around their nice treasures. Which are also locked behind a magic key or final key door. These kingdoms put a lot of effort into their security for, you know, a chest that contains like 200 gold and a small medal and a strength seed. Kingdoms in this game aren't exactly rich. These are hard times. It's the time of the evil force rising up thanks to the secret of evolution. Ooh, Orin crit. Oh yeah, Dragon Quest Builders. It's a sequel to Dragon Warrior 2, right? Where you rebuild Alefgard after it's been blown up. Or no, it's based on the bad end of Dragon Warrior 1, where you say yes to the Dragon Lord. And half the darkness thine, or whatever he says. Oh, that Garlic Coil Rooster. Chunkin' Orin for 12. That's real Soviet damage. They're mining poison gas. Holy moly! I'm supposed to death warp to get out of here, but this is ridiculous. No! Triple escape right before the thing I needed! Ah! Should have played around it. Oh no. Have I got another wing? Oh, I better revive Orin. Is there a tool shop in this town? I got a wing back to Actemto. Oh, okay, Builders 2 is a sequel for Dragon Quest 2. Can't believe my misfortune there. Is there a tool shop in this town? I don't think there is. I think I gotta walk to Kiev and buy a wing there. We don't want one of the sisters alive, but I'm doing the same thing I did in Chapter 2, where having a ghost in the middle of your party forces enemies to attack whoever's in front. And Orin is basically invincible. Oh, nice crit, Mara. For 5 damage. Angel Punch! Oh, right, just charge straight across. Oh, that's so upsetty. Oh my god, I did have a wing. Oh, right, I guess we're saving that one to go to Kelion when we're done. I guess I should have safety saved, and then I wouldn't need to get a wing. Except I usually never die in this cave. Although I suppose the reason for that is because I usually have Nara as my sister, so I can cast heal on Orin to keep him in fighting condition. Yeah, were-taggers are serious business. They can do some real damage to Orin. But yeah, Dragon Warrior 3 has an EXP funnel, the way Earthbound does. Like, if you say you have 4 characters in your party, the experience you get gets divided between each of them. So if only one character survives, they get, like, all of the experience all to themselves. Dragon Warrior 3 has that as well, but this game doesn't have that. This game is just, if you're alive, you get experience. It's just on or off switch. Dragon Quest Builders 3 would actually be pretty sick if it involves... Like, you have to go repair the hole in the sky that leads to Alethgard or whatever. Uh-oh. Wow. Okay, we're gonna revive Nara as well. And we're gonna wing to Kelion so I can walk to Havital and buy a wing there. Oh nice, it's only 10 to revive Nara. game is saving having X kill me for the marathon. I'm gonna save here because I'm out of money. So if I die again, it'll be harder to recover. Oh, Nara's got a wing too. Uh-huh. Surprise round and 2 escape fails. There is an item shop here, is there? I think so. Yeah. I don't think I have enough money to stay here. Nope. I'm gonna take a fight outside. Because I don't have the ghost strat for the middle here. More HP should be helpful. This is some major overreacting right here. I'm supposed to go in here in Death Warp, but I'm going in with 2 sisters instead of 1. Wait. Oh yeah, Mara should be in position 2. Way better defense. When it's time to Death Warp, we'll just put the surviving sister in front, and Mara can cast Blaze. Rogue Whispers are harmless. It'll take way too long to win that fight. Oh, he eludes. Dragon Warrior 4, everybody. 2 wipes just trying to get the stupid gunpowder jar, go in here a 3rd time and get 2 encounters, both of which are harmless. Oh, here's a great fight for for Death Warping. Oh, Mara died before she could even cast Sap on herself. Oh, I'm gonna lose time on Chapter 4, no doubt. I'm coming up on when it's supposed to be over in just over a minute. I mean, we're going to the final battle of Chapter 4. Save. This also may take more than 1 try, but it is supposed to be easy. Alright, so the whole reason why we went and got the gunpowder jar is because you hear a rumor somewhere that, yeah, Orin can also break locks, he just has the knack. But yeah, you learn that the advisor in this castle is easily spooked by loud noises. So you set off a gunpowder jar outside of his room. He won't move while he's able to see you, but you can just follow behind him like this. It's always funny to do it in tandem. There's a button. Yes, I'm Balzac, yes, to remind you. Our sworn enemy, Balzac! Who's got the spear? You got the spear. Oh. I'm not sure if I can win without sap. Okay, we're gonna do dumb stuff. We're gonna start drawing cards. We might get Card of the Sun. Oh, nice. Give me that by-kill card for Orin. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Card of Evil, cast Stop Spell. Oh, Orin got a crit. I think we're good for cards, then. Card of Perfection. Whoa, that was close. All the cards in the Tarot deck are unique, by the way. And once you draw all of them, you get the Card of Death, which summons a Necrodane, which will kill you. Give me Card of the Stars. I want double experience now. Nice. There we go. Well, I think I got all the bad cards out of the deck. Might as well just get Card of the Stars for double experience. Uh-oh. Forgot about Glittering Thor. Oh, never mind, we already won. Silver Tarot cards, everybody! We don't technically need this experience on Nara anyway, so if anything, not getting Card of the Stars saves time. I guess they're working on, like, painting Necrosorrow as the main villain, making everything connected to him. Yeah, Kelion's a plot battle. I'm not sure if you can kill him even with a Game Genie. But even if you could, I think you just end up... The game will either soft lock or you'll end up in prison anyway. It's funny because you fight that same Kelion in Chapter 5, but it's a different enemy. Like, Chapter 5 Kelion is very obviously much weaker than Chapter 4 plot battle Kelion. Yeah, Card of the Stars strats. Too bad we can't trick Nara into drawing more tarot cards in Chapter 5. Alright, let's see how we're doing. Looks like we're gonna be about 4 minutes behind my PB, so... It's still within reach. I'm sure I can save that time on my Necrosorrow fight alone, because back then, when I was still learning the game... I'm not still learning, but like, relearning the new strats. It was like looking at my notes, what do I do? But now I've done the Necrosorrow fight enough times, I'm pretty confident with it. Oh, spoilers, I guess. Who knew Necrosorrow was going to be the final boss? Alright, here's the 45-second break, so if anyone else needs a pee break, now's the perfect time. Says I as I quaff a mouthful of water. I am thirsty, though. There was one more 15-second break in Chapter 5, where a Colossus walks across a creek. Funny how Healy makes it to Chapter 5, but Orin doesn't. The funny thing is, I have no doubt Orin could actually hold off all those soldiers. I mean, Deckard pulled it off. Orin definitely could.
Yep, plus 444, according to splits.
Best interlude, for sure. love that chromatic descending tone there. Chapter 5, The Chosen Ones. Alright, we're finally controlling our main character, Frank Zappa. The apostrophe. I love picking one of the symbols for the hero's name. It just makes dialogue boxes look really silly in this game. I figure the odds are 50-50. That's how it works in Dragon Warrior 4. You either make it or you don't. Everything's 50%. Yeah, I want my lunch. Oh no, there's monsters! My idyllic home life! It's all because of this spooky minstrel we took in. Who's definitely a monster, or a monster informant. Yeah, Endor is close by. Oh yeah, I forgot to set my bitrate. Well, I don't think it's higher than 2500, but like I'm just streaming an NES game on a Dazzle. I shouldn't need that much. I'm also only streaming 30 FPS. The reason why we pick a male hero is because it saves one sentence of dialogue here. If you're a female hero, Celia will also say, "I've always thought of you as a little sister," or something like that. There is, however, a tiny benefit to being a female hero. You're able to equip a golden beret, which is slightly higher in defense than a feather hat. Alright, so I'm gonna get this feather hat here where Celio is lying. Because we can sell it for money. I mean, give it to Nara. Because she doesn't have one yet. And we're gonna go out to the left because I'm a rebel like that. We're gonna go out to this woodsman shack where Lloyd's dad, I mean your real dad, lives. It is heavily implied that, yeah, those weren't your real parents. But someone says, I heard a story about a woodsman who got it on with an angel. How romantic. And there's this woodman guy who's like, get out of here, I don't like you. Something to that effect. Oh, we want to get this leather armor on, it's much better defense. I love this hero music, it's actually in the same key and the same melody as The Knife by Genesis. You know, the main riff on the organ, it's actually the same as the FF4 boss battle music. Like, there's this organ riff in The Knife by Genesis that just ascends and descends in the same way. It just goes like, here's the descending part. I'm telling you, progressive rock had a massive influence on video game music. And when prog kind of came back in the mid to late 2000s, I guess the relationship went the other way. Video game music had a big impact on the revival of prog. Alright, so we made it to Endor. Chapter 5 is neat because it's kind of like the world is your oyster and you can go most places, but not to... Well, you actually can't go to Santine. The guard in the portal shrine won't let you through. Oh yeah, there's a shrine we never went to in Chapter 4 where this fortune teller tells Nara's fortune, even though she's a fortune teller. And she says, I see 7 small lights following you. It's suggesting that, you know, Mara is one of the lights. 6 more lights, okay, fine. Sell clothes, tarot cards, acorns. Oh, Mara's got the acorns. Let me go get those. I'm pretty sure you can make a slot machine on, like, Middle Ages Renaissance technology. Iron Shield for hero, and then go to the tool shop and get more stuff. Oops. The casino music that appeared in this game for the first time is so good. It's kind of like how you wouldn't expect Sugiyama-san to be able to write good jazz, but, you know, Debussy was inspired by jazz, so I guess it's kind of like that. So we're gonna get the hero geared up. He's level 1, but we can get some really nice gear for him that'll level out the power imbalance a little bit. Okay, buy 1 wing. 1 fairy water. 2 herbs. I don't know why that's in my notes. Defeating Chapter 4 Kilion is possible, but the fight just repeats until you lose. Huh. That's amusing. So yeah, this is what combat is like in Chapter 5. Notice you like have your main tactics menu out front first. You have to decide if you want to input some fight commands, or run, or do other stuff. And yeah, I can only control what hero does. All the other characters are piloted by the AI now. Even though there's a Game Genie code that gives you control of them. It's like it was one more option that they forgot to add to the tactics menu, or just there wasn't room for it. They wanted to give us try out or save MP as tactics instead. Like we have used no MP as a tactic. I don't think we also need save MP as an option as well. Like there is not a big difference between normal and save MP. Let's be real. Uh-oh, I don't have an antidote. That's what I should have spent my money on. Who knew I was gonna get poisoned by the only Babel on the way here? Yeah, rip. Guess we'll be spending MP to keep Nara on her feet. You need to wind it up to make a slot machine. I don't know how wind-up things work, but good to know. This is close to being my area of expertise. I studied music and computer science in school. So I know if, you know, I've like heard of, oh, we can use solenoids to build this thing. Mara should be in position 2 anyway. Oops. So yeah, you don't have to come back into this cave in Chapter 5 for any reason. There's nothing in here for plot reasons. But it is, in fact, the same cave. The pointers are going to the same place. So all the chests we didn't open are still unopened. And this is important. Holy crap, 3 escape fails. It's only 1 Sandmaster, but our team is sorely lacking in offensive power. At least until we get down these stairs. And we open this chest to get a Morning Star for Nara. Alright, that's why I wanted Nara in second, so I could open this chest and she'd just get the Morning Star right away. Okay, now we got some teeth. But we're gonna go deeper. Down on the bottom floor, there's a broadsword and a half plate, which we're gonna pick up, and that's best in slot for the hero that we can get before getting through the beef gate that lets us through to the next area. Far to the east of where we started in Chapter 5, there's a place called the Cave of Betrayal. And that's the dungeon we have to beat with the solo hero. Oh, I know why you want to buy herbs. You just want to spend all your money because we're going to be death warping out of here. So it's a means of solidifying investment. Ugh. Also, you can find metal slimes down here as well. And I believe that's what the task does. I think the task goes straight to the broadsword, but also kills a metal slime on the way. Notice how Nara doesn't take poison damage in the boat. So whatever kind of poison enemies have in this game seems to only work on the legs. Mara punch. Oh, it's Sting! Oh, nice! We killed a metal slime. That's great. Now the sisters are gonna have good spells in time for the lighthouse fight. Yeah. Lighthouse is like the chapter 2 of chapter 5. It's a difficult boss fight that you gotta face while underleveled. Like, you face some enemies that are definitely ahead of your level, right there. That are resistant to almost every spell that you would have. Well, they don't resist Bang, which... So if Mara learns Bang, that'll be great. But just extra levels on Nara is good. Like, she'll learn Sleep to use on the Flamer, and set better stats for doing damage to it. Oh man, the hero's still leveling up. Even if the hero learns Outside, he won't have enough MP to cast it. Fireball. That'll be nice to have on the field. Actually, it'll be nice to have just while we're in here. Time to set my tactics to offensive. Wait, what if Mara's gonna learn... Mara's gonna learn Outside, so I won't have to death warp. Right, the hero learns Outside, but much later. Much, much later. Oh, never mind. Mara did not learn Outside yet. It's 10 minutes until my next split. We might get there in time. In most of my practice runs, I usually had some kind of stupid death or, some kind of setback on the way to Cave of Betrayal. Oh right, I should have made room in this guy's inventory. Oh right, we gotta give this feather hat to Nara. Mara's pretty much the mule of this run. Whenever I just have something I don't want, I just give it to Nara, or to Mara, because she'll be dead for most of the run. Oh, the elude! Mara punch to finish off the Sandmaster. It's that time again. Oh, okay, we'll give Mara the leather hat. I should have said the leather hood. Oh right, I gotta remove the herbs from the sisters. I'm gonna see if I can win this fight and then die on the next one. Now that the sisters are out of my way. If only this game did have experience funneling. Aw. We're gonna do him a favor. Oh no, they killed me first. Those metal slimes are gonna turn into Metal King slimes. They leveled up. Alright, let's revive the sisters. Oh, right, we gotta sell things to manage that. That's annoying, I always remember. Anyway, what can I sell? I can sell some old gear, sell that leather hat. Oh wait, oh right, Mara's wearing it. Oh, I can sell the copper sword. Yeah, we're good. Let's buy one more fairy water, because we need 2 for where we're going. Let's get everybody suited up before I talk to the priest. I still have more in a second. And yes, I'm going to save, because wiping on the way is annoying. Metal slime vengeance. Exactly. Uh-oh. It better be 80 and not 90. No! Very well, you don't want our service. I saw someone get baptized in VR, so I know that, you know, resurrection is definitely a viable service. Sell for less than... I'm just better off selling this. Dang it, I should have sold my leather armor instead of the copper sword. It's not gonna matter, though. Actually, while I'm here, though... let's get herbs for the sisters again. They're nice to have. It'll make the lighthouse fight safer. Buy 1 antidote just in case. We're gonna save because, yeah, the extra levels did increase my res costs. There's actually a party of 4 people walking out of the door here, and they're like, "Do you want to join us? Yes or no?" Oh wait, we have a full party. Sorry. It's actually pretty funny. I guess that's evidence against Dragon Warrior 4 being an uncritical, not at all self-aware parody. Is it's like, why is there a limit of 4 anyway? I'm a level 1 hero. I got the potential to save the whole world. Wow, these giant bantams are very magic resistant. No! Sleep on hit on my only character who can do damage. Hey Nara, try attacking. Oh, never mind. Nara fell asleep. Oh, Mara's learning enemy weaknesses. They're resistant to group fire, but not single fire. The horn thing, not the chickens. Oh, the Monjar. Huh. Yeah, I never thought of that. It kind of does look like a little, like a doll, or like from like an 80s horror movie. Yeah, so I'm definitely over-leveled for Cave of Betrayal. It should be easy. Uh-oh. Man! Clown! Easier to kill and super punch-out, probably. I told you this game had a high encounter rate. No, I can't have Mara die. Oof, okay. So I need all 3 people alive. You need 3 people to bust through that rock wall there, that wall of gravel. So yeah, there's a desert, and apparently you can't walk across deserts without a wagon, even though there's lots of deserts in this game that we already walked across. So Hector has a wagon, but he's super angry and hates everybody, because he went to the Cave of Betrayal to try to get a wondrous treasure, and his friends betrayed him, so I won't trust anyone ever again! So now we're gonna go into the Cave of Betrayal to try to get the big treasure. And look, it's happening already! Nara and Mara have betrayed me. Stop that. I really don't want Surround to stick. That would be abysmally bad. Because then I'd have to blaze these things to death. Yeah, I'm over-leveled, but this fight still takes 4 or 5 turns. I did forget to heal going into that. Fun fact, the hero of this game does not learn Heal. Heal Mord is the cheapest heal spell the hero gets. So we're gonna attack the Tricksy Urchins here, which are a unique type of enemy that only appears in this specific encounter and nowhere else in the entire game. Because the Vampire Bats can't even scratch us with our best-in-slot armor we're wearing. Well, it's the best you can get in this area. Yeah, it's routed out very nicely, where we just get the best possible gear on the hero right away, while the hero is still level 1, no grinding necessary. Just gotta walk around and pick it all up. Buy some of it, get some of it from the cave in Chapter 3 that we left untouched. And yeah, the Tricksy Urchins give 900 HP. Or EXP. Oh, I forgot to cast... You're supposed to cast Expel on the Vampire Bats. They're quite susceptible to that. You don't get experience for enemies sent into the lights by Expel, though. Who really thinks the sisters could win any fight 2v1? Especially with no weapon on Mara. Uh-oh, we're going into the red already. But I think we're gonna have less time lost than 4 minutes. I'm just gonna give this to Mara, or Nara, I guess. Because that's something I just do not need cluttering the hero's inventory. hero gets to pick up all the cool weapons that can be swung around for effects in battle. Because it's pretty hard to teach the AI to do that reliably. Oh yeah, I forgot to heal Mara. The characters are nice and high level. This should be a first try lighthouse. Enemy fireball weaker than player fireball. Triple escape fail. Oh, come on, don't lose my characters. Oof. I hate mad clowns. Hate them. Could use the inn in Hector's house, but it's all the way on the other side of the area. It'd be much better to just save it till we get to Conan Bear, the next town. These enemies are really trying their hardest to make sure I lose time on this split. $4.11. Okay, we saved 32 seconds. Next split is at 4:05 for Taloon joins. Most of my splits are for having a party member join. Everyone be nice to Primrose, you hear that, chat? We're gonna put Hector in front because he's a meat orc with high HP. But because we have a question mark level character in our party, we're going to use this fairy water and get 0 random encounters. Never mind. Wait, what the heck? Giant bantams? These things that Ragnar fought are... Oh, okay, Repel doesn't keep metal slimes away. Yeah, you can find metal slimes in the desert, too. And this is not the next town, that's Anno. There is a small metal there, but we don't need to do anything in that town anyway, and it's actually suboptimal to even have it cluttering up your return list. We got enough of these. Actually, let's get one more fairy water. I think we need 2 more, actually. And we're gonna safety save. use another fairy water here, just to avoid the effect of the fairy water is gone dialogue box. It's something I care about in my main speed game, Xanadu, where wing boots are temporarily running out all the time. It's better to die before you hit that dialogue box, or to use another one to refresh it. Harmless Rogue Whisper. Take that. I think I want Nara in third since she has more max HP. I love the middle voice in this piece. Ooh, Metal Slime's back. Stays. I think if Hector builds up power, he can land a 2 damage hit on the Metal Slime. Oh, escaped. That was close. Another 2 that's 3 now. 3 Metal Slimes with 2 damage escaping. This has been a pretty amusing run for those who like metals. But if you really like metals, well, stick around for the around 6:30 part of the run, when we do the Metal Babble grind. Oh, I hate this Taloon dialogue. He Capora Gabor is you. He hits you with that yes-no dialogue box, and you have to say yes to yes. Oh, will extinguish the evil fire. Then he gives you this whole spiel, all the lore of what's going on. Then says, shall I repeat this? And that's where you want to start pressing B. You have to watch him leave the screen, too. At least what Taloon says is actually believable in the speedrun context, because he's a level 1 with no weapons. Monsters are preventing my progress. Yeah, no kidding. You almost ruined the economy of the biggest city on the planet. Oops. Bad steering. Never done that before. I'm gonna start taking some fights, because I want Mara to hit level 10 and learn Bang. Why put the Rogue Whisper to sleep? Their AI in Chapter 5 is broken, and they just never attack. I'm in a 138, thanks for the good luck. Another Metal Slime! There have been a lot of Metal Slimes. Have we seen a Metal Slime in every chapter? Not every, well, not in Chapter 1, but... I'm trying to think if we saw Metal Slimes in Chapter 3. I believe we did. And I ran away from them. Oh wait, we didn't see them in Chapter 4. They don't appear there. I'm not shy about using offensive tactics here, because we're not going to be taking that many fights. The sisters are not going to run out of MP during or before the Lighthouse fight. We got enough MP to go around. Yeah, I ran from a pair of them in Chapter 3. There was that level up on Mara I wanted. 5 more max HP, learns outside. Oh, I guess Bang is level 11. Right. These Rogue Whispers are hardly worth the trouble. Alright, then there's 4 staircases on each corner that do go up to the top floor, but 3 of them are surrounded by a wall. More Netaru. This is supposed to be a tense battle. But we're over-leveled, we should be just fine. So the real danger of this fight are the flamers on either side. These are a regular enemy, but appear much later in Chapter 5. They're also immune to most magic the sisters have. They're really tearing into Hector. Oh, nice, we got Expel to stick. Sleep didn't stick. Oh, good move by Mara there. We're gonna cast Expel on the Flamers because it's the most reliable way to get rid of them. Nara died, but it's not a big deal. All she would do is try to put the Flamers to sleep. Okay, we got rid of the Flamers, so I think we got this. Just wail on the Bengal until it's over. Why does Bengal cast heal? I did not know this thing could cast heal. Yeah, we need those power hits from Hector to do real damage. Oh man, I talked about, oh, the sisters aren't going to run out of MP, and then Mara runs out of MP. Oh, we won! Good job. And most of the experience is on the Bengal. I think we're just going to leave Nara dead. Because I need to go through the effort of killing her soon after anyway. Alright, let's move on to the best part of any Dragon Warrior game, getting a boat. Should rename the split to Boat Joins, not Talon Joins. I'd appreciate traveling with strong people like you. I guess this is a shortcut scene as well. This game does give you hints on where to go. There's like an intended sequence of events, I suppose. We're just gonna add this place to the return list. We'll be back later. We'll be back very soon. So this is one of those shrines that seems to be all over the place in Dragon Warrior 2 and 3, and just there's nothing but portals to other connected areas. I don't know where any of them go, though. We're just here to get this small medal. Ugh. Oh, there was already fairy water in Hero's inventory. Yeah, we gotta have enough fairy water just to do this cave. Because Bray is carrying most of the fairy water I would be using in Chapter 5. Okay, we're gonna end up in safety save. Found out the hard way. That it's a good idea. Who's got more defense, Hero or Hector? Hero, but not by much. Okay. Let's see if this works. Will this make every enemy focus Hector? I always think that, like, the X thing and, like, the bib on Hector's sprite is his mouth. He has this kind of open, pouty mouth. I do just love the misinterpretations of sprites in old games like these. Okay, so I guess I'll get us caught up on the plot a little bit. So in Mintos, you learn that Alina and Christo are staying in the inn in Mintos, and Christo has gotten sick, so they're pinned down there. So Alina heard that you can get a Pataquilla root to cure the illness, so she ran off to this cave, and you can actually see her in this cave. She's got a party of 3 other characters that are following her around. Yeah, right there. There she is! She's in position 4. Looks an awful lot like, yeah, Strom and Lawrence from Endor as well, actually. You can get Bray to join your party as well. Like, he'll leave Christo behind to come into the cold storage cave with you here to try to get the Pataquilla seed. Thorn Whip. Sweet. That's a free 175 gold. Sorry, 150 gold. I can't do math. I love these conveyor tiles. You can't get encounters on them. Dragon Warrior 4 randomizer at least lets you move this fast all the time. Conjure appears. You gotta say it like the announcer from Gauntlet Legends. Alright, here's an intimidating looking tile puzzle, but not really. And here's our Pataquilla seed. That was very painless, I liked it. Do we have a wing in inventory we can use? Use them all up? No, we don't. Good. Return to Soretta. We're gonna go to Soretta a lot because the inn and the church are right by the entrance. Very, very, very convenient. Yeah, this is a poor kingdom, they say, but I say it's a successful pastoral kingdom. Even the king farms. Yes, Pataquilla grows. It's still What? Hector obtained? No, Mara obtained it. Oh, I got so scared there. I was like, is there no room in my inventory? Did I just, like, softlock forever? Did I just send a plot item into oblivion? Wait, that can't be, because you turn the Pataquilla seed into the Pataquilla root. It should go into the same spot. Yeah, my living characters have full inventory, it seems. Oh wait, Tulun is alive, he's just in the wagon. Whoa, look at those cannabis plants they got growing right in the front. Alright, so now our team is starting to look pretty good. We got Alina and Christo, the two of the powerhouse characters we use in almost every situation. Right, my split says Alina plus Christo, but Bray is a valuable member, well, only in the final battle. Bray really shines in the final battle. And this guy tells us where Ragnar is. Oh right, we gotta use our fairy water one last time. While Hector's still in the party. We're gonna return to Endor, right? Oh no, where are my notes? Yeah. Time for the medal power-up tour. We're gonna get a whole bunch of small medals and add a bunch of return locations to our return list. Spend the small medals to get awesome gear. And then we're gonna get the magic key and go to Keleon. This is in the right right jar. I have to go around because the goon is asleep. Or no, the gwoon. You talk to that thing and it says gwoon gwoon at you. Want me to ruin watching any Dragon Warrior game on NES for everybody ever again? Look at the bottom of the screen whenever I'm moving south and it's loading the next set of tiles. It always loads them with funny colors and stuff. For some reason we still have a really good fairy water rating, even with Hector gone. I'm not sure why that is. So this place is nameless. It's just called Seaside Village, and for some reason you don't get it on your return list. You can get the the Stone of Drought here, which is used to go into an optional area. But we're just here to pick up the small metal, and we just leave. Now we're gonna go north to Santim, which is where we were in Chapter 2. There's a boss fight here we gotta take care of later. We're just stopping by to add it to our list of return locations. So we're gonna sail north of here to a new place called Stancia. Oh, I almost missed it. I didn't go east enough again, so I had to duck south for one tile yet again. We might get an encounter on land here, but I usually don't. I think you do if you forget to use fairy water. So, we're just here to get 2 small medals, and we have to talk to a certain NPC who gives us a hint about something else. Uh-oh. Oh, please. Thank you. Oops. This is the right jar? Yep. Cool. Oops. Hope you like stairs. Haha, now my boat is blocking yours. This place is quite scenic. I get a lot of satisfaction just from exploring places like this. I think this game has great graphics, personally. All the wonderful castles you get to explore. And quaint villages. So second drawer here has a small medal. And we gotta go around and go upstairs. Not to talk to that guy. We don't talk to anyone with shoulder pads anymore, not after Chapter 3. You know, we gave him a silver statuette for 25,000 gold, and after that I was like, ugh, never talking to a shoulder pads guy ever again. So this merchant guy hears a rumor about an entertainer named Hannah. Uh-oh. Okay, we're using Heroes MP now. Oh, where are we going? Return to Mintos and Silver Riverton? Am I looking ahead here? Oh, no. Oh, return to Havel. There's Healy, by the way, on the left side of the courtyard of Kelion. Kieves does not get added to your return list, so we're not even going to walk into there. But we are going to walk all the way to Montbarabat. And we need to get there in the daytime, because if you go there at night while Panon's performing, and you can walk on stage and you'll be like, hey, help me do this joke, grab my coat for me. Hey, get off my tail. It's not a great joke, but that's the joke he tells. Oh, it is dark. I seem to have screwed up. Took too many steps somewhere. I guess that's the 2 extra steps sailing to Estancia. Come with you? But we're already indoors! So most people will think, oh, Panon's terrible, he's only got 25 MP, but Panon has this weapon called the Sword of Lethargy, which causes sleep on hit. And this ignores sleep immunity, by the way. It's completely disgusting. Okay, wait, Oh, right, it's time to get the magic key, so we're going to Actemto. And we're going back into that cave where we recruited Orin. Okay, so let's march with... let's just go Mara and Talon. Let's just get them killed off right now. Oh, look at that. I guess Flamers don't appear that deep into Chapter 5 at all. But I should mention we're very underleveled for this place. Bison Bear? I don't think I've seen those enemies on a run ever. There's so many palette swaps, and they all look so scary, and they have scary names. My nostalgia goggles for this game are so foggy. Oh, we got Bison Hawk? Are they stronger than Bison Bears? I don't know. So yeah, we gotta march back to where Orin was in this cave. Because I think there's someone you can talk to who says, hey, I heard a rumor about your master Edgar. He hit a button in the bottom of a chest, and that's where his secret lab was. And so we're gonna go in here and do just that. We're gonna find Edgar's secret lab, and it turns out he has the magic key in there, but it's behind a thief's key door. So you have to get Alina's party back into your party, because Alina still has the thief's key from Chapter 2. So, there actually are very few Thief's Key doors in Dragon Warrior 4, unfortunately. So there isn't really a lot of satisfaction in going around exploring the world with just the Thief's Key. This 3 escape isn't so bad, it's not like it's eating up a lot of time. I needed to kill Mara. Oh yeah, and if you try to move, you get this weird dialogue box. It won't let you move, you have to change members. Because if you get into a fight, you'll instantly wipe out. And we want to go in teams of 2 here, because... Actually, let's not put the hero in there, because the hero knows outside. Let's go Pan and Alina. Because now that Mara's dead, and Bray is not high enough level, the quickest way out of here is to just have the hero cast outside, so I don't want the hero to die. So this was a chest I could open back in Chapter 4, but I don't need the Lamp of Darkness in Chapter 4. So it saves time, don't have to sit through all this dialogue. And we get the super cool, moreover. It's almost as cool as the Thereafter in Chapter 2, after you beat Chameleon Humanoid. Oops, the small metal's in the other jar. I don't want to take steps in here, you actually can get encounters here in the lab. Okay, right on. Yeah, I want the magic key in Christo's inventory. No, wait, I want the final key in someone's inventory. Oh, wait a minute, no one has outside. Except Mara, who I already killed. I'm so smart. Oh, I gotta pay 500 gold to leave here quickly. This is awkward. I was not supposed to kill Mara this early. So I either Death Warp or I walk out of here. And the problem is I need to kill my whole party, because I have the wagon with me. They might make it happen. I mean, we want to go in two-man teams because most of the enemies here have mass damage attacks. I don't say AoE because there is no such concept as area in a game that's just menus. Chrono Trigger has area. Okay, so I'm down a bunch of money. But I think we'll be fine. Revive Alina and Christo and Bray, and Panon should still be alive. But if I did have to revive Panon, it would only be 10 gold. I do need Bray alive. He's not going to be in any fights, but he'll gain passive experience from a bunch of the boss fights we do towards the end of the game. And he'll hit level 27-ish. He'll learn Black Hill in time for the end game, and it'll be a good time. Okay. Who got the Lamp of Darkness? Check out this Lamp of Darkness effect. It looks so much worse than the Lamp of Darkness effect in Dragon Warrior 3. Like, what even is this? It's, like, bit crushing. It's lowering the quantization of the color on every square. You can't let this guy see you or he kicks you out. But this guy up here is chill. He doesn't care. So we're just going up to the King's room to assassinate him, no big deal. Even though the King of Endor is a goofball and everybody loves him. I think you want to open this chest? Yes. Is it the right drawer? Yes. Okay. Now we return to Mintos. Hero is running out of MP. Let's just use the end in Riverton then. I think I still have Fairy Water active. Oh, apparently not. Seal Throat. There it is, that sleep on hit. Never seen a seal throw in a run. There's surely a reason for that. I mean, I should have Fairy Water going. Oh, I died! That probably turned off Fairy Water. Alright, so we're sailing south to a place called Riverton, which is a real place in Wyoming, by the way. We're gonna come back here later, but we're just gonna get a small medal from an island for now. I guess we'll use the inn here. This hero is about to run out of MP. I guess it's slightly out of the way, because I have to go back around up top. This guy's looking right at it, but he doesn't take it. Yeah, I gave some money, that's true. Okay, now we return to Conanburr, right? No, wait. Not yet. We return to Stancia and sail west. Right, we gotta cash in our medals. Then come back to Conanburr. Ugh. almost done the big metal power-up tour, and then we'll have some exciting boss fights. Menus are laggy at sea because all these water tiles are animated. Just checking people's inventory here. Okay, we should have room because Alina is gonna have... We're gonna be giving up all the medals, so that'll put room in people's inventories. 9 medals, that's what we need. So we need the Sword of Miracles. Should be familiar to people who have played other Dragon Quest games. This is an incredible weapon with 100 raw attack power and 10% lifesteal. Well, actually, I don't know how much lifesteal it is. It's about 10%. So we're going to get a Staff of Punishment for Alina, and a Staff of Punishment for Alina, and a Staff of Punishment for the hero. The Staff of Punishment is actually useful. I mean, it's a weapon for spellcasters, but you can use it in battle, and it casts a very powerful spell that does about 45 damage to a group. That's better damage than Alina can do with her Iron Claw while so underleveled. Yeah, usually I kill Mara on the way to Rosaville, but that's awkward because I have Fairy Water going, so I have to watch my Fairy Water run out, and then... This should be the last one we ever need, though. So I have to, like, run the Fairy Water out, then get in a fight, then kill Mara in that fight. Still would have been better than not being able to cast outside in the lab, though. Okay, this is Rosaville, which is oddly named after a single person who lives here. I'm not sure why she's such a big deal. But, well, okay, she is a big deal to the plot. Okay. Sell. One of these Staffs of Punishment, because they sell for a lot of gold. Imagine turning a mini-medal into 30,000 gold. We gotta sell the pink leotard. Sell Christo's Morningstar. Oh, not Christo's Morningstar, Nara's Morningstar. We're gonna sell Christo's Copper Sword anyway, because it's getting replaced. How much do I need? Need 13,300. Oh, right, sell the Broadsword. This hero's getting a new weapon. This sells for 1,500. Holy, being down 1,000 gold suddenly matters. Well, I can sell Taloon's gear. I can sell that Thorn Whip. $13,300. I just need another 600. Never had trouble with money in my other runs. Now I'm really scraping. Oh, I'm not supposed to bring Panon into town, because there's so much more dialogue. If you go, then I'll get it from this person in the wagon. I need another 150. That'll be this feather hat. Okay, we did it. So we're gonna buy a Sword of Lethargy for the hero, which will be his primary weapon for most of this run. And we're gonna get Christo his best in slot gear while we're here too. Get him a Sacred Robe, which has magic resistance. Oh, and an Iron Helmet. Uh-oh, we actually need more than 13,300. Oh, he's carrying this chainmail. Right, I banked this chainmail back in Chapter 2. The day is saved. Alright, let's get everybody suited up. I didn't get any better defensive gear for the hero. Okay, I think we're done here. Not enough MP. Uh-oh. I think N is the top slot here. No, it's not. Uh-oh. Where is the N here? I think it's down over here. Yeah, it is. Can I even afford to use it? Oh, we can. Okay, okay. Oh, right, give Talon's Iron Shield to Christo. Almost forgot. So we're actually not suited up. Wait, what? Give Christo's Iron Shield to Ragnar. There we go. Okay, now we're doing fights? Yeah, we are. Okay. Fix my order. Panon, Hero, Alina, Christo. So now Castle Kelion is way more secure this time. Just kidding. It's still... You can't break the lock, but you just have an actual magic key. And it turns out no security measure in the world can stop Ragnar. You can't stop me! Ragnar's so driven. He really wants to stop evil, whatever that is. Oh no, don't be Orin, Ragnar. I should have safety saved before going in here. Usually this fight is completely free. Oops, I forgot to equip the hero. There we go. Just need to put Kelion to sleep, like that. Oh, put him back down. Nice. Sleep again. Talking in sleep again. So yeah, as you can see, Kelion is not casting Firebane and ripping 80 damage physicals on my party. So he's definitely gotten fat in the time between Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. Usually Alina clues in and starts flinging up the Staff of Punishment after the hero does it a few times. And put him to sleep again. Sword of Lethargy is so great. Look at this agility difference! Like, Panon puts him to sleep, and then the hero's really slow. Kelion outturns him and wakes up, but then the hero puts him back down. It's great. Put Kitty down. Got him. Nice. Then we get some full plate armor, so we can give better body armor to Ragnar. And also, half a metal babble worth experience. No big deal. And guess what? We're doing another awesome boss fight right after this. Kelion's name is King Leo in the Japanese version. I think Kelion's a way more badass name, though. I do just have nostalgia goggles for this game, though. Without saving again, how about no? Because if I die, I have no money to revive my characters, and it'll be such a time loss. Plus, it's like way faster to see like you know, a bunch of my characters have 25 HP left and Balzac gets a snowstorm off, I can just hit reset. I don't even need to see how much damage it does. You can get back into the action really quick after resetting in this game. Gotta sit through a bunch of Bray level ups. It'll pay off, trust me, guys. Just think how many Naramara and Tulun level ups we'd be sitting through if I didn't kill them. And I know it looks impressive, like, oh, break in 15 MP and learn Snowstorm. Like, too bad, we're still not going to use them. Physical attacker is much stronger in these games. Spellcasters are usually relegated to pure utility. And we're back on PB pace. We're 4 minutes ahead. Okay, we're gonna return to Soretta and do some bookkeeping. Oh yeah, we got new overworld music now that we got a full team. Who got the full plate? You did. And we're gonna give this Sword of Miracles to Ragnar. Suit up Ragnar. We're just gonna straight up replace Christo with Ragnar. It might seem counterintuitive, you're like, shouldn't Ragnar be in the front? He's a big beefy soldier. He's also level 11. We just got him, he's underleveled. And we're gonna go fight a boss you should probably take on in like the mid-20s. Like early mid-20s. So this boss has 500 HP and 50 regen. Pretty serious stuff. Uh-oh, no encounter Reno, please. Thank you. There's Balzac! And he's evolving into this pretty looking thing. And yeah, we're just gonna do our thing, we're just gonna attack with Sword of Lethargy and hope he goes to sleep, like that. Because if he's not asleep, we're in big trouble. Balzac attacks twice per turn, and can cast Snowstorm, which will deal 30 to each of my characters. Luckily he's very slow, so Panon and the hero can get their attacks in first. There's the first Snowstorm, that's scary. Double Snowstorm. As you can see, my characters can barely survive that. Balzac got a lot fatter too. Oh, no sleep. Yeah, that's a reset. Lost too many characters. But as you can see, it's really quick to just reset, try again. You just gotta keep ramming your face against Balzac until you win. I mean, we are underleveled, but we do have really good gear. And also the extremely cheesy Sword of Lethargy ×2. With more money, we could get a third one to give to Ragnar, but giving him the Sword of Miracles just for raw damage is good enough. So yeah, if he's already asleep, I think there's no reason to not use the staff, because Balzac has rock bottom agility, and he's always going to go after the hero. So I can't, like, swing when he's already asleep to put him back to sleep. I don't know, Panon, why? Oh, thanks, hero. Live, die, repeat. The code of the JRPG. Balzac's still under? Yeah, plus Sword of Miracles does way better damage. Remember, we do have to overcome Balzac's 50 regen every turn. Oh, Balzac outturned the hero. Uh-oh. Ooh, outturned the hero again. Balzac's physicals hurt a lot as well, as you can see. There's no point in trying to out-heal what Balzac does. You just gotta put him to sleep. I don't know how much MP Balzac has, but the answer is too much. I don't know what Panon's ever gonna accomplish. Pretty sure boss fights like these, the boss has like 500 MP or some outrageous amount. Panon attacks. Puts him under. Nice. My name's ShinerCCC, and I'll be running Trauma Center for the NES. Starring Apostrophe, the anesthesiologist. Or anesthetist, depending on what country you live in. And yeah, we get 6,500 experience points, so between Balzac and Kelion, it's like one Metal Babble worth of experience for my whole team. My split says Balzac, but I swear I called it Balzac++. Oh, this is gonna save a ton of time as well. Second try Balzac pretty clean. And this is where Ragnar gets caught up in experience as well. And this is where, yeah, Ragnar's level ups start getting really good. Alina and Ragnar's just start getting obscene amounts of HP every level. Dr. Apostrophe to the Santime upper wing. I mean, I could have gone with lowercase d. I could have been like, hey chat, want to see Dirt Nap Dan yet again? But it's way more amusing to pick symbols, like the hyphen, or the apostrophe, or the comma. Those are all good ones. Actually, I picked dot. I picked period for one of them. Oh, here we go, like a gazillion years of Bray level ups. No, you see, I'm a doctor of evil. I'm here to fix evil, you see. He doesn't disappear right away like the other corpses in this game. The golden bracelet! Oh, that's been mentioned. So a thing from Chapter 2 and a thing from Chapter 4 are mentioned in a sentence. Yeah, okay. Okay, I did get my heal more off on Panon. Yikes! Oh, thank goodness they're bewildered. Mystic Dolls are worth like 400 gold if you kill them, by the way. That's a good thing to remember if you want to play this game casually and need a ton of cash. Uh-oh. Kinda want to fight him. My indecision was just luck manipulation, you see. Okay, now we're gonna... Where are we going? Return to Soretta, cast Repel, and go to Gardenburg. Okay. Did I get Repel? I did. Who got the Magma Staff? You. Give that to Christo, because he can use it as a weapon. I never saw that one, holy! I mean, I'm Canadian, that's why I didn't see any, like, pictures of it either. Right, so... This is where the game's plot gets a little lost, because you also find the Flute of Uncovering in Santime's treasure room, which is something you can use in Rosaville to go fight the Sorrow Knight. Someone also gives you a clue that's something like... Oh, you're searching for the Zenithian shield. I heard the King of Berlin had it. So you go there and he says, oh, I gave it to the Queen of Gardenburg a long time ago. So then you go to Gardenburg. But anyway, after you beat Gardenburg, she says, try going to Rosaville. You might learn something there. But you should go to Rosaville first so you can get the Sphere of Silence from the Sorrow Knight. Because Bakor is a jerk if you don't have stop spell. Oh right, we gotta put Talon in rank 2. Oh, and I need Alina. So Gardenburg is a kingdom of all women. And the queen is very eloquent, I must say. So we want to use the inn here. Oh no. You want to use it because it makes the shopkeeper spawn right there. What are we selling again? Sell Staff of Punishment. Buy Iron Claw. Whose do I sell? No, sell the hero's Staff of Punishment. I always have to decide, because I want Alina to do good damage. Hero can focus on keeping Bakor asleep. So that's our best in slot torso piece we're gonna give to Alina. There is a Fire Claw we can get here, but we're gonna get it after we're done Gardenburg. Save steps. So this is Bakor, the only guy in town, so of course he's untrustworthy. You bold thieves! You're under arrest! Call Mighty Switch Force! And yeah, this is a cutscene, like I'm forced to walk over here. Well, it is just you and me in prison, and no. Attica! Attica! Bang, bang, bang. Oh, that didn't take long. Typical JRPG. Never in prison for long. I love this place. Like, they take no nonsense. They get stuff done. They make reasonable demands. They keep a hostage as collateral. They ain't no wimps. This game came out in '93. Think that's the order I want? Hero Ragnar, Alina, Christo. Oh, I was supposed to go back to Soretta and save. Lol. Whatever, I haven't got any money to lose. Oh wait, but I need money to revive characters. Whatever, this cave is the only place in the whole game that doesn't have an outrageously high encounter rate. And thank goodness, because it's very large and very scenic. It looks a lot like Mount Moon, actually. It's got those cube-looking walls and those slopes and tiny staircases. Yeah, they took Talon's ghost as the hostage. It's in my notes, put Talon in rank 2. Because they'll take whoever's in rank 2 as the hostage. Savage! Anyone play Savage for the Amiga? It's a game with, they used, like, the sound effects to make the music. So there's these hilarious voices. Whoa, Savage! Oh, look at that. Hero's got no MP. Luckily, I don't need any. Can we kill one Hambaba? Is this the Breath Cave? What's the Breath Cave? This is where Bakor lives. This is where he goes to hide out. This part was hard on DS. What, they turned the encounter rate back up? Oof. What do I do? I'm gonna see if we can beat Bakor without Alina. I want a character already dead, because I'm gonna have to death warp out of here. Hero hasn't got enough MP. Do I have access to Brave spells? Oh no, I don't. Oh no. I didn't even have the MP to... Well, I guess Bray could have cast Return for me. I guess if the inn in Soretta was cheaper, then that was the play. Like, Alina doesn't do that much damage, so... Alina's the least important character for the Black Ore fight. I think we can win without her. Maybe this Focus Ragnar strat was not such a great idea. I'm gonna have to think of what I can sell to pay for reviving my characters after this Death Warp, too. Ooh. I think we're doing some more shopping after this, though. Well, Alina's gonna be underleveled without experience from the Black Ore fight. Darn it. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of breath attacks here, for sure. What is it? Offensive till stop spell sticks. Oh, okay. Yeah, Black Ore casts Snowstorm, too. But Krista will cast stop spell on him. And then it's... Oh, and we put him to sleep, too. And crit from Ragnar, alright. Free! Yeah, Krista will cast Increase as well when you switch your tactics to defensive, so... Like, Black Ore's got pretty real basic attacks, and can build up power, but after Christo casts Increase and Surround, and Stop Spell, yeah, it's just completely free. Black Ore has 1000 HP and 0 regen, so I don't need Alina for this fight. I really don't. Oh, that's so funny. I put the Staff of Punishment on Alina, and then she's not even alive to use it. Christo, try throwing the Magma Staff. I'm not going to switch to tryout tactics, though, because that'll make Ragnar behave like a fool. Wait, he doesn't have a Sword of Lethargy yet. We'll be fine. Well, he might fling his Sword of Malice. I guess we're doing half as much damage without Alina. Alina would be contributing another 40-ish damage a turn. Maybe someone should pull up a map of this cave. So I'll go back upstairs and see where the closest chest is. Then I can open that and get some money. Oh, I can sell this agility seed for, like, 80. Pay for reviving half a character. Poor Alina. Oh well. 6,000 experience is like half a Metal Babble, so she'll catch up, it'll be fine. Cluster strats. It's so funny, there's like... Oh, I use the end and safety save so much, I don't need to. Then I put it off, and then, yeah, things get thrown out pretty badly sometimes. I keep forgetting I can use Braze MP to cast Return now. That would have prevented all this. If I was using Braze MP to cast Return. In fact, that's what I was doing in my last run. Still on PB pace, but I'm losing time now because I can't leave quickly. Normally I just cast outside and be done, like right now. And now I have to either walk out of here with this abysmally low encounter rate, or Death Warp. We're gonna strip down in case that's the way out. Yeah, there are definitely creatures with breath attacks here. There's Chelanodons. I don't think there's Dragon Riders, though. Yeah, I guess I'll just, like, make my way to the nearest treasure chest and open it. Whatever's in it, I'm gonna sell it to pay for my revival costs. Iron Mask? That's best in slot headgear for Ragnar. Which I am about to buy, actually. So I can sell that for a lot. Yep. 0 encounters on this whole floor. Just bleeding the minutes off. One more treasure while we're at it. Strength Seed. And give that to Alina to make up for the experience she lost. Oh right, her inventory's full? No, it's not. She's just dead. I'm unequipping armors because I'm gonna Death Warp. Like, first encounter I'm gonna get into, I'm not gonna run. I'm just gonna have the hero start picking people off. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten an encounter on that second floor. Maybe there just are none there. Or maybe there are no more encounters here. Oh, I got a walk of shame all the way out. Oh, here we go. Okay, use no MP. We gotta pick off Ragnar first, because the Sword of Miracles is gonna keep himself alive. Of course we're in Soretta, with not a lot of money. Can we revive anyone? Forget it. Let's go sell the Iron Mask. And then it's like it never happened. Oof. Oh, I hate this guy. Well, the hero's got his MP back. I'm trying to think. Closest vendor would be Rosaville. Who got that Iron Mask? Hero did. I'm coming right back here anyway to do way more shopping, so any leftover money is just useful. I guess selling that Iron Mask is really stupid if I'm gonna buy one, but I gotta sell something to pay for these revival costs. Or I guess I could have sold the Fire Claw. Yeah, I guess I only need the hero to, like, travel and talk to the Queen. Ah. Cluster strats indeed. Oh, I lost so much time. All because I wasn't using Bray's MP. Okay, split for final key. We lost a minute. It would have been an even bigger savings. I think I lost like 3 minutes to that kerfluffle. Oof. So there's a secret Fire Claw right here. Oh, and we have to go get the Zenithian shield. We got room in Hero's inventory? Yes. So, Gardenburg also has the best architects. You can't cast Return in this place, or you hit your head on the ceiling. Yeah, there's a barrier tile. My characters who had to walk on that just took 15 damage. Okay. Yeah, selling the Iron Mask there was a huge mistake. Because now I gotta do more gold things. Okay, we're gonna sell the Fire Claw. Oh, I can sell the Hero's Iron Shield, too. Sell Alina's Staff of Punishments. Sell Ragnar's Sword of Malice. This seems like such overkill. And sell his Scale Shield, too. It's just bugging me that it's in his inventory. Okay, we buy Stiletto Earrings for Alina. And we're gonna buy Dragon Mail and Iron Mask for Ragnar. Yep, sweet. Sold the Iron Mask so we could buy an Iron Mask. Oops. YOLO! Not bad. Oh, we're gearing up for the dreaded, Colossus run. Got room in Hero's inventory? Yes. Right, the King's Challenge. I never talked about that before. So, the King of Stancia has a decree. If whoever can make him laugh will be rewarded with the Zenithian Helm. So, that merchant's clue about, hey, you should go recruit Panin the Jester to make the king laugh. So, after conscripting Panin and putting him in extremely dangerous boss fights, we're finally gonna go wait for the king's lineup to dissipate here. I guess this is another 15-second break, potentially. Very Dragon Quest-esque Aesop fable. We're gonna return to Soretta to safety save at last. Who has the final key? Need to make sure one of them is carrying it. Alina's carrying it. Good. Let's get everybody suited up. I was having to think there if I had a better weapon for Christo, but I don't right now. Whew, alright, I've always had trouble with Colossus. In the old route that I came up with first, you do the Metal Babel grind first, and then the Colossus is easy because you're high level. But other researchers found out it's worth doing it now, because on the other side you can go to Dire Palace just to get the Aeolus Shield, which is a very useful thing to have when you're in that Transform Shrine south of Endor. The Aeolus Shield basically casts Repel, but I think it's a different element. Enemies seem to have a different resistance to what Aeolus Shield does compared to Repel. And it also works on all enemies instead of a single group like the Expel spell. Yeah, it blows enemies away and you get 0 experience for them. But a lot of enemies in that shrine are vulnerable to it. I guess it's a crypt, is what it's called. I don't know the official name of the place, but it's certainly a crypt. So yeah, we're going through this Colossus. You need the final key to go in. And you gotta hit a lever in the Colossus nose to make it walk across the creek and get you to Dire Palace. Yombats can terrible blow you. And sleep on hit, I didn't know that. Yeah, I usually lose characters on this run, so it's important to keep everybody topped up for this walk. If I get a new PB from this, and then I go submit it to SRC, that 1 MP on the hero going into Bakhor's cave is gonna haunt me. That's the one cringe thing that I'll never get over. It's that thing that'll haunt me and make me want to run the game one more time. Even though I thought I gave up on it. I thought I thought sub 8 hours would be easy, but it's not a matter of easy or hard, it's just the game allowing it to happen. See, the thing is, if you're grinding for a PB in this game, you gotta do Chapter 1 in first try, in less than half an hour. But I could do an entire run of my main speed game in half an hour, rather than find out if my Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun is even slightly viable this time. So I'm sure some people are already wondering, Shiner, why'd you come out onto this hand to get this chest? What could be so special about it? And well... Oh yeah, there's a Necrodane, by the way. I was talking earlier about how the silver tarot cards I had in Chapter 4, all the cards in the deck are unique, and once you've drawn all of them, the last one you draw is always the Card of Death, which will summon a Necrodane to the enemy side. Yeah, it's one of those. It will kill you in Chapter 4. It's immune to all magic, and has outrageously high stats. Not even Orin can scratch it. And it'll slap Orin for like 45 or 50 damage or something, and one-shot the sisters. But yeah, this thing I picked up is the Demon Hammer. This is a cursed weapon, so when you put it on, you can't take it off unless you pay the church about 500 gold to destroy it. And, so the curse of the Demon Hammer is, it seems like, oh, this makes all my attacks miss all the time. But that's not quite it. It turns you into an Ogre Basher, or the Giant Eyeball when its expression changes, the Bloodshot Giant Eyeball. You either miss or get a critical hit. I think it's about a, 1 in 4, 1 in 5 chance. That's what it feels like. It's a pretty realistic odds. It's better than just swinging out a Metal Babel and getting 0 or 1. These snow jabs are dangerous, because they can cast Blizzard, which will do, 40 damage to everybody. Yup. Well, Christo has a Sacred Robe, he takes less damage from magic. This still sucks, though. Why is everyone attacking B? Quit attacking B! B's got a spells contain. Just finish off A. Thank you. But yeah, these snow jabs are glass cannons. They either attack for 1 damage, or we'll cast Blizzard and ruin your day. So instead of taking the 2 or 3 escape fails, I just decided to take the fight. It's funny, in Dragon Quest XI, I've never manually healed people. I've always just pressed triangle to get the auto full heal. But I don't mind opening the menu to heal in this game. It's kind of charming. You get to feel clever for optimizing how you spend your MP. Uh-oh. Not like this! 1 HP! Oh dear. Alright, saw that blue flash and I've seen enough. Alright, we gotta do it again. These Leonars are also very scary. They attack twice per turn. They can build up power. And because I'm under-leveled, even though I have good gear, my defense power is only so high. Hey, speaking of, is it snowing where anyone else is watching from? There's no snow here, because I'm on an island. But, there probably should be snow. Actually, didn't I see frost on the ground? Oh, not today. Looks like it's gonna rain today, though. Wow, triple escape fail. I need that other car on to not swing the staff, please. Never mind. Welcome to running Dragon Warrior 4, where I have a route, and I know what to do, and the game just won't let me do it. I feel like we're about to fall behind, because my next split just says, grind to Christo 27, which is inaccurate. We grind until Christo's level 26. Or maybe 25. I actually did 25 on my last practice run and got away with it. I'll talk about that more later once we're actually doing that, but I have to get through this Colossus first, and then go to the place where the grind actually happens. I'm gonna take this fight. The Blizzard kind of freaks me out. Ooh, that target splitting. Not sure what is up with my team's threat assessment when they think the jump ad is a bigger deal than the Blizzard, which can cast Beat and Defeat. Those instant kill spells. Nah, that's not a threat, right? I don't know if there's any gear in this game that gives resistance to instant kill magic. I don't think there's even a Stone of Life, like in Dragon Warrior 3. Actually, there might be, but we don't find any in the speedrun. Fury Face is pretty harmless. Only ever uses Strange Breath attacks. Right, Sword of Miracles will not give lifesteal unless the enemy survives. If Sword of Miracles deals the killing blow, then all the fight ends. Actually, not the fight, but like, you don't get any lifesteal. The enemy has to survive. Oh no! Surprise round from Carons. I got away from the last few clean. Well, better sit up and get ready to reset if this is a run fail. Oh! We can handle one swing, I think. Maybe Christo can survive this? Not again! These Carons do not want to let this run continue. These Carons are really trying their hardest to preserve Necrosaro's reign. Okay, note to self, this is no longer a marathon strat. This is shameful. I mean, like, going through here just to get the Aeolus Shield does make the grind safer and faster, but I'm losing so much time just trying to get the Aeolus Shield. This is starting to strike me as one of those optimized PB strats. Like, I could be doing this grind without the Aeolus Shield. Yeah, if this fails again, we're just going straight to the grind. Plays more. Wow. I don't remember mini-demons being so dangerous in Dragon Warrior 3. And we're gonna lose Christo? Yeah, it's grind time. This is awful. Oh, wait, I know why we need to go there. We need the Demon Hammer. Well, we're going halfway through there, so might as well go the rest of the way. Okay, so we're gonna modify the parameters a little bit. We're gonna try to get through. If we get the Demon Hammer and then wipe out, then we'll just keep that result. Take the Demon Hammer and go do the grind. There's more effort to go back and revive him. It'll be easier to hit my reset button. Oops. The grind does take about an hour. And the next split is an hour minus 8 minutes away. So I think we are going to lose time, unfortunately. Bold to expect a PB from a, like, Bronze Armor Chapter 1, I guess. Cool. That's another 400 gold. Let's give those to Christo, actually. Because Christo's definitely an MP hog. Well, I hope this run makes it now. I want to keep those Mystic Acorns I got from a Blizzag for free that I snuck up on. I've gone into all these fights with full HP, right? Like all these fights where Charons just wipe me out. Oof. Make sure to heal a lot. I've never been to England. This place where I live is frequently compared to England, I gotta say. Oh, nice. Big sleep wave. But yeah, I've like never heard of snow in England, but I guess England is kind of an island as well. Very coastal. Not a fan of the surprise round right now. Well, actually I am, because they focused Hero, who has really high defense. Got that endgame Zenithian gear on. Oof. North Sea weather. Like Northern Hemisphere? I guess so, eh? I've never been to the Southern Hemisphere either. I really have not been that far from the places I've lived. I've never left this continent. At least it's a big continent. Yeah, Ragnar's got breath resist because of that dragon mail. Nice crit by Alina. Not enough to kill that Fury Face, though. They are tanky. I was gonna open the menu right here! Uh-oh. Oh no, blue lights. Help. Okay, only one blizzard. And we're through, yikes. Colossus, man. Dragon Warrior 4, not recommended if you're pregnant or have anxiety. Yeah, this game has a pretty strong body horror element, especially in the final battle, so definitely don't recommend if you're pregnant. Wow, these Charons aren't swinging the staff. They're swinging it in the way I like. It's taking a lot out of me just to get the freaking Demon Hammer. No! Okay, we got the Demon Hammer. An acceptable fail state is before us. To be honest, I've never tried fighting Charons. Maybe they're really squishy. They don't look squishy, though. They look like either Chameleon Humanoid, who is surprisingly squishy, or like Sorrow Shadow, who had 250 HP, and level 6 Ragnar had to kill him with minimal help. Uh-oh. Oh! Christo in Killzone mode. Okay. We're only halfway through. My old route got 4 more medals so I could get a Hat of Happiness for Christo. And that would be really helpful right now. Because I'm about to run out of MP from healing my characters so damn much. I got some medical herbs in the hero's inventory. We can keep going. Oh sure, instantly run from the harmless encounter. Make sure you jump out of the far eye, or else you just land on the Demon Hammer platform. Oh no. Okay, no instant death magic, at least. Dead Ragnar? Dead Ragnar. Oof. No! Oh my god! Oh, I had no HP left anyway. Alright, let's, break out the emergency joints. Hero's the only one who's got him. We're so close. We only have like 2 more rooms left. Just gotta go in here, around the corner, up some stairs, up another stairs, and the lever's like right there! This is it. This is all the HP we have. Oh wait, Christo can cast Heal more. Why didn't I see that? Alright, solo Christo. Unless we got 3 escape fails? No? Okay. 420 HP, blaze it. I don't think Christo can take 2 hits from these guys. Wake up? Well, nice run, I guess. Okay, we almost made it to Dire Palace. Wow, this is a video game. Okay, has the Demon Hammer already. Brago, send us to Rosendale. So we can do some vending. Need to sell something so I can revive my characters. Need about 500. Yeah, I'll just sell this. Can we make it in time? I'm so mad at Colossus right now. Or I'm mostly mad at not casting Heal More on Alina and using the herbs on Christo. That would have made a difference. So we're gonna do the grind without Aeola's Shield, which will be a little lame. But that's the price we pay. I lost, I think, half an hour just trying to get... Not half an hour, I lost like 20 minutes just trying to get through the stupid Colossus. I'll have to review the footage and go, what did I do wrong? Too hard to kill. My hero basically can't do damage with this Demon Hammer equipped. And also doesn't know Boom yet, so... Yeah, basically no damage. Maybe I should have kept a Staff of Punishment a little longer. I do like getting this Staff of Anti-Magic, though. Makes B-Bambars easier to fight. Oh, here we go. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. $16 divided by 256. That divides evenly. They're both powers of 2. Ah, bad start. Oh, nice. Demon Hammer coming through. Demon Swords are quite tanky and magic resistant. As in, well, Aeola's Shield doesn't work on them. more importantly. D. F. Okay, 3 stayed. Oh, nice. 1 down already. Eight, 128, 4 out of 64. Yeah, Lena's got a 1 in 16 crit chance already. I kind of wish I had this revelation earlier, like... I don't need to get through the Colossus just to get Eola's Shield. The Demon Hammer is the important part. Eola's Shield definitely speeds this up, though. Actually, here's an idea. Why don't I go through here, get the Staff of Transform, do the meeting, and get Eola's Shield, and then come back and do the rest of the grind. Like, I think with just a few extra levels, the Colossus will be not so bad. Look at that, it survived a crit. Oh, nice. Extra 1,500 gold I don't need. We can patrol this threshold for medals for a bit. There's a healing pad up ahead, but... ah, damn it. This is where the Eola's Shield would be great. Maybe I would have been better off just trying to run. These things are kind of durable. Doesn't work on Humblebee. Eola's Shield consistently works quite well on Humbalbas and V-Band bars. Not sure about Tyrannobats. Oh, nice. Gonna cast Heal more because I know it'll cost someone a turn in combat if I wait. Yeah, Alina's damage is still weak. It's gonna start to blow up when she gets past level 20 or 21, I think. troops can't expel them efficiently. Sit through a round of Hambalba attacks. It hurts to think about trying to kill those Dragonids normally. They're pretty durable. Okay, let's head for the healing pad. My casters are starting to run out of MP. Oh, all the Babbles were hiding up here. 2 stays. Alright, well, Alina can get a crit, and Ragnar can put to sleep. Oh, Hero can get a crit. Okay, then. Wow, grinding downstairs was awful. They were all hiding up here. How does this game even represent 20,000 experience points? That's so much. That's like 4 bytes worth, isn't it? We actually need Iron Eyes in the final battle, believe it or not. So, your characters learn the weaknesses and resistances of your enemy over the course of a few turns. So, casting Iron Eyes counts as turns worth of learning. So it'll make Ragnar not fling up the Sword of Lethargy during the Necrosarro fight. Oh, here we go. Now my characters have some real power. Real ultimate power. Oh, okay, I have a couple more medals. FF13 20 years earlier. In what way? I don't know enough about FF13. As in, like, just high concentrations of experience points. Did I learn Boom yet? No, I didn't. Whatever, I'll just attack the Tyrannobat. Oh, I thought they'd go after Humbalba first. Bad at making these reads, I guess. Yeah, now that I got some levels, look how much better my character's HPs are already. I'm gonna go get the Staff of Transform, do all the Dire Palace stuff, then come back and finish the grind. It's all part of the same split, I guess. Actually, Necrosarro's meeting is a separate split for me, but we can skip that. We'll see where we're at when we get there. Oh, nice. Magnastaff casting Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, I see. My AI party members learning about enemy weaknesses. Yeah, I guess so. This game was ahead of its time in a lot of ways. Coming up fairly soon is the S-Turk fight. And I love mentioning that S-Turk was the first Pokemon to ever use Snore. Like, when you enter the fight, S-Turk starts the fight asleep. But while S-Turk is asleep, if he ends the turn while asleep, then you'll see S-Turk's body emanates strange lights, and all your party members take 50 damage. So it's the earliest known example of an enemy being dangerous while asleep in a JRPG. Therefore, the first Pokemon to ever use Snore. Starclax. More like, no, he's a slacking because he's the ruler of evil. Alright, so Hero not being able to attack. Like, Hero being stuck with the Demon Hammer might be a mistake. But I mean, my people are more durable now. I mean, the sooner I get this Aeolus shield, the faster I can get the grind over with. Like, if I can just blow Hambalbas away instead of trying to run away. S-Turk is loafing around. I like people coming up with the Japanese spellings for S-Turk. Oh wait, it's all our same poster. Still. Yeah, it's similar to the, how do you spell cup in Japanese? It's a kapu, or a kopu. It's a similar issue. S-Turk. S-Turk. Overthinking City over here. What a difference, like 20 HP on Christo, 30 HP on the hero, 50 HP on Alina and Ragnar. And I don't have to make this stupid detour for the Demon Hammer. Uh-oh. Wait, Crystal learned Vivify. Oh, never mind, he died. Okay, well I have money, so it's okay if I wipe out. Whatever, I don't need any of my buds. Wow, as soon as I saw 4 Blizzags, I was gonna say, but I can get wiped out by these 4 Blizzags, and then I almost did. Just from 2 escape fails. They didn't cast Defeat all day, until I said out loud, with my NES listening, hey, he's gonna go back through here. Oh no, I'm poisoned, I'm going to take 1 damage every 5 steps. What did I do to the game to piss it off? Replace the battery inside it? That only worked for about a day and a half, though. It's not yet time to give up. Okay, I can just revive Christo. And use Vivify to get everybody up from there. We're doing things a little loosely and out of order here. I can maybe do Shrine of Breaking Waves. I usually do that entirely after the grind, though. Certain places cheaper to revive. No, revive costs are based on the level of the character. In costs vary in different locations, though. But it's not a large amount of money anyway. That moment of revelation, like, wait, Crystal learned Vivify during the grind, and then he got hit by Beat. That was so savage. Oh wow, Charons are kind of squishy. 100 HP or less. Uh-oh, I don't like this fight. Unless I just had solo hero out and then got to use the Zenithian shield. Actually, it looks like their physicals do respectable damage too. Emits a freezing wind. Oh nice, first try Vivify. Yeah, we gotta use the hero for most of our healing then. We gotta save Christo's MP for Vivifies. And a bunch of my last practice runs, like, after wiping out, and I respawn in Soretta, I pay to revive Christo, and then it takes his entire MP bar to revive my other two characters. I think I saw it doesn't revive 7 times in a row. It's supposed to be 50%, but I've heard it's actually based on your character's luck stat. So maybe I should have picked up that luck seed in Chapter 1. Oh right, I can't seal their spells. Can I cast Fen spell on Christo to protect him from Staff of Thunder? Nope. I'll take the guaranteed 2-turn. Charons are the worst! If I get another escape fail, the only correct response is, should have played around it. Colossus trying really hard to ruin my run today. Well, I guess it's already ruined, but it's still gonna finish. I think we're still gonna be within estimate. Ugh. I was gonna open my menu right here. Oh no, it's the same 3 Leonars. They caught up with me because I was healing. Oh, nice jukes by Ragnar. 3 jukes from Ragnar? And then 1 from Christo? Alina's the one with Cloak of Evasion, guys. Demon Hammer connects when it really doesn't need to. I always get really scared when they attack Christo. Is the NBA watching? They gotta sign up these Charons. They keep blocking me. Like these court maneuvers. They're back. I'd probably fight these Charons if I didn't have the Demon Hammer on the hero. Because I think I could guarantee like a 1-turn kill if the hero had a real weapon. Or could cast Boom. So maybe I should have been grinding a little longer just so the hero could learn Boom. I really hate how it's always this encounter that I get stuck in so often. Because I have to sit through, like, whack, 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 and then heal for quite a while after. Hero's MP is gone. Just think, I probably could have made it to Dire Palace if I saw Christo had 8 MP left. Oh no, I just realized. I don't have MP left to cast Return now. And you don't get the wagon when you get to the other side. Does someone have a Wing of Wyvern? Wow, Christo does somehow. I'm just gonna say planned. So yeah, there's that room I died in, right? Go upstairs, go upstairs. Switch is right here! Oh, it's right here! Huh, fancy that. The giant statue, Colossus, begins erasing itself from the RAM, so I can never finish this game again. fairy water. Bland. I remember buying that wing for Christo at the end of Chapter 2. It's way at the top of his inventory, next to the Wayfarer's clothes. It's just been sitting there the whole time. Just need to touch Dire Palace. Oh, finally! We got room in there. So normally you just cast Return after getting the Aeolus Shield. But since we're here, we're gonna just walk back out and then do Necrosaro's meeting. Then we can skip that split, so it'll seem like we're behind. But we'll catch up a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm gonna grab that small medal in case I need money, given the trend of how this run's been going. Okay, it might have been faster to like cast Return, go heal, cast Return, go back to Dire Palace, walk back in. I feel like it's the same amount of steps, or similar. Alright, let's see what kind of monster we get to be. Or Maras. I mean, depending on the medium, monsters like Maras. I don't think they like sailors. Or guys with shovels. Or horses? Are horses allowed? I guess horses are allowed. Nice. Horses are allowed. Horses are a valuable part of monster kind. But yeah, we got like Skull Rider. You know, that guy was riding a horse. Okay, oh yeah. Haven't got any MP. Oh yeah, we have to walk out the slot. Because you get Strange Forced if you try to return in there. You gotta go here. And return to Soretta. Always go to Soretta. Ah, it's beginning. My time save dwindling away. Okay, well now that we have Aeolus Shield. Oops, I thought I might have to cast Repel. Guzzle Ray. I was hoping we'd see my favorite enemy named Runamok Albacore. Gonna go with Expel. Aeolus Shield doesn't work on Dragonets, but Expel does. A lot of runners like to do the Shrine of Breaking Waves early on as well. Like, I guess you could do it... oh nice, the hammer connected. You could do it... maybe you could do it when you go spend your mini-medals. And Mara's still alive, and you need to get Mara killed off. So that would be a good way to do it. I think you'd want to get Panon on your team, though. I just think the Shrine is, like, way too scary when you're low level. I like doing it after the grind because, like, you're high enough level you can run away from most of the fights for free. You don't really need the Zenithian armor. It's like, ooh, I have slightly higher defense power on the hero when it's already, like, outrageously high. Defense in Dragon Warrior games has diminishing returns. The more you get, the less effective it is. But eventually you do hit a point of... Oh yeah, Bray counts as being in the party on the surface level. He's definitely going to learn By-Kill in time for the end of the game now. I mean, normally he does without any effort. Alright, in we go. Let's go back to that notch. We gotta kill a couple more medals. Gotta get Crystal to level 26 so he can learn Heal All on the way to Esturk. Or he'll learn Heal All in time for the end game. That's the important part. Hero with the lame agility. Okay, at least we're not going to be grinding for too much longer, at least. Just... I think we need... There's basically one medal per level up. So I guess we need to kill three more medal battles. Just do something! Okay, now this is where a heal all mechanic would be nice. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's just walk on the healing pad for the rest. I'm gonna run off for another bathroom break during this fight. Wow, Eola's shield really put in work there, didn't it? Ah, here we go. Unfortunately, my party members are always going to attack the non-metal enemies first. I've decided to go all in on the Demon Hammer connecting on round 1, rather than use the Eola's shield to help them out. And here we go, my splits are now in the red. Yeah, so just inputting the Eola's shield is just faster. Like, I can, you know, try to run, but if I don't get away, I sit through a round of combat with no progress. Whereas I use the Yola Shield, I am going to eventually win, no matter what, on turn 1. You know, maybe Alina will get in there and get a kill. Expecting an encounter without moving. That would be very Dragon Warrior 4 of me. Oh, you can blow away Tyrannobats. That usually doesn't work. So yeah, the Metal Babbles are all supposed to be right here on this seam. Oh, there they are. Had to go upstairs first. The hammer connects! Everybody's favorite part. A level up for everybody. Oh yeah, Hero doesn't get boomed until level 23. I'm thinking of getting out of here when Crystal's level 25. Since I'm kind of behind, I want to be aggressive. Well, now that I finally have the Yola Shield after all that effort to get through the Colossus, what do people think of it? Is it worth the trouble? I don't get experience for blowing these Humbalbas away. It's all just to clear out encounters quicker and try to reroll for a Metal Babble that much sooner. I mean, I did have to go there for Necrosauro's meeting anyway. Although usually it's like you go through Colossus, get the Yola Shield, and then you do the meeting after the grind, because you get the Staff of Transform here. So you're kind of walking over half of the Dire Palace anyway. Uh-oh, have I been forgetting to heal? Yeah, we're gonna live. I feel like I'm better off with my team's help. Or at least Ragnar can put it to sleep. Nope. Oh, it stays! Crystal gaining 1 HP. The hammer connects! Well, Alina was dead for the Bakor fight, so I think I will kill one more Metal Babble. Learns defeat. Oh, this is when the grinding gets really good. Oof. Behind. No, I still have a dim hope of PB. I think I'm gonna conclude the grind here. Because last time level 25 Christo worked out fine. And if he doesn't have heal all in time, well, we'll just grind a little more. Okay. Now we gotta go to Stancia. Whoa. Did not know there were monsters that could get through Repel. Maybe I was supposed to grind a little more. Oops. I forget, is there a priest in this metal shrine? Ow. I bonked into land and made Baleth appear. Okay. No, there isn't. I am gonna do this, though. Yeah, like other runners go through here like as soon as they can at level 17 and stuff. Like snow jives and dragon riders? Why? I guess I can't run away for free at 25. Is 26 that much better? Oh yeah. Skip that split. Zenithian armor coming up in 20 seconds. I believe I did get first try Necrosaro in my PB. I'm gonna lose a little more time because I still have to uncurse my hero and move gear around. Let's try her demon hammer, dude. Taking fights because I left the grind early. The logic. Not in cursing, the hero was such a time loss. These could have all been one-round fights. Alright, so we're getting the demon hammer taken off at last. And we're gonna save. It's time to finally chase after Necrosaro. They said they were gonna go to Actemto, where the men dug too deep. And they found a Balrog, the ruler of evil, who is still sleeping. He's not supposed to wake up yet, but here we are. Basically everyone's dead. They cleaned up the skeletons, or maybe the skeletons got so poisoned they melted down. Actemto's in even worse shape than it was in Chapter 4. Like I said before, why are they digging? What's the point? I watched some of Morikane's playthrough of the Japanese PS1 version. He translated what the people he talked to were saying. And the guy digging at the bottom said, "I don't care how many monsters there are, I don't care what waits for me, I'm gonna keep digging so I can get rich." Or something to that effect. If you look really carefully at the hero's sprite, you can see the wings on his helmet. Garlic coil rooster. Good thing we're high level and can actually run from these fights. This Catman is lost. Don't ask him for directions. Oh, I forgot to equip Sword of Lethargy. All these things I take for granted. At least Hero Punch is going to be better than a miss. 16, not bad. Oh, I forgot to equip my Zenithian armor, too. So I actually should have opened the menu for these. Look at that, insane defense power. It takes like 40 or 50 fights of enemies of this caliber to match what a Metal Babel would give. Taking these fights along the way maybe isn't the smartest. Right, I figured this out. You just do your grinding in the tree. Enemies in the tree are really easy to kill and give insane experience. They give like 2,000 for winning one of those fights. Look at all these tunnels they dug and all the insanely powerful monsters in here. Tigerhorn is as tanky as he looks, not worth fighting. There's a healing pad in this room. I feel like I don't even need it, but I'm gonna step on it anyway. In one of the first runs I did, I got a Hat of Happiness as a drop from a Metal Babble. That was really helpful. Hero's fine. Dr. Apostrophe, as he's also known. Clutch beat. Wow. You don't see King Healer very often. Oops. I love this thing here. It's a ring of waist-high tables, and this skeleton who says, "Esteric made me immortal. As long as he lives, so shall I." And that's the reason why you can't get that chest. Because it's surrounded by waist-high tables and a skinny skeleton who says you can't die. In the DS version, that area is like a big raised dais, like big slope. Obviously much harder to climb onto. Actually looks inaccessible. No. They always go and kill the Bengal first for whatever reason. Look how much more dangerous the Rhino King is. Oh, Christo knows, though. Knows how much HP that Bengal has left. SNK Healmore presents the final stage of King of Fighters of Dragons. No, King of Dragons is a Capcom game, so that's why I didn't say King of Dragons. Okay. What are we doing here? Defensive tactics. Oh, I didn't learn Zap because I didn't grind enough. Well, I guess we'll cast Boom then. There it is, the Snore! The first Pokemon to ever snore. Uh-oh. Please live, Christo. Ooh. This lights phase is the hardest part. You want Esther to wake up, yeah. So you actually do want to use the Sword of Lethargy in this fight, because if you hit him with it, you put him back to sleep. So you make Esther wasting turns, like, waking up again. And his physicals do hurt a lot. He's better off being asleep, perhaps. Well, actually, the freezing waves are a nice touch. Because my characters are under the control of AI and never cast buff spells, it's just a wasted turn for Esther every time. Double crit from Alina. Oh, hero's gone. Uh-oh. That's my source of sleep. Well, Alina's on a good pace, just keep at it, I guess. Ooh. Deep breath, that's like building up power. His next physical is gonna hit like a truck. I was gonna say, it's gonna hit the hero, isn't it? I kinda want a hero to get this experience. I know this fight looks intimidating, but Esteric actually has very low HP and defense power. He's kind of a glass cannon because he just woke up. Oh, here we go. And hero gets 15k experience. Free metal babble. That's why I usually leave at 25. So if my hero was one level higher there, and had Zap, my opening attack would have done 80 damage instead of 60. Not that it matters, I'm sure. Oh, right, you have to try to leave. There we go. We're 40 seconds behind my PB. We'll see if we can keep that up. Necrosaro, an update. Necrosaro, he cares. He cares about his GF. Oh yeah, a bit of lore. If you go back to Izmit, like the other town from Chapter 1, the innkeeper tells you, hey, if you stay here, people say they have weird dreams. And so you can have a dream about Sorrow playing the Flute of Uncovering and talking to Rosa in Rosaville. So that's where you get the idea to do that. And then after you kill Esteric, the dream in Izmit changes again to a rather frightening dream that shows what happens to Rosa at the hands of her human captors. I believe she gets killed, and Necrosaro goes insane with sorrow. And then descends into actual hell. Like, not the hell these humans dig into, but some actual hell. Alright, so we got this gas canister. However, we're strange forced and we can't cast outside. So we're just gonna talk to this mimic for some help. Ah, good. Christo's gone, so I can start killing Ragnar. Actually, that's not a good idea. Ragnar can realistically kill the mimic. I'm faster than Ragnar. I'm gonna try to kill Ragnar. Oh, I put him to sleep. Perfect. Why did Ragnar only take 4 damage? Oh, it's because he's already asleep. We'll cast Zap on myself for this. Because I'm gonna run out of MP before I can do that. Ragnar wakes up. Ah, there we go. So yeah, you don't want to basic attack the hero right away, because Sword of Lethargy can put himself to sleep. left, so now the Mimic has to basic attack me to death. I mean, I'd cast Zap on myself to make this faster, but I'm asleep and out of MP. Oh, so close. You tried, lil buddy. Thanks, Mr. Mimic. No, this is video games. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're past the rage-inducing Colossus. Now we're in the gauntlet of really long endgame Dragon Quest dungeons. I guess we'll save. We're coming back here anyway, actually, so I'm actually saving prematurely. So now we need to go to Riverton. You definitely don't want to use the inn, because you're going to use the inn here. For some reason, you have to say yes to him twice. It's like, first can I see it, and then can I keep it? Which I guess is more realistic, but it just seems bizarrely pedantic in a video game. So after you stay in the inn, a virtual game day has gone by. And this industrious white shirt guy will be like, hey, I made you an entire hot air balloon. Thanks, guy trapped in a series of logs behind a counter. So now, guess what? We're going to Soretta again, because you always go to Soretta. Do I regularly stream Dragon Quest stuff? I'm gonna say no. I don't really have a regular stream. I'm just kind of a lost individual who streams when I feel like it, which can be anywhere from 2 or 3 times a week to months apart. But I usually stream for Xanadu, which is the NES game I have world record in. Oops. Form a new team that doesn't have Ragnar in it. So these people on the ground of this tree say, hey, I hear a voice screaming from the top of the tree saying, bring 3 people! Because this tree is a very easy dungeon, so to make it more interesting, they want you to send up only 3 people. It still is really easy. Anyway, scent pouch. That just like summons a random encounter immediately, doesn't it? I might have a use for that, come to think of it. Oops, I got this stupid gas canister. I've almost got, like, no room. This was almost a mistake right there. And yes, you can get the Leaf of the World tree here. Anyway, I will probably be streaming Dragon Quest XI stuff. I saw the credits on Powerful Monsters. I haven't done too much post-game stuff yet, though, and it's still a really hard game. It's satisfying. It reminds me of Dragon Warrior 2 and 7 in terms of the like overwhelmingness, but it's not like nonsense unfairness like 2 and 7. Hey, thanks, all names. Oh wait, we don't want to go down. We gotta go up and then all the way around the outside. This place is kind of confusing. I'll usually take a few steps in the wrong direction, like once per run of this game. Yeah, these red cyclones look scary. They remind me of these tanky Razor Winds, right? But they actually have really low HP and defense, and can also be crushed by defeat, and Alina can one-shot them. Uh-oh. Maybe I should not fight Chaos Hoppers. Yeah, they're not worth the trouble either. Oh no, Christo attacked me with the Magma Staff for one. I should have pointed it out during a longer fight, probably during Balzac or Bakor, but the battle music in this game has a meter change to odd meter. I believe to 11-8, or something like 5-4 plus 6-4. It's pretty crazy. Hang on, let me perform it. Okay, it's 4-4, 5-4, 4-4, 5-8. And then what happens? Oh wait. I stare into space for a bit and these snow jibes just jump all over me. Well, luckily... Leaf of the World Tree! Yoink! You can only carry one Leaf of the World Tree, but they're always there. Oh, if only Christo was level 27 and knew Heal All. This is what I get for pushing the envelope, trying to PB in a marathon. After the Colossus tried to tell me no. That's kind of crazy, like, I could PB by 20 minutes. Just need to not lose a ton of time on Colossus or Chapter 2 or any of a whole bunch of different stupid things I have no control over. Like, don't get me wrong, I love playing this game. Like, this is one of my favorite NES games, one of my favorite RPGs. I love showing it off to people. It's a bright and colorful game, very impressive for the NES, for the time, for the hardware. It's just that speedrunning it for the purpose of getting a PB is, that's a hard notion for me to accept. See, 1200 experience, easy. Rather do a bit of leftover grinding for Christo right here. See, here's his level 27. You should learn Heal All right here. Nice, plus 13 HP as well. Yeah, Heal restores about 30, Heal More restores about 60, 70 HP. Heal All just restores you to full. Even with that spell resistance on Hero and Christo, these snow jibes are real scary. I do still have that Staff of Anti-Magic in the hero's inventory. So yes, generally Heal All is much more MP efficient than, well, everything else. Although Christo does learn Heal Us if you get him to a high enough level. Do you guys want to know something astounding? You can find the Sage's Stone in the final dungeon that's on the way to Necrosorrow, but we don't get it in the speedrun. We don't need it to beat Necrosorrow. Okay, we gotta be really careful, don't fall off now that we're finally at the top of the tree. Oh, this will be a good fight. Eludes. Clutch beat. This is why Christo's a homie. He's so aggressive with beat and defeat. And a lot of enemies in this game are vulnerable to it. It's much faster than trying to do damage to them. Alright, we made it. Now we're gonna return to Conanburr, right? Yep. Form, Hero, Ragnar, Alina, Christo. You don't want to have Lucia in your party. Well, when you get to Zenithia, that is. If Lucia's in your party when you step into Zenithia, she's like, "Hey, thanks, you brought me home," and then leaves. We don't want that. Lucia is gonna see some use at the very end of the game. Oops, I was supposed to get that on the hero. Only Ragnar can equip the Sword of Destination, and you don't want him to equip it, because it's cursed, and it'll make his defense power 0. I think Repel is still active, but wait, what am I doing? Can't sail where we're going. A highland continent that the balloon can only land in a specific spot on for some reason. Here's a town that we're never going to look at again. We're just using it as a one-time return point. We need to go into here and get a very important item. Extremely important item. Called the Baron's Horn. Which will let us bring the wagon to the final battle versus Necrosaro. So we can have more than 4 characters at our disposal. Who can hide in an invisible... Like, the wagon is more than just... Oh, I can, like, bring my characters with me. No, you can... It's your belt full of the rest of your Pokemon. Like, you can hide characters in the wagon, and they won't get hit by Necrosaro's freezing waves or immensely powerful breath attacks. Okay, so we have to actually equip the Zenithian sword, or else it's gonna punt us back down to the bottom of these stairs. I think I'll take this way. And that way I can remember to equip my Sword of Lethargy. Oh, defeat does work on them. They're just resistant. Alright, we have 5 minutes to get to Zenithia. And it seems I forgot to heal my people again. Well, this is a short climb. We're not supposed to take fights here anyway. Usually just running away is pretty good. Oh my. Like, my notes say to use the inn once you touch Zenithia anyway. Maybe for the next marathon I'll route in 4 more medals so I can get a Hat of Happiness for Christo. The encounter rate here is a bit lower, so you get to hear more of the tower music, which is nice. I always forget if we do the stairs or the stepladder here. I think it's the stairs. Like, I can step outside and I'll know right away. Yeah, we go stairs. This tower's got a very bizarre design. I wonder how it looks in the DS and PlayStation versions. Flamadog? I don't believe I've ever seen those before. Reminds me of a place I ate across the water called Japadog. Where you can get a hot dog with udon noodles in it. Like soy udon. Viper and Barak. The last US president got immortalized in an NES game 20 years before his term. Wait a minute. Whether the Barak in this game is a war criminal or not is unknown. Yeah, see? Easy climb. I love this music, by the way. It's very Schubert-esque. Okay, so we take one step into Zenithia. Now it's on our return list. So we're going to quickly go back and use the inn to heal up. Then we can proceed to the next area. Because what we're supposed to do is talk to Master Dragon. He powers up the Zenithian sword, so it actually has better attack power than the Sword of Lethargy, lol. Also gives it a use if you use it as an item. It gives you freezing waves. So you can strip off the bounce that Necrosaro casts at the final phase, which doesn't even matter. I guess we get rid of this Staff of Anti-Magic finally. Talk to this guy to get a Dew of the World tree, which is a consumable that casts Heal Us All. That's the Oshi button. Oh, right, we gotta go down the stairs. I always get lost in here, because you go to Zenithia twice. You have to walk out of Zenithia after beating the game, and the NPCs are placed differently, so you have to take a different route. You have to walk out the front door instead of walking into this hole in the ground. Alright, so this is like the path to Roan of this game. Every Dragon Quest always has this. And what I'm gonna do is just march in teams of 2, because there's a lot of, again, a lot of mass damage, and I don't want to have Christo out. I want to keep Christo safely in the wagon so he can revive people if someone dies. We'll just have our 2 tankiest people leading the way, so they can soak up all the damage and get healed efficiently. Yeah, Hero's got spell resistance and really high defense power. Ragnar's got breath resist. Look at that. They got trucked pretty hard. Just by 2 Bull Bashers for 3 rounds. The geometry of this cave is also really weird. Like, think about the path we took, right? So we walked left, then up, then left, then down. Now we're going right. So you think, shouldn't this bring us back to the start? And I think there's not exactly some non-Euclidean stuff going on here. It's more like, there's... You know, those stairs are supposed to make your brain picture that this is a downhill ramp right now. I don't think we've spiraled all the way around the starting area. Because you saw there was that way to go up, right? And now we're going left. How are we not connected to the same route again, right? Like, is this not the same arm we just walked along? Oh, this looks so similar. Oh no, where are we? Oh, we're so lost. I want to see what this dungeon looks like on the DS version. Where we got that 3rd dimension. It probably does have that spiral arm that's gradually winding down. Probably did it correctly. See, Barak calls for humanitarian intervention. He ain't no war criminal. Alright, we got the 3 escape fails, which just means I got a really efficient heal all from Christo. Oh, that heal more restored. Oh, heal more restores like 90 or 100. I was wrong. It's back up to its Dragon Warrior 1 potency in this game. Isn't there that one Chef Boyardee video where he just says, war criminal, over and over again? Oh yeah, here's the other benefit to only having 2 characters out for this part. This fight. You get a bit of lag, because someone gets dragged through the swamp due to the way you're... When you have your wagon out, you have a character out on either side, right? And the character in position 3 is on the left of the wagon, so they get dragged through the swamp. So you get that red flash on every step, which lags the game a little bit. And it's also 2 damage, you gotta... Or I guess it's 1 damage. It's only 2 damage in Dragon Warrior 1, I think. I think swamps do 1 damage in the other games. Yeah, you definitely want to heal before going through this cave, because it's long, and you'll go through a lot of MP from your healers. Ogre Basher's got a Demon Hammer. Either misses or is a critical. So, in my last run I actually took fights with them. Because, like, they're pretty harmless, so you can just wail on them. These Demi-Ghouls, though, I do not like Demi-Ghouls. I guess it hasn't been showed off in the run, because I didn't fight any Blaze Ghosts, but Demi-Ghouls have the same properties, where if you physical attack them, there's a chance that it'll just miss, or it'll cause them to split and form a second Demi-Ghoul. Oh, look at all these treasures! Don't need them. I love how this boat is always there. Like, even if you get wiped out, the boat is just back in that spot. Like, the monster's like, ha ha ha, we destroyed the hero. Now go put the boat back. Okay, we're almost there. Big sloth. Primrose is still with us. It's the same horse. Ah, yes, the other benefit to having Ragnar out right now. The next chest I'm gonna pick up has a new shield for Ragnar. That's about as good as the Yola's shield, but I mean, it's right there on the way. And it does a thing. Gonna get the mirror shield for Ragnar. Oh, I forgot to split for Zenithia. I hit Zenithia ahead of time. Oh, we're doing great here. We're gonna hit Final Refuge 20 minutes early, so I can save 20 minutes right now? Oh, hey. Add Alina. Oh, I don't have a Demon Hammer anymore. Well, we'll just have to hope that Sword of Lethargy puts one to sleep. Oh, sup. Thanks, Alina. Got some extra experience right before the final area. Right before our last refuge. My people aren't even leveling up anymore, they're desensitized. Oh, he got by kill, I knew it. Yeah, the metal babble I killed upstairs in the crypt certainly helped. Just gonna check. Okay, Ragnar's got room in his inventory. Hero's inventory is maxed out, so he should just get the mirror shield right away. Nice, we made it. We're pretty much on track for my first ever sub 8. I do have a YouTube channel. My alias on there is also ShinerCCC. I haven't uploaded anything to it in a little while, though. It's got a lot of strange old videos on it. Got some of my Fazanadu runs, mostly footage of me playing DDR, actually. Alright, so this guy right here is Giga Demon. So yeah, the fairy, the Zenithian at the bottom of the place there explained that, oh, Necrosar was chilling in his palace, but he put up 4 barriers around it that are protected by 4 guardians. So yes, it's the old go visit these 4 corners and take out these mini-bosses situation. And Giga Demon is just a big derpy physical attacker. We're just gonna set our tactics to use no MP, and we're gonna swing until the cows come home, and then swing at the cows. Yep, put him to sleep. So Giga Demon attacks twice, and one of his moves is blocking, like being on guard. He just does it automatically every 3rd turn, even if he's asleep. So this turn, I'm like not gonna do any damage, so I might as well try to lower his defense slightly. Oh, 21 points. Ooh. Basically makes no difference. Yeah, it's even the same color as Balzac. But I guess that shows that, like, you know, this form was last seen on the Red Ogre Basher in this tunnel to hell that you can only access by jumping through a hole in heaven. That just shows just how advanced Balzac's form became. He went from being Edgar's apprentice to being a very powerful demon in his own right. Strong enough to be allowed to rule the Castle of Santine. Hero got heal wall. Very nice. Yeah, my people are getting over leveled here. Whoa. Wow, nice level up for Alina. The old route for the game involved getting the hero to level 29 or something, so we could learn Transform and turn into Christo and cast Increase for us. But we figured out how to make Christo cast Increase anyway. It turns out if one of your characters has less than 100 defense, Christo will be encouraged to cast Increase. And all you have to do to get there is to unequip Alina's Feather Hat, and she usually ends up with 98 defense power. Oh wait, before we go in here, we're gonna switch Christo for Lucia, because Christo isn't strong enough, I guess? I don't know, it's in my notes, and that's what most runners do. Should cast some healing spells, though, since I just walked over barrier tiles. So this is one of the harder of the mini-bosses at the end of the game. This is Inferno's Shadow. I think tactics matter. Oh yeah, they literally don't. Gotta put this fool to sleep. He uses lots of breath attacks and very powerful magic. Just a well-rounded, tanky boy with high defense. So I really want the Sword of Decimation to stick here. Yeah, Sword of Decimation casts defense on a group of enemies. Or, Kasap, for those familiar with the newer names of Dragon Quest spells. It's pretty much impossible to get Bray or Mara to cast Sap, so this is what we have to settle for. And yeah, Lucia ignores whatever the tactics command is. So I can set it to use no MP, and my characters with no MP will just keep basic attacking all day. What about Whack? That would be beat in this game, but I don't think Infernus Shadow casts Defeat. I know it knows Explodette. That's not a good time. Nice. Got her done. Oh yeah, you also get a Sword of Miracles, which is supposed to go to Christo. Here, Taloon, you can have this gas canister. Oh yeah, let's leave Lucia out a little while longer so she can get dragged through the swamp. Oh, Christo spamming beat and defeat is a meme? Is it? I mean, it's a good meme. That's what I want him to do. Alright, so this part... I might not win this fight, but that's okay. Oh, right. Remember to equip Ragnar's new shield, the Mirror Shield. So you saw it's got 5 less defense, which doesn't mean much, but... the Mirror Shield will return 25% of any damage taken from a spell. And this next Barrier Guardian is Radamvis, who is a pure spellcaster. Certainly the hardest of the 4. The real villain of the game, too. He ordered the abduction of Rosa to act as the catalyst. Offensive tactics. We're gonna expel these demi-ghouls and hope it's enough. The important thing is to try not to let Christo die as well. So these demi-ghouls have insanely high physical attack power. Oh, okay. Nice, we got rid of them all. Now we're just gonna start casting Fen Spell on important people. There's this item you can get that's pretty accessible in the tree. Called the Staff of Healing. Oh, Alina still died. Radamvis is usually faster than the hero as well. Oh, Alina's back already. Good stuff. So yeah, the problem is, if I cast Fen Spell on my characters, Radamvis can't hurt them. but if their HP is too low, they just spend every turn blocking. So they're just still basically out of the fight. Okay, well, never mind. Ragnar's smart enough to keep attacking. I'm just gonna try to outturn... Oh, nice. Christo outturned me. Alright, I don't need to cast Fence Spell on me. I can use the Zenithian Shield and get bounce. Radon Beast has very high magic resist, though. It's unlikely he's going to take any damage from any of these spells that... Whoa, look at that! Permanent Christo! Christo hype! Fence Spell made the text go so long it overran the bounds of the text blocks. Aw, it's gone. That's a shame. TV tropes page. Nice. Alright, nice clean Radon Beast fight. Now we got some experience from the Demi-Ghouls, too. But it's only enough for Bray to level up. My main people are so over-leveled. They're so strong. Oh yeah, I can't return out of here. Right? There's a strange force. Gotta walk out. So now the last one is Enderug, which is a dragon sitting on a throne with 300 HP and no regen. But for some reason, when the fight starts, there's 3 Enderugs in different groups. Enderug is vulnerable to Expel and the Yolis Shield. Oh, right, I should get that in my inventory here. I don't need the Zenithian Sword ever again. We'll give that to Taloon. There you go, Taloon, you said you wanted to find the Zenithian Sword, the greatest weapon in the whole world? Here, you can have it. Oh, you're dead. Well, you can still have it. Feeling like I'm forgetting something. We got offensive tactics. Alright, let's just use Yola's shield and blow them away. Look at the difference breath resistance makes. You take like 1/3 less damage. Okay, we blew away Enderug C. Wow, Alina really wants some experience. Also, the Enderugs can call for reinforcements. Which at least will turn into a bigger group, so you can use Expel on them. I feel Expel has a better chance to work than Yola's Shield. Might as well dogpile with the team and go for damage or sleep. Yeah, sleep is good. Christo being lazy and just blocking. Oh, we killed one Enderud, but it was enough for the all-important Ragnar level up. 6 more strength, I'll definitely take that. And as you can see, this is the correct order to fight the bosses in, because what Enderug says makes more sense after you talk to Radon Beast. Some may agree all mankind deserves to be exterminated, but maybe for different reasons. Alright, wait, why am I walking back? Well, sunk cost lol. Why am I walking back? I actually have to go to Rosaville. So, there's one more thing we gotta do. Remember how Ragnar got... Well, actually, Ragnar has never had the chance to use a Sword of Lethargy. So we're gonna sell this Sword of Miracles we've been carrying around for the whole game, because we just got another one for Christo to keep. You can just straight up sell the Sword of Miracles to pay for a Sword of Lethargy. So now we finally... Oh, wrong character. So for the first time since we had Panon in the have 2 Swords of Lethargy again. Now we're finally ready to take on the final battle. I'm gonna keep the Mirror Shield on Ragnar, because sometimes Necrosaro casts spells. Again, 5 defense power doesn't really matter. Hero's got the Dew of the World Tree, Leaf of the World Tree, Sword of Decimation. 4th item doesn't matter. Yeah, these dolls up here move completely randomly, so that's why I just walk through the barrier tiles. I'd rather take the certainty. Still 75 HP missing on everybody, so I'm just gonna get the hero to cast heal more on everybody. Hero's MP does not matter at all. Most of the final battle for the hero is going to be spent attacking with the Sword of Lethargy to keep Necrosaro asleep. Or if Necrosaro's asleep, it's going for Sword of Decimation proc to try to lower Necrosaro's defense. Necrosaro has 7 different forms, they all have really high defense as well. So whenever you damage Necrosaro enough to cause the next form change, your defense buffs are gone. You have to apply them again. Or sorry, defense debuffs on Necrosaro, I should say. Oh, I forgot to split for 4 barriers. But that was about 20 minutes ahead as well. Yikes. This final castle is just so inexplicable. It's just so weird. It's like, yeah, we have this big castle for whoever's about to replace the ruler of evil in case he dies. Also, there's skeletons and, like, knights who died trying to get to you. Or have been there forever. It's never explained. It's just like a perfectly... It's like a Hollywood set. It's like, there's this spooky castle fit for a final boss. Comes with 4 barriers. It's like a perfect example of why my generation can't afford homes. Look at the price tag on this place. It's gotta be at least $1 million gold. Like, look at this guy. Just a corpse. Okay? Like, who is they? How'd they get there? They had to get all the Zenithian equipment to jump through the hole in Zenithia and go through that whole cave. And beat the last 4 barrier guardians. And then end up somewhere in this castle just to be a case of armor on the floor. Okay, we're through the dungeon. That was very easy. Or, well, I don't say easy and hard when I talk about this game. They're meaningless. Everything in this game is just luck. Whatever happens is just what happens, and you just watch it happen to you. I think I changed my mind about Yola's shield. I do want Ragnar to have 5 more defense. It's more relevant than reflecting 15 damage onto Necrosaro. If Necrosaro's awake and casting spells, that's a bad thing. It just means that when Christo casts defense, or increase... Oh, Lena's already got 98 defense. Needs healing. Alina needs healing. Okay. Gotta squint at my notes a little bit here. Okay, we need defensive tactics. Cast Fend spell on Necrosaro. So this will make it so your characters will see, oh, my spells do nothing to Necrosaro, I'll do something else. Like, you know, not cast Beat on Necrosaro. As you can see, Alina doesn't really do damage until we get the lower defense on Necrosaro. Okay, that's one increase. Good stuff. Look how much less damage we're taking already. Necrosaro is asleep. Doesn't work. Isn't Christo gonna cast Increase again? Doesn't work. I get the feeling Christo isn't gonna cast Increase again. We'll have him in here for one more turn. That Alina crit has me thinking. Okay. Alright, I guess we only have one increase this time. So, another weird quirk here. The reason why we cast Fence Bill on Necrosaro, we're gonna bring in Bray. He's gonna cast. There we go, he casts Bykill. So, in this Necrosaro form has below half HP. Oops. Alright, Bray, cast it on Alina, I guess. Oh, crap. I hate it when this happens. Switch Bray for Hero. And attack. Yeah, we did too much damage all at once. Too many crits from Alina. So we gotta repeat the whole process now. Need Fend Spell on Necrosaro. Oh, let's get Christo back in here. So he can heal Ragnar. Need to put Necrosaro to sleep, so it's safe to bring Bray in. Okay, I think we've done enough damage. I think each of these forms has... Oh, the second form only has 650 HP. Cool, we got Bykill on the hero, and we gotta do it all over again. Okay, let's attack to put the new form to sleep. Then we'll cast Fend Spell. Oh, there's that Mirror Shield damage we missed out on. Yeah, and Ragnar's going for the flings again. Whoa. I forgot this form can do that. Oh no, my buffs on Ragnar! This is what happens when you can't keep Necrosaro asleep. I thought my hero had Vivify. Oh damn, they wasted my leaf. Yeah, it's gone. Oh. Necrosaro is not low enough yet, so we're gonna switch Bray for Alina. Bray is in the way. Necrosauro's HP should be getting low. Oh, nice. Got him asleep. There we go, that should get Bray casting by kill. Good. And Alina. Awesome. Okay, we got by kill on all 3 characters. Now we just need an increase on Ragnar. Oh, this form has breath attacks. I shouldn't have too many characters out. Look how glorious that animation is, though. For real. Oh yeah, I need to cast Fed spell on Necrosauro to encourage Christo. Ouch. A violent blaze. Okay, put him under. I might get through this phase too quickly. Oh, I guess my... Oh, I think I know what the issue is. Alina's got... Never mind. Never mind. Thought, like, Alina's extra defense power... Crystal's like, oh, our defense is really high. I don't need to cast Upper on Ragnar. Whatever, we got the black kill on all 3. That's important. Let's get Alina out of here until Necrosauro's asleep. Nice. And we can switch Christo for Lucia. For sleep. Oh, I should be using Sword of Decimation here. Well, Lucia sometimes casts defense, which is really helpful. Need Alina crits to do damage. Or I need that Sword of Decimation to stick. There we go. Even Lucia is doing damage with her Staff of Force. Oh, it's time for a new form. Actually, if you get the last hit on the form change with Ragnar or the hero, like with a Sword of Decimation, you can sometimes put the new form to sleep immediately. Like we might see a Necrosauro was asleep. Nope, not this time. Nice! Oh, and the wagon juke too? Let's just sleep. Oh, beautiful. We're not just killing Necrosauro, we're killing him fast. Although... How much HP does this one have? 700? Okay, maybe let's do... Whatever, just attack. I'm gonna put Alina back in the wagon after this turn. Oh, never mind, we're too late. I was gonna say, you don't want Alina out at the start of this. Because this form can use freezing waves and does massive, like, breath attacks. Or I guess the remove command doesn't matter, because Iron Eyes is like quick attack. It's got maximum priority. So we gotta use Iron Eyes 3 times here, so that my party can watch Necrosauro's attack pattern And while these turns go by, Ragnar is learning the weaknesses of this enemy, and will know to not toss the Sword of Lethargy because he's immune to sleep, at least in the conventional way. Not immune to the sleep on hit effect of the Sword of Lethargy's basic attack, of course. Yeah, look at all these freezing waves. What happened to me last time was, I told Alina to get into the wagon, but Necrosaro outturned her and hit us with freezing waves. I was really upset. Okay. Alright. Alina is safely out of the fight. Need to put him to sleep. Uh-oh. Just put him to sleep. That's all we can do. Okay, we did it. Nope, put him back. Ooh, okay, well at least Alina still has her by kill. Okay, double freezing waves. So, at least we're not taking damage. If Hero dies, I'm in deep trouble. Oh, I can't get the sleep proc. Okay, we got sleep. Alright. What do we do? I think I should bring in Christo. No. Bring in Alina. And use the dew. Ouch. It's up to you, Ragnar. Put him to sleep. Oh, Lucia's dead. I think this one's over. Dang, I'll have to take another shot at it. I must admit, usually I'm luckier on sleep procs. Oh, I forgot to cast Repel. Yeah, I should have taken Alina out a turn sooner, I guess. Really don't want to start the final phase with Alina already out. You want to try to get the last... The other reason is you want to get the last hit with Ragnar or the hero, so that you can start out the final phase with Necrosaro already asleep. Sorrow's coffee. A violent hot blaze. I think that violent blaze is what those merchants in Chapter 3 were carrying around. They got a whole bagpipe full of weed. Oh, the doll got me. These dolls are so tanky, I don't want to fight them. Oh wow, they can be put to sleep the normal way, eh? I mean, I don't even think I lost that Necrosaro fight to luck. I could have done it better. Like, I was supposed to get all the buffs on in Phase 1, but I did a little too much damage and had to spread it out across a phase, which meant that I couldn't, you know, I didn't keep Necrosaro asleep, so he got off beat on Ragnar and had to put the buffs back on, not having increase on my hero. Well, okay, increase got stripped away by freezing waves, I couldn't help that. Those swingers do a lot of damage. I've noticed that even if your levels are almost in the 40s and you cast Repel, you can still get encounters with swingers. Internally, they've got some really high level. I feel like this is gonna hit for a lot of physical. Oh, yeah, I guess Hero could be in front. Okay, that first form has 800 HP. I have to remember that, so... Once I've done 400 damage, no regen, that's when Bray comes in. At first, I wasn't sure what caused Bray to cast By-Kill. I thought you need to get the Sword of Decimation to stick, but no, it's actually more like, I think it's just once the enemy's under 50% HP, he'll go for By-Kill. My time save is slipping away, but I can still PB. Uh-oh. Just need Christo to survive. Uh-oh. Well, they get another round on us, because everyone's asleep. There goes Christo. I guess I'm using my Leaf. Did I just get SMT hard-moded? Yup. It's faster to hit reset than just revive everybody. Sorry, I was just kind of in disbelief there. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to cast Repel. I was gonna say, it's faster to hit reset than sit through a round of this nonsense. Oh, I was gonna say, there's gotta be a swinger in this fight. That's the only way I'm getting in a fight with Repel. And Lucia's on my team. She's adding a question mark to my levels, which makes the calculation on my side stupidly high. But I can still get in a fight with swingers. Yeah, Mega 10 bumping ahead in line here. This is what I get for not healing after barrier tiles. There goes Christo's MP. Oh, never mind. I just have insane Vivify luck today. I swear, on all my practice runs, I saw more doesn't revive than revives. Like, more ridiculous than I've ever seen running any Dragon Warrior. Still plenty of time to PB. If I'm gonna sub 8, this would be the perfect time to do it. One of the reasons why I love Dragon Warrior 4 is because of this final battle. It's very climactic, very scary, great animations, gloriously over the top. This isn't even my final form type of stuff. How epic this final battle is informed my perspective going into the final battle of Dragon Warrior 7. Which made it pretty funny for me. I actually highlighted that, my final fight in Dragon Warrior 7. Well, that's annoying. I gotta use my leaf. More like leafing Mascan. I didn't know they could cast Beat. Oh, I got 3 escape fails. The longest you can possibly be in a fight. Well, in my opinion, Leaf isn't that helpful in the Necrosauro fight anyway. Like, you're not supposed to lose any characters, and if you do lose one, chances are it's going to be too hard. If you lose a character in Phase 7, you probably can't stabilize anyway. Twenty-one and a half hour run. Whoa. Good luck with that, Pink. I'm a fan of your work, but this is the longest game I run. And I already had to take 2 inopportune breaks. There's only 2 spots for breaks in this run, and you get like a 45-second cutscene at the end of Chapter 4. I guess you get a 15-second break when the boat leaves after Lighthouse, or for Colossus walking over the water. Look at the detail in this place. Look at how different all the tiles are. Like, it's so detailed, and it looks so good. Yeah, that was 78. One increase. Yeah, I think he only cast increase once for some reason. Is it because I have Yola's shield on Ragnar? It's making his defense power too high? I'm trying to track damage here. I think we've done about 200. I think I can try the sword and until my next Alina crit. Okay, time to get Bray out. Okay. Oh, yikes, we're gonna overshoot it. And I accidentally decimated him. Right. Was that, it doesn't seem like enough. That was 800 damage? Oh, that's... Didn't realize I already did that on round 1. Oh, I should bring in Lucia. Okay, this form only has 650 HP. So it's gonna be even harder to get Bray to do buffs. Alright. Now, let's see if we can put Necrosaro to sleep. Bring in Bray next round. Dang. Alina, stop being so good. Alright, this is the form we gotta put to sleep. This form has 1023 HP. We're 1 Alina crit deep. Oh right, I have to cast Fen spell on Necrosaro. We haven't got this form down to half HP yet. Oh, I heard a spell being cast. What did I miss? Oh, that was my heal wall. Right. Is Necrosaro awake? I need to pay attention to this game, not to chat. By kill, nice. Now we just need it on Alina. Oh crap. How much longer are we gonna keep doing this? This is the final battle, Zelnus. Oh, no way! Oh, my... At least, okay, Alina has increase at least. Oh, my damage sucks. Oh, wait. No, I want Alina gone. Actually. So that Christo can cast increase on these three. I think that's how it works. This form has 700 HP. Oh, never mind. Back to 700 now. Violent Blaze. Oh. Wow, this form sucks. Take it easy, Alina. Why didn't Bray cast By-Kill on Alina? Does Alina still have the By-Kill? I don't think she does. Yeah, I think this seems like too much trouble now. Bray should survive this. Ah, there goes sub 8. Oh, because it's third try Necrosarrow. Christo should live. Oh, wow. I don't have my leaf anymore either. Whatever, we don't need him anymore. Wait, we need Ragnar more. This battle is so intense, which is why it's so satisfying when you win. Yeah, it was kind of sad there was no Button Kaidos 100% this year. Hi, Girolinas. Oh, there goes Lucia. Hero is now 100% in charge of healing. Really need this By-Kill on Alina. Oops. Hero's just about out of MP, too. YOLO! I want this buy kill before the last phase. Oh yeah, I can't switch Alina. I need her out. Did I decimate this form? No, I didn't. Oh, I did it! Put him to sleep. Ragnar got the last hit. There could potentially be starting out asleep. Oh! Let's go! Instant decimation! We got this. Just gotta do 1023 HP, 100 regen. Gotta deal with that. Uh-oh. Okay, he's asleep again. Why am I even healing? I should just, like, finish the fight already. Yup, there you go. Yeah, timer's just creeping over a minute over PB. So I'm not gonna PB, unfortunately. Even with all these marathon safety strats. Oh yeah, the world record strats are even more aggressive. Time is when I walk out of the front door of Zenithia and the screen fades to black. The credits are really long, we don't need to watch them. I guess we can have them on while we're getting the next run ready. Are we still doing the Earthbound task after this? No, time is when you walk out of the front door of Zenithia. You have to find your way out. Oh, looks like we're having some Ocarina of Time next.
Apostrophe, I assure you!
It's really funny to picture Master Dragon as sounding like Slavoj Zizek. So I think we have to go in here. No, we don't. Oh yeah, we go into the right door. Not that right door, this right door. I almost PB'd, but I got a little frazzled on the Necrosaro fight. And time is coming up about now. Got an 806.12. Ah. Well, this was Dragon Warrior 4, everybody. The secret of evolution has been buried, along with Tulun and his knowledge of how to break the economy. That Master Dragon we never talked to. So yeah, there's a bit of a long epilogue where you just show the balloon dropping everyone off back at home. Hero last of all. Still, this is encouraging. I mean, I figured out that I actually could cut the Everhate. I could get a 715, maybe even lower. Yeah, the credits music for this game is charming, relaxing. Definitely feels like a worthy reward of such a Such an anxiety-inducing final battle. I mean, like not that I actually felt anxiety, but it's certainly an anxiety-inducing type of thing. Need to juggle all these buffs and getting Bray to behave properly, keeping Necrosaro asleep, not getting hit by freezing waves, not getting utterly wrecked by hot coffee and glittering icy wind. I'll at least keep streaming on my end until the credits are over. Oh, the run's over. I stopped time. Uh-oh. Sounds like TeamViewer wants to watch the ending with us. What have I even missed so far here? Yeah, we dropped off Alina and Santim. Apparently all the people are back. Never found out what happened to them, though. Oh yeah, Tulun has a kid. Good job on the animation staffer, just to make it look like he was really tossing his kid sprite there. Now we're flying south. Looks like we're dropping off the sisters, Nara and Mara. Finally revived after not doing anything since clearing out the lighthouse. Right? There were 2 times when I forgot about needing MP to cast outside. Yeah, I get to update my notes yet again here. Keep Mara alive with 8 MP. Oh, there's that melody again. What are the lyrics to The Knife by Genesis? If I listen to those arpeggios, those would be so hard to play on a real instrument. Alright, we already dropped off Ragnar, now we're finally going home to the little village in the woods. Still destroyed. Nobody stopped by and fixed it. Oh well. Ah yes, I'm bad at detecting lyrics. Hey, Celia came back. If I leveled up my hero more, he would have learned Vivify. And then all the people show up, inexplicably, even though we just dropped them off. and they've never been here, so they don't have it as a return point. Well, I guess Mara and Nara has it. Mara has Branka as a return point. Uh-oh. Well, sounds like Marathon's on hold for a little bit while we do technical difficulties. There's still a bit more credits. I could run another shorter game if we need more time. I could do Fazanadu to fill half an hour. Or even shorter, I can do Super Turrican, fill 15 minutes. The dude! Dragon Warrior 4 was based on Dragon Quest 4. I like my Fazanadu fanbase in chat. Kinda wish I knew how to play this on keyboard. That'd be a good way to fill time. That'll be something to figure out later. Get up that sheet music. Take a stream offline remotely.